to take action quicker. It could be the difference between us just knocking on a door to warn an individual to an individual being placed in handcuffs.
So you had a shooting that happened in your country. You don't tackle that issue and tackle the issue as to who the people are and why they decided to shoot. You decide to go ahead and tackle hate speech because of the fact that people are complaining against these groups of people.
Nick, I don't have pronouns. That's something that the heterosexuals do. I don't do that. I'm a woman, and I'm not confused about my pronouns.
Things I've learned in my first year living as a trans woman. Getting ready takes so...
I'm a woman.
Ready? Both expensive. A lot of conversation will turn to spit. When you're in ladies' heels, damn straight you're buying more pairs.
All the swing states, you. If you got a disaster going through, don't ask me. You got a hurricane going through, well, you better deal with that. Find that money to rebuild your house.
And the U.S. Air Force recruiting says they're going to review this matter. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We have elevated it for review. So this guy could lose his job.
I want to know why you're voting for Trump. That's the only reason I want to know. And I said, because you're brown skin.
I said, don't touch me. And then, not even a second, she just popped me right in my chin.
Here's how the woman arrested who hasn't been charged described it to police.
Liberals on social media are continuing to melt down and be outraged online, but they're being so outrageous that they're actually getting backlash for that outrage and the threats and the things they're saying. And it's great to see that instant karma come back on them, as it should. I know I don't have the Trump shirt on today. It actually got taken away from me. Brutus over here wanted to rep Trump more than me, so I let him. I'm a giving stuffed animal owner. If you guys enjoy the videos, consider subscribing. And if you're already subscribed, thank you so much. I just reached 100,000 subscribers. Almost 3 years exactly after my first video, and that is amazing. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Do it. Do it. Really? Yeah. Fuck that. Can I take it? Fuck that asshole. Do it. I'll buy it.
Good luck watching CNN now, honey. Good luck. Next, we have a guy working for the U.S. Air Force saying that he does not care about people who are affected by natural disasters or mass shootings if they live in a state that voted for Trump. And he's going to face some consequences from the U.S. Air Force real quick. We'll see.
I feel like it's gonna be more embarrassments over the next. I feel like it's gonna be more embarrassments over the next 4 years, and y'all are gonna get what's fucking coming. Don't fucking ask me for shit, or expect me to do shit for your state, or if you're suffering. So, Florida and Texas, all the swing states, fuck you. If you got a disaster going through, don't ask me. Genuinely, don't ask me. Don't ask me. You got a hurricane going through? Well, fuck. You better deal with that shit, bitch. Find that fucking money to rebuild your house. Or, yeah. Natural disaster, gun laws, school shootings. Like, please don't ask me. I don't care anymore. I can't.
And the U.S. Air Force recruiting says they're going to review this matter. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We have elevated it for review. So this guy could lose his job, lose his career, lose his contract, get super demoted, all because he allowed himself to get manipulated by the liberal media agenda, the Democrat agenda, which is all based on lies, and to have this accumulation moment, a climax moment where Trump gets elected and now he's willing to spew this online and possibly lose his job. Yes, he deserves what's coming to him, but it is sad the way that the liberal media Democrats have been able to manipulate people, and now, because they manipulate him so much, bring destruction in their lives. Michael Cohen, Mr. Turn on Trump man, who just bashes Trump all the time and said he would leave the country if Trump got elected. He's already preparing his exit plan, got trolled on a live stream where people were pressing him on his promise he made.
No problem. Wow, genius you are. Can we stop with that? I appreciate it. I don't like the stupid turkeys. All right, let's just knock that stupid shit off, please.
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
I did. I said I was leaving. And then the following day, get that through your dumb heads. The following day, I turned around and I said that there's no chance in the world that I'm leaving my country. Thank you very much. All right? I'm not leaving anywhere. You leave. This is my country. And I have every right, every single right within which to turn around when we stop so we can.
The audience keeps adding that filter.
2 seconds, I'm going to end up blocking this idiot.
So why'd you say it then, Michael? Why on CNN did you say, oh, I'm going to leave the country, I have an exit plan? Was it just a whole game to strike up this fear and hatred towards Trump when you didn't even mean it, man? Because America is an amazing country.
Let me up. Let me up.
Now we have a Santa Barbara bakery cafe that does not want your business if you voted for Trump. So make sure you do not support them. They posted this. Let them eat dicks. Okay, I looked at some of your comments and I guess I need to be more explicit. If you voted for a convicted rapist, a known rapist, who led an insurrection, wants to take away the rights of women, LGBTQ+, and other marginalized communities, then Crush Cakes is not for you. I hope that clears things up. This is where they are in Santa Barbara. Surprising they're in California with this attitude. They said someone needs to order a Trump inauguration cake from this place and then sue them when they refuse to make it. That was a big thing that happened with conservative bakeries that didn't want to make wedding cakes for gay couples. And people are already posting requests. Who will we contact? Trump won, you dirty cunt. Trump is your daddy at Gmail. Type of event, internet camp opening for retarded liberals. Will you make sure cake doesn't smell like cat piss and liberal tears for your childish nonsense of refusing to serve Trump supporters? You gotta order a cake like this and they won't do it.
I'm fucking feral today. Feral! If you see me, keep walking. Do not make eye contact. Do not square up at me. Don't act like you know me. Like, I want to eat, like, maybe they voted for Kamala, but, like, I want to eat them right now. Like, I want to take a bite out of those glutes in a bad way.
Oh my God. I have to play the beginning again.
I'm fucking feral today.
Here we go. Oh my God, look at this. Oh my God. The last thing a plant-based sausage sees before it's over. Another educator who's not educated, Professor David Cardin of BYU, posted this message on his office door to Trump supporters. If you supported Trump in the recent election, then this scripture is for you. From the Book of Mormon, because he's in BYU. Now it is not common that the voice of the people desireth anything contrary to that which is right. But it is common for the lesser part of the people to desire that which is not right. Therefore this shall ye observe and make it your law, to do your business by the voice of the people. And if the time comes that the voice of the people doth choose iniquity, then is the time that the judgments of God will come upon you. Yea, then is the time he will visit you with great destruction, even as he has hitherto visited this land. By almost all objective standards, Donald Trump is an evil man. Now that you've made your choice, you should expect this prophecy to be fulfilled. This guy is an educator, professor at BYU. We'll see what happens to his job, like the other ones.
I say we pass a law that requires anyone who voted for that orange piece of shit to wear their Trump hat 24/7.
Doesn't sound that bad to me. I'd be happy to do it. And those of us MAGA supporters with that higher hairline, y'all know what I'm talking about. They might want to wear the MAGA hat all the time anyway.
Because conservatives are dangerous.
Oh, so dangerous.
For anyone who isn't white, Christian, or male. Completely dangerous. Like dynamite waiting to go off in your hand. So I think we should all get a public service warning. Don't you?
And the irony again, whatever they accuse you of is what they are. We're not the most dangerous thing or people or race out there. You know who is? A white Karen lady. You ever seen one of those ladies explode on a manager? Oh my God. They'll go up to an anaconda and grab it by its neck and be like, get off my property. Nah, they got us beat, man. Again, a white Karen lady got a little too aggressive and now she's dealing with police problems. And here's the body cam footage from the police dealing with her.
I want to know why you're voting for Trump. That's the only reason I want to know. That's the only thing. And I said because you're brown skinned.
Gina Powell says she was on the receiving end of that. She told me she'd never seen the 82-year-old until she was in her face.
Just shocked that just the presence of me, and she made it very clear it was my skin color.
Gina was with her friend Mary Jennings doing this, supporting Donald Trump, waving flags and signs, when she said the woman confronted her over her political beliefs and race.
And then that's when she shoved me, pushed me back, and I said, don't touch me. And then not even a second, she just popped me right in my chin.
Here's how the woman arrested, who hasn't been charged, described it to police.
Was to push her away, and I put my hand to her chin.
And that's when Mary stepped in.
She punched me, but she connected, and
it's so deeply conditioned that these emotional responses can happen.
Name America hell, because it is going to be hell on earth once they strip everyone's rights away that is no straight white cis man.
Burned down to the ground under the fires because she cares about the smelt fish, so she didn't want to use water to put out fires. That's right, LA, the only place on the planet that has more genders than fire hydrants that actually had water in them. All right, so she is getting absolutely obliterated right now. But first, you have to understand why leftist policy is pushing literally everyone against the left. All right, so this will radicalize an entire generation. This is LA policy. And then I'm going to show you the LA race, where it looks like we're going to be getting a Republican mayor in Los Angeles. I literally can't believe this is happening. Like, everyone's flipping because the left is so fucking retarded.
So what is this? Is someone asked him to turn the speaker down? Who's it?
Gotta be kidding me, boy. This motherfucker got his headphones on. He told me to put my speaker down. And he got his motherfucking headphones on. You out your mind, my man.
Just why do you have to listen to the speaker?
I want to cut you. So shut your fucking mouth then. So shut your mouth then. Mind your business, you bitch. Why you have to jump out there?
Bro, ain't nobody wants to live like this.
You got headphones on.
He's literally just trying to read a book. Just trying to read.
Bitch. What, you think I was a punk or something? Yeah, that's the best.
Even I understand why people can't stand us.
My cake pops are gone.
This is straight up lies.
Patagonia, the clothing brand, yeah, they're suing a drag queen named Patty Gonia. Lily Tino, again, is at the center of another Disney controversy. And then you remember Dylan Mulvaney? Yeah, that Bud Light partnership, that whole ordeal became one of the biggest LGBTQ/branch controversies in recent history. There's a clear pattern here, and that's exactly what we'll be getting into in this video. We're gonna be talking about some of these controversial figures and how they become the face of the LGBTQ community, and ultimately how these activists are doing more harm than good when it pertains to the LGBTQ community, and how just regular schmegular gays out there are being seen. So if you like this kind of honest, real content, I want to let you know that you are not alone and you're not a bigot for having any of the views that we're going through in this video. So if you like this kind of honest, real commentary, be sure to subscribe. Let's get right into this video.
My cake pops are gone, incinerated, but the bag that held them is still intact. And I could have had the bag removed, but I didn't, because it's useful later on when I'm converting my marshmallow wand into a marshmallow tunnel.
This person, Lily Tino, is a proud LGBTQ activist that talks a lot about trans issues, gay issues, and educating people on like gender reassignment surgery, but for some reason, always at Disney World, in front of children and around children, and it is so just depraved and disgusting. And not only that, they also rank all of the bathrooms in Disney World, Disneyland, and they go through all the bathrooms, they take pictures, and it's just, again, it's a prime reason why there's a lot of people out there that do not like anything related to the trans community or LGBTQ community at large. And all the antics, everything that they're recording, that they're doing, all that this does is make everyday regular people, straight, gay, doesn't matter, dislike the trans community and the LGBTQ community at large. And you know it's bad when your own side is even calling you out.
Also asked me why it's wrong to talk about genitalia at Disneyland, because genitalia is a place predominantly for children.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Have you ever heard, like, literally the word Disney adults? It's a whole...
Why is Disney Kids not a thing? Because it's already by default a place for kids.
Dean, that was a good one. That's Dean Withers, very prominent left-wing Gen Z content creator. I don't agree with everything that man says. I don't, but this was a good clip, which is kind of ironic because if I were to say things like that, I get called transphobic, but he's allowed to call out his own people, which I'm glad he's doing, but I do find it interesting. But Dean Withers actually did an interview with Lily Tino through TikTok Live, and it was a great video, and it's really dissecting and explaining, hey, here's why there's a lot of your allies, people on the left, trans community, that dislike what you're doing and how you are making more harm than good. Yes, you feel like you're educating people. Yes, you feel like you're providing a lot of value to the world about gender reassignment surgery and pronouns and the whole nine. That's just not the case. Lily Tino is one of the most prominent people out there that have made people, again, literally despise the LGBTQ community and despise people who, like, make it their goal and their mission to go sit down at restaurants and claim servers and just, like, whine and try to get servers fired for misgendering them when they're out there looking like this. Why are you in Disney World stuffing your face with like phallic objects? Do you really think that's aiding anything to the LGBTQ community and your activism that you say that you're trying to do? No. This is just one example why LGBTQ activists are doing more harm than good.
I bet you didn't know that Kurt Cobain was probably trans.
What the actual even know what trans is? I think even the they-thems agree with me at this point. People like you are literally ruining the entire trans movement. And even I understand why people can't stand us. You're the first to point fingers at people misgendering you, but yet you're sitting on camera claiming a famous celebrity that you've never met, who's dead, is trans. I'm so disgusted and frankly sorry for how we as a community have let these goblins become the face of our movement.
Yep. Even the trans community is calling you out. Even some of the they-thems are like, no, this ain't it. Even like when I was pulling these clips, the most recent Disney video, Honey Balenciaga, who's like this very famous like Vogue dancer person, always on tour with Beyonce, was in the comments like, this is not it. Like, this is kind of odd that you're doing this at Disney. The most feminine of the feminine gays are calling you out. The most tranny of the trans are calling you out. That highlights how bad this has gotten. And for some reason, it's not clicking to them. It's so frustrating. It is. That's why this platform exists. I call it different things. I talk about a wide variety of topics, so be sure to subscribe. But I mean, I'm glad there's other trans creators that are highlighting this as to be a problem, saying, hey, I don't claim this person, I'm not liking this. And we need more of that. Not to say that this is bigoted or hateful, but that, hey, We have to call this out because they're trying to speak on behalf of the entire LGBTQ community, and we can't have that.
The first thing I found is this person saying,
Off the bat, before we get into this next person, before we talk about this whole topic, I want us to look at this screen grab. What do you see? Does a brand stick out to you? Because I know for me, up there in that corner, that looks like a Patagonia sticker, like the clothing brand. It's not. It's the drag queen sticker, it's the drag queen's name, and it's this drag queen, Patagonia, that is causing a lot of controversy and is currently getting sued by the clothing brand. And to be fair, this Patagonia drag queen person, they're not like this little drag queen that's impersonating Patagonia. No, they're actually a really big deal. Patagonia is a drag persona of Wiley, who's an environmental activist who mixes drag queen and then LGBTQ activist and then outdoorsy stuff all together. They built a massive platform about making outdoors more gay, more LGBTQ accepting, which that's a whole topic in its own ordeal. But with that being said, they have raised like millions worth of funds for nonprofits. So there is real work here. I'm not going to discredit that person. I'm glad that they're pouring into these national parks and they're doing their due diligence to raise money. However, that's what makes this a whole bigger conversation. Because Patagonia is not just some random drag queen, some random performer now. No, it's an entity. It's a business. It's an activist brand. And now it's an activist brand that's in legal battle.
Then Patty started selling apparel, then started a business, then filed trademark applications for the exclusive use of Patagonia in apparel and environmental advocacy.
We're gonna get into Patty's response, but that's important. That's the CEO of Patagonia saying, hey, we low-key were chill, and it's apparent they were chill for years now, up until Patagonia decided to get legal and file trademarks and like do the most in association with Patagonia's brand, and you can't do that.
This is really a problem.
Lies. This is straight up lies, because the first time we heard from Patagonia after filing our trademark application was 4 months later, when their internal lawyer emailed to say that Patagonia had filed the lawsuit against me for trademark infringement.
Why would you even try to file that in the first place? Because there's other drag queens with these kinds of names like Jan Sport, Trixie Mattel, but they didn't file trademarks. They weren't being dumb. Even Trixie, when Trixie started to blow up, Trixie was like really leaving the Mattel name behind, just going by Trixie. Legally, by Trixie, or the brand, by Trixie, but you are literally trying to like coin Patagonia as an outdoors brand. You can't do that.
So there was no conversation, not because I wasn't willing to have it, but because Patagonia, you never reached out. You blindsided us. So I'll tell you what's really going on here. Either you, Ryan Geller, CEO of Patagonia, are lying to the public, or the people under you are lying directly to your face.
I just can't stand a catty entitled gay. I just can't. I can't. Like, what is this?
Speaking of trademarks, not only did I submit my trademark to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, but it passed the first step, and the examining attorney found it, and I quote, not confusingly similar to Patagonia's mark.
I feel like a lot of LGBTQ people, they feel like they're untouchable. They feel like just because they get one pass, they can do whatever the hell they want, when probably Patagonia's like, I'm gonna fight this and everything else because this is ridiculous. We all saw that first sticker, we see this brand, we see what they're trying to portray, even this person knows what they're doing. It's fraudulent, it's phony, and it's not good, and this is crazy that it's all happening literally right now.
Patagonia, from the beginning, all I've wanted is peace. And I don't think you're entitled to what I'm about to do, and you certainly don't deserve it for your extremely disappointing behavior, but I'm gonna offer it to you right now.
You sound like Karen.
You're saying the issue is the trademark? I'm willing to drop the trademark. And if I do that, you drop the lawsuit.
That's all they were wanting to do. Like, this didn't get turned into a legal battle until you turned it legal. The clothing brand was chill. You were ripping their name, running around outdoorsy, come with me, Patagonia, outside on a hike. I hear Patagonia and hike, I'm thinking of the clothing brand, which they trademarked. But you up here running here, it didn't get legal until you made it yourself.
In video of you speaking on stage to other corporate CEOs, you also said this.
The issue that we're wrestling with isn't about trying to silence somebody. The issue that we're wrestling with is not trying to take somebody's identity away.
So if this is true, that it's about the trademark, then you'll drop the lawsuit.
With you being this catty and petty, I kind of hope they don't. Because this is all they wanted from the jump. You are making a brand that has been vocal for the LGBTQ community, that has been on your side. You're turning them against you. This again is when the activism, it just does more harm than good. You're acting this entitled, you're acting this just cringe, this bold, this brash, to where even the brands and even your own community is like, girl, what are you doing? Calm down and stop it.
As a queer, outdoorsy girl, the Patagonia versus Patagonia lawsuit has been really bothering me. I really respected Patagonia as a brand for a very long time, and I also really respect Patagonia as a drag queen. So, out of curiosity, I read the whole court documents. I also learned a little bit about trademark law. And I don't think the story is as simple as a lot of people are making it out to be. Let's talk about it. It's very clear from the original lawsuit that Patagonia didn't want to have to sue Patagonia. It seems like they were kind of backed into a corner. They sort of had two options. One was basically dilute their intellectual property, which means that in the future, pretty much anyone can use Patagonia's stuff and point to Patagonia as a reason why they should have the right to. Or they have to go into a lawsuit, which they seem to not really want to be a part of.
They're literally suing her for $1 plus legal fees, but $1. That's how much they don't want to do this, but they have to from a legal standpoint.
We do similar work. We care about her, and we totally are fine with her doing her thing as long as she stops support of selling merch that says Patagonia on it. Because then legally, it's pretty clearly an infringement on the trademarks that we have.
It is. It's clear as day to anyone out there, and this drag queen, this large gay male, is acting as if it's not. Acting as if they're innocent, acting as if they are being victimized in a situation, and you're not. And again, it's gotten to the point where your own people that have been supporting you for the longest time, own queer activists on the left, they're looking at you sideways, like, what is going on here?
Patagonia knows they are in the wrong with this lawsuit, and you should not be hopping on the Patagonia bandwagon right now if you claim to love artists or be against AI.
Yeah.
Patagonia has built a platform on yellow journalism tactics that they are now also employing against Patagonia, the brand. And this creator summed it up really well in
This person says, you cannot simultaneously attack Patagonia, the clothing brand, for defending their trademark from infringement while also claiming to be anti-AI because of your side of the artist. Copyright and trademark law matters to the working class artists who make the shit you enjoy that ends up being copyright and trademark. Unraveling those protections so a social media drag queen Unraveling those protections is so a social media drag queen can profit from someone else's trademark sets a dangerous precedent for creatives everywhere. Defending that isn't defending corporations. True. And again, you got your own people out here coming after you because you're stepping on people's toes. You're stepping on your own crew toes. You have became this activist to where now you feel so entitled, so just deserving, where you are kind of messing it up for everybody else out there. You can't be out here doing things like that, and people see it clear as day. And now all the people on your side are having to go against you and call you out. This is where, and this is how, like, this bigger pattern that we're talking about in this video starts. Once an LGBT activist becomes an entire brand, and they always push and advocate for certain things, whatever happens to that brand doesn't just stay with just them anymore. They take that and it turns into a conversation about us all. We're all this big minority and LGBTQ community, black community, whatever community. You're then making this umbrella term to where now the biggest people of that community become the spokesperson of everybody else. And we're trying for, like, I wish that wasn't the case, but that's just where we are in this day and age. And the clearest example of that is Dylan Mulvaney.
Normalize the bulge. We are normalizing the bulge. Women can't have bulges, and that's okay.
Women cannot have bulges. Women do not have penises. Like, I personally do feel like, in my opinion, they have changed the landscape of the LGBT community for a very long time, hence why more people like me and like regular gays like us are trying to call out against this behavior because it did, and it has gone out of control. This person, Dylan Mulvaney, is a trans content creator that really came up and popping around COVID and a little after COVID for its phase of womanhood and transitioning and documenting that, being stereotypes of what a woman is, and then it ultimately turned into becoming a multi-millionaire with brand deals, corporate sponsorships, celebrity attention, and much, much more. Everything hit the fan, honestly, when they worked with Bud Light, the beer company, and they sent them a personalized beer can with their face on it, and all hell broke loose.
A quick reminder that this is the video that inspired bomb threats at Budweiser factories across the United States.
Bomb threats, people shooting up the cans, no one buying it, bars not stocking it. It changed everything. Just one little ad.
Got some Bud Lights for us. So, I kept hearing about this thing called March Madness, and I thought we were all just having a hectic month, but it turns out it has something to do with sports. And I'm not sure exactly which sport, but either way, it's a cause to celebrate. This month, I celebrated my day 365 of womanhood, and Bud Light sent me possibly the best gift ever, a can with my face on it.
This can, I truly feel like, changed the landscape of the gay community in the United States forever. Not forever, but for a very long time. And there were some people on the center-right, that were saying, wow, the right's so triggered. Why is the right getting so offended by one little marketing campaign? How could this happen? It's deeper than that. And the only reason it's deeper than that is because people like this content creator, Dylan Mulvaney, is openly mocking all women out there. Is openly, the biggest thing for me, openly advocating for the mutilation of little kids. The trans kids issue, they're a big supporter of that. They're really pushing for it for the trans kids and literally mutilating children. And that's where a lot of people draw the line and like, no, we've had enough. This is not okay. So when you have this one can with this face on it, yeah, it could have been a little marketing employee. Yeah, it was a little blunder. It wasn't that big of a deal to some people. It's past, because the activists have gotten so big, it's past their face. It's past this brand. What now you see on that can is trans kids. What now you see on that can is a company, a major company, condoning and kind of like promoting more of the mutilation of children and the degradation of women in the United States. And some people can find that dramatic. Some people can say, oh, that's reaching. But that's hard to say it's reaching when we see how famous this person has gotten to the point where they're speaking on behalf of women and trans women.
I don't know. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why my thing was fucking muted. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Well, I'm unmuted now. I'm alright, except my viewership fucking sucked. Oh, well, it's going up now. But goddamn, my first hour I was streaming to nobody. Like one person. I should just start streaming at 8. I should change my schedule.
You white liberals have a lot of nerve.
That's
you white liberals hate when black men vote Republican. You hate when black men say that they like being American citizens. You hate when black men say that we want to have a border. You hate when black men say stop sending our money to the Ukraine. And you go to the WWE politics to try and defend your latent racism. That's what it is.
Hold on a second, Royce. Aren't you against identity politics?
Absolutely.
So what are you talking about white liberals for, especially when I'm a Hispanic Jewish immigrant from Argentina?
Right, but you have a white liberal ideology.
I really appreciate you being on today. No, I'm not. Your latent
racism is obvious. Make sure you post the interview. Don't be a coward.
David Pakman brought on this guy, Royce White, onto his show, and that was the biggest mistake that he could have made because David Pakman, on his own show, got absolutely demolished and embarrassed by Royce White. Let's get into this clip here where David Pakman absolutely got destroyed by this guy and absolutely embarrassed. You could see the look on Pakman's face that he knew he was getting destroyed. He knew he was getting embarrassed. Let's check it out.
societal-wide basis.
Okay. I don't want to use all our time on this, but it sounds like we're not going to get any more examples, and the audience can kind of judge that for themselves.
Hey, you can pick anybody you want. The whole Me Too movement was based on the claim that we should believe all women. Do you think we should believe all women?
Well, that we've already talked about. It's a completely different question, and it has to do with
no, it's not. No, it's just no. Wait a second. It
has nothing whatever.
Wait a second. It's not a different question. It's not a different question at all. It certainly does, because there are fundamental rights of being an American citizen, one of which has always been the presumption of innocence. Number one. So there is complete merit to bring it into question when we talk about American citizenship.
Royce, you understand that when police investigate crimes, they investigate crimes, but that doesn't take away the presumption of innocence in a court of law. Like, this is basic legal stuff, Royce.
No. It takes away the presumption of innocence in the court of public opinion.
This is crazy.
It takes away the presumption of innocence in the court of public opinion, which now in today's world can be just as dangerous as the opinion in the court of law. And even for, again,
100%, 1,000%, it can be more dangerous, because you think about what happened to Johnny Depp. I mean, Johnny Depp is like one of the biggest examples and most mainstream examples. This stuff happens so often for anyone who has any sort of platform, whether it's clout, followers, money, whatever you have. This happens to people all the time. And the worst part is it happens to everyday random people that don't have the money or the resources to be able to combat it in the courtroom or in the court of public opinion. It happens all the time. And, you know, if you're Johnny Depp, you have millions of dollars already, and as long as
coffee's pretty good.
he would have been okay. But for these random people who are losing their 9-to-5 jobs, they're not okay.
Fucking spilled it everywhere because
normal people who get thrown in jail and don't have the money to
they're doing the blacktop in the street.
Social media for them to be falsely,
I had to
being falsely accused.
Run out there and move my car real quick.
What David Pakman is saying is completely wrong, and what
I fucking knocked over my coffee when I jumped
up.
Public
opinion is almost as dangerous, if not as dangerous, as the actual court of law now.
Claims are 0.02% of
according to you.
Hey, buddy.
According to you.
Why are you being so cuddly this morning?
According to crime reporting from police departments all over the country.
According to you and
the police department.
Making my nose itch.
Then why don't they
bring
right? more claims?
Who?
Why don't more make it to the courtroom?
What claims?
Because they lack evidence. The reason why police departments say, first of all, again, you're trying to sidetrack me and you keep interrupting me. You brought me on your show. You brought me on your show. You brought me on your show.
And we're
you asked me about a question about women. I'm answering a question about feminists and the feminist movement.
Yeah.
The point is when you...
Buddy's being real lovey this morning.
When you assume that
and,
all women are...
Shojo's hanging out in the bathroom.
We should believe all women on face value. By default...
I don't know anyone who is...
The whole movement of the whole Me Too movement was based on this idea that believe all women.
That's your assertion. I don't believe that to be true.
Oh, okay. Well, you let your viewers decide then. Let's go to the next question.
Trust but verify is the view that I've always had.
Believe all women was the commercial, widespread commercial. Believe all women was the widespread commercial and cultural sentiment from the Me Too movement, 150,000%.
You know, Royce, you sidetracked us on believe all women, right? You brought it up out of nowhere.
The believe all women idea is a part of the claim that women have become mouthy.
Okay. Let me ask about a couple of.
And I will say, in that vein, when women are allowed to say things about men with no boundaries or no constraints whatsoever, and it's culturally accepted across American culture and across political culture, that is, in my opinion, more than a valid reason to be able to say, hey, women are getting out of control. And I do think radical feminists are getting out of control. I should have been more specific, but I thought I was being humorous.
You think women are out of control. I got it.
No. I said radical feminists are out of control. Be clear. And they are. That's why they're bringing...
If you enjoy content like this, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It really does help me out a ton. Let's get back to the video.
And their children to drag stripper shows.
Let me ask about a couple of things.
Do you think that's okay? Do you think it's okay to sexualize children at drag stripper shows?
I don't think the children are being sexualized if they go to a drag show. No, I just don't think that that's the sexualization.
You don't think children are being... Would it be okay for me as a grown adult male to take underage kids to a regular strip club?
I don't think they're allowed, no.
So why are they allowed to do it in but why aren't they allowed?
Royce.
Why aren't they allowed? Is it because of the alcohol or because of the sexualization?
I don't know the laws around strip clubs. I couldn't tell you.
Oh,
But Royce,
okay.
if
Maybe
I
you
can
should
get a
learn them, though,
question
because you're
in here.
talking about drag shows. You have an opinion about the drag shows, and you say
brought
that's
them up.
completely fine.
Royce, you brought
Right, but
them
you
up.
have an opinion about
I'm going to
them.
have to mute you, Royce. I'm going to have to mute you.
okay.
You're bringing up topics and then telling me I brought them up. This isn't
No,
a
I
way to
didn't.
be interviewed.
No, I
I
didn't.
didn't say that. I didn't say you brought it up. I said you had an
You
opinion
told me
about
I
it.
brought up Believe All Women and that I brought up drag shows.
No, I
Who brought those
didn't.
issues?
No, I
You
did not
just
say
said
that. They'll be able to watch it back and see
They
for
will.
themselves how
They
it
will.
went.
Let's
I
leave
didn't
it for
I
people
didn't
to
say you
watch
brought it up. I
Royce.
brought it up. I'm going to bring up every topic I want to bring up.
Oh, so
you
you
white
are
liberals are
agreeing
not
with
going to tell you. Yeah, I brought up the feminist movement and I brought up the drag stripper shows as an
Can we
example.
continue the interview?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You brought up strip clubs. It was
Right.
recently revealed you spent campaign donations at a strip club. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay. It's been sourced very well by the Daily Beast. Where'd they
It's
get
not
this
the
information?
Daily Beast. First of all, the Daily Beast is not a good source. That's number one. But number two, it wasn't well sourced even in that article at all. It was a reference to a campaign filing with
Yes.
the FEC that was not done properly.
Who didn't do the filing properly?
Whoever was in charge of the filing.
And who was that?
Well, there were a number of people I would assume who were in charge of getting that accounting done, but it
You
wasn't.
don't know who the people are doing your accounting?
Oh yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, I know who they are. Do you want me to list the entire list of people who worked on it?
Yeah.
So you have time for me to go through a list of
All
people
right.
who worked on the filing, but you don't have time to talk about the details of the political issues you want to
Well,
discuss?
how many people is it?
Give me a break. Who do you think you?
It is kind of insane that Royce White's sitting there trying to discuss the drag stripper shows or whatever he said, and the other political issues that David Pakman was talking about back and forth, but didn't want to stay on the topics too long whenever he realized that Royce White was going to just absolutely destroy him on those topics, because there's no defending a lot of the things that David Pakman and his side like to defend with the drag stripper shows and things like that. If Royce White's bringing up to Pakman, why are children not allowed in normal strip clubs? He's not going to answer. I mean, it's pretty obvious the reason why they wouldn't be allowed in normal strip clubs, and it's also pretty obvious why they are allowed at the drag shows that are strip clubs, basically. I mean, it's the same thing, except people are in drag. The only difference and the reason why they're allowed there is because if they stopped allowing them, they would be called bigots and homophobic.
Yeah.
Or Islamophobic they would come up with to call them. They would be labeled that thing, and that's a death sentence for a lot of people. So it's funny how David Pakman doesn't want to answer that. He doesn't want to talk about the actual important topics, because it is an important topic, and he wants to branch off into asking about Royce White spending campaign funds at a strip club. That's more important. That's a more important conversation than actual political issues. Wild.
Who do you people think you're fooling?
I don't think we're fooling
Who
anybody.
do you people think you're fooling?
So the people who
I answered the
prepared
question.
reports,
I answered the question.
I'm
The
trying to
question is no.
understand it, Royce. The people
The question
who
is no.
prepared the
The answer is
reports-
no.
The
The answer to your question is no.
I haven't even asked the question yet.
You did. You asked, did I spend campaign finance money on strippers? The
And
answer
you
is no.
Yeah, I've seen it.
On election night, Ramen was sobbing after her blowout loss to Spencer Pratt, but practically, mathematically, and possibly, she's now surging ahead, specifically with batches of mail-in ballots, to which initially, Trump found suspect.
He's doing well. I don't know. If you have a rigged vote out there, that's the problem. The votes are rigged.
But now, completely calls it out.
Your elections in this country, we're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC, and CBS, and CNN. You're one-sided crooked network. Let's go to quits, because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the
traveled
rain with
all.
you.
I know.
I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press, because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
We
great
traveled
with a dishonest
Listen, we
press. Come on, let's
traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
As if traveling all the way from Wisconsin validates any of your BS claims. It's just insane that what would have gotten you on all social media mere years ago is again being desperately suppressed by the mainstream media everywhere. As Ramen is now beating everybody, not in all the mail-in ballots, but only those counted several days after election night at exactly the percentage she needs to overtake Pratt. So let's not outright validate Trump's claims, but at least entertain what he's saying. As a U.S. attorney is looking into the election, discovering that in California, you can register to vote with a gym membership. That means you can go to any cheap gym, fill out all your information on basically the honor system, and apparently a single dollar gives you all the verification you need to vote in California. And I understand. The insecurity of verifying the validity of who's registering to vote doesn't equal it just creates an environment where it could easily take place. So at least we should be able to investigate any potential shortcomings in this. Just a week before the election, Governor Gavin Newsom signed emergency legislation that basically bans the feds from investigating California's elections. As Newsom openly admits, he's expecting Trump to look into this. It's almost like when he said he wouldn't allow the Democrats to lose the election, he meant it.
There is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're gonna do everything to make sure that doesn't happen.
As at the very least, he seemingly cheated Sheriff Chad Bianco out of votes. Or if you supported the sheriff, but believed Newsom's plan to limit how many Republicans could be on the final ballot, you probably would consolidate your support for Hilton, since Newsom essentially said Bianco votes would be invalidated. But the worst case here is they knew something weird would happen in California, so they rushed through emergency legislation to push out the Trump administration from noticing. As California was counting votes at a snail's pace, with a seemingly voting facility. But then the U.S. assistant attorney came in to observe exactly what was happening, and suddenly, this place was bustling with activity. Where worst case, reportedly 95% of these election workers had attended at least 3 No Kings rallies, where they verify signatures, but in case someone can't sign, they write anything as a signature, including a happy face, where a witness can sign for them. But reportedly, the witness's signature doesn't need a verification. But what's even worser is these are being verified by seemingly blind people.
Finalize election results because the state allows for voters to mail ballots up until the day of the election. Those ballots then have to be inspected, signatures checked, and verified.
Now, I understand some of these people can just be extremely nearsighted, and it is amazing when they can find employment. But when it comes to election security, sadly, I think inclusion isn't necessarily a priority, unless in California, slow or inaccurate verification is the point. As the Democrat president had admitted this years ago.
This struggle is no longer just over who gets to vote, or making it easier for eligible people to vote. It's about who gets to count the votes, or they should count it all.
And by all means, each party can have their own strategy. It's just suspicious that the same party that doesn't want voter ID places the validity of voters in the hands of Planet Fitness and signs emergency legislation 1 week before an election, protecting their voter rolls from federal investigation. And then when the third place candidate suddenly makes a comeback with mail-in ballots, but not all the batches mailed in, just the batches counted several days after they saw her falling 10% behind, and when apparently there were only 291,000 outstanding votes, but after a day of counting, they magically were expecting 311,000 more votes. Again, we're not validating Trump's claims, but even the left has to admit this is suspicious. Where several concerned citizens are taking to social media to show the stacks of other people's ballots being mailed to them.
I know that there are rentals that have 30+ ballots going there, and who knows what's happening to them, because you can't prove or disprove election fraud.
She doesn't live here. She doesn't live here. She doesn't live here.
and even sending California ballots to residents in Georgia.
My dad, who hasn't lived in California for 16 years, received a ballot sent to his Georgia address. Not forwarded, but sent to his Georgia address. So many other people, I've seen it on Twitter, in my comment section, on other social media platforms. So many people have gotten either multiple ballots, they've gotten ballots for themselves, differentiating between their maiden name and their married name. People have gotten ballots for their children when they've never even registered to vote in the state itself.
With many even discovering 26 voters registered to an empty parking lot.
Just home to a porta-john and a giant empty parking lot, we have registered voters. 26 registered voters for this exact location.
But none of that matters if they can't stop ballot drop-off boxes from being burned. It's almost like California has a major issue with their mail-in voting system, from how they register the voters, to who they issue ballots to if they can even pick up the ballots, to the 37 days they need to count the ballots. Not even third world countries need more than 24 hours to count 40 times the amount of ballots. Where again, the system needs to be fixed. That is if this isn't a flaw, but a feature of Californian elections. But at least our Supreme Court is looking into enforcing an election day, not election month.
The Supreme Court, we're waiting on an opinion from them about how long you can actually accept ballots in mail-in ballots after election day.
Right.
So might impact this.
As no matter how they frame it, max democracy, protection from intimidation, nor pipe leaks, you're not wrong for questioning what's happening with these elections. You can't confirm any fraud, but why not verify it so the citizens are still confident in our elections? But new scams, new emergency legislation doesn't want any of that, as this is the same scumbag governor that couldn't stop from seemingly dancing at the idea of land grabs after mass fires decimated his state. So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
All right, this Baltimore mayor stuff is going insane. First, he gets $160,000 car.
Price of Mayor Brandon Scott's $163,000 executive vehicle matches the cost of some home prices in Baltimore City, and sometimes it exceeds it.
A 2025 Jeep Grand Wagoneer assigned to the mayor that cost taxpayers $163,495.
Then when people called him out on it, he pulled the race car.
You didn't answer the question. How do you
Because you didn't get the
taxpayers of Baltimore, the people who...
In your racist slant, there's one thing.
Then he gives his wife's non-for-profit $62,000 that disappeared.
Our investigation
I hope
found
so.
that
I
Mrs.
got a
Scott's
lot of
employer
bricks
received an influx of taxpayer money
to get
shortly
rid of.
after pairing up with the mayor. And now that organization is pausing operations.
The Baltimore Children and Youth Fund sent taxpayer dollars
I'm almost
to an
done with
organization
this side of it
that Mayor Brandon Scott's wife.
before I start digging the next
Form from fiscal
level.
year 2024 shows it sent $62,500 to Be More Empowered, where Hannah Scott, the wife of Mayor Scott, is listed as a director of operations.
You cannot have money just disappear.
Then when officials wanted to look at the books, the mayor redacted all the information and said he's not giving up nothing.
Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott's office is struggling to explain how it received and spent money from the taxpayer-backed Baltimore Children and Youth Fund. Fallout continues over the mayor's decision to bar his inspector general from access to certain city records.
Very big redactions. The IG arguing it's the first time in her 8-year career a local subpoena has been blocked.
So let's talk about the crazy mayor, Baltimore, Maryland. You know what we all do? Put off going to the doctor. Be honest. When was the last time you needed to go to the doctor, but you had some excuse like, I'm too busy, I heal on my own, or even the whole dreaded, I don't know which doctor to go to? Yeah, we've all been there. Booking a doctor's appointment feels like a hassle, but guess what? ZocDoc makes it extremely easy. Now it's funny, we've all woken up and our eye was swollen, we got some rash that we don't know what it is, so we're looking at something on our body and saying, hey, this is not normal. Hit the Google rabbit hole, trying to figure out what it looks like. But listen, you can skip all that. ZocDoc helps you find real doctors, not some TikTok diagnosis. And let's be real, when it comes to your health, you shouldn't really be settling. Just imagine having a therapist who only has openings mid-work day. That's really not ideal. Or a doctor who has a 6-month waiting time. Now with ZocDoc, you get options. It's a free app or website where you can search, compare, and instantly book in-network doctors across every specialty. Mental health, dental, primary care, urgent care, you name it. Now you can filter by insurance, location, availability, even ratings. It's up to you. Most appointments happen between 24 and 72 hours, even some on the same day. Now, I use ZocDoc and so should you. Stop putting it off. Head to ZocDoc.com/Nate the Lawyer to find a book of top-rated doctor today. Now that's ZocDoc.com/Nate the Lawyer. Link is in the description in the pinned comment. Welcome to Baltimore, Maryland, home of Mayor Brandon Scott.
And as expected, Democrat Brandon Scott will be the next mayor of Baltimore City. Scott won big, getting more than 70% of the vote to just 20% for Bob Wallace and 6% for Shannon Wright.
Now there was a lot of hope. The youngest mayor ever, new energy, and all of that. And to be fair, he's got some wins. Crime is down. Murders are at a 50-year low in Baltimore. Vacant buildings are down 25%, and the population in Baltimore actually grew in 2024. CBS even did a whole puff piece walking around Baltimore with them, talking about how great things are going.
But since 2019, when Baltimore's murder rate hit an all-time high and ranked among the worst in the nation, something has changed. The number of vacant buildings is down 25%. The population actually grew in 2024, and murders have hit a nearly 50-year low.
That's a beautiful story, right? In most left-wing cities, we can't say things like crime is down and people are moving in. It's generally the opposite. This is probably one of the greatest comeback stories in the country right now. All right, so now that we're done with that, let's talk about what that news piece didn't cover. All of the controversies. So here's where things start getting interesting. Mayor Scott's wife, Hannah Scott, works at a not-for-profit called Be More Empowered. Be More for Baltimore Empowered. She's the, quote, director of operations, and she started in September of 2021, before she was married to the mayor. Now, the mayor started dating his wife, Hannah Scott, in 2022. And wouldn't you know it, right after they paired up, her not-for-profit started getting taxpayer money. Funny how that works.
The fabulous, phenomenal, brilliant, and beautiful women of Be More Empowered, who are empowering. Yeah, let's clap. There we go.
That was Mayor Brandon Scott at a July 2023 press conference where he praised leaders of a nonprofit awarded $80,000 as a part of a taxpayer-funded program. What he didn't mention was that one of those leaders he praised was his then-girlfriend and now wife. Our investigation found that Mrs. Scott's employer received an influx of taxpayer money shortly after pairing up with the mayor. And now, that organization is pausing operations. Mrs. Scott started working as the Director of Operations for Be More Empowered in September 2021. She started dating the mayor in 2022. Her employer began to receive money through the Baltimore City government in 2023, totaling $34,950 taxpayer dollars by 2024. And that's not all. The Downtown Partnership of Baltimore awarded Be More Empowered $80,000 through a taxpayer-funded program in July 2023, a day before the Scotts went public with their relationship through a pregnancy announcement. The taxpayer-backed Baltimore Children and Youth Fund sent Be More Empowered $62,500 from July 2023 to June 2024. Meanwhile, Be More Empowered has not filed a tax form since 2023, meaning it's almost a year behind its required filings with the IRS. And none of its previous tax forms mention Mrs. Scott's position or salary.
So just so we're on the same page, the mayor's wife is working as the director of operations for this nonprofit, but they can't find her name on any of the listings. They don't know how much she's getting paid. And the city starts dumping hundreds of thousands of dollars into this not-for-profit, which then suddenly ceases operations when people start asking questions.
A nonprofit tied to Mayor Brandon Scott's wife stopped operations after receiving roughly $100,000 taxpayer dollars.
All right, so if you're keeping score, we're talking about a roughly $160,000 in taxpayer money connected to this non-for-profit that employs the mayor's wife, and that's just what we know about. So now, this is where things get really, really interesting with Be More Empowered. See, the partnership that gave Be More Empowered that $80,000 of taxpayer money, it was to open a storefront on North Howard Street in Baltimore. So the news media went there and the location was all boarded up. So then they went and asked, well, what did you do with the money? Because you didn't obviously use it to open a storefront. Then they claimed they opened another storefront on North Charles Street in Baltimore. The reporters went there too, and the office space was also empty and listed for rent.
Spokesman for the Downtown Partnership told Spotlight on Maryland the grant to Be More Empowered was supposed to help the organization open a storefront location on North Howard Street. However, when we visited the location, it was boarded up. The spokesman told us Be More Empowered ended up opening the storefront on North Charles Street. However, when we visited this location, it was listed as an office space for rent. The spokesman also added that Be More Empowered is no longer a part of its program and has yet to submit documentation of how it spent the grant money.
So what were they using the money for? It wasn't for the rent because they were sued in court because they weren't paying the rent.
Our further investigation led us to the courthouse, where Spotlight on Maryland pulled documents showing Be More Empowered was sued in September for not paying rent at its North Charles Street office. The documents state nobody from Be More Empowered showed up in court, and the organization was ordered to pay rent with interest.
So obviously, there's something very, very wrong with Be More Empowered because as soon as people started asking questions, they disappeared. Now, other than funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars to his wife's non-for-profit, which could be a conflict of interest, the mayor has some other problems with spending the city's money. Okay, now let's talk about the mayor's ride, because this one is something special. See, the mayor is driving around in a 2025 Jeep Grand Wagoneer that cost taxpayers
but I fight outside.
Now, the SUV itself is about $98,000, and with the luxury and security
mostly
upgrades, they pay an extra $65,000 for it.
Right now, I'm trying to get just the general size of this level. I fight outside mostly, so
he runs the entire state, and he drives
that's
around
the main
in a
thing.
Chevy Suburban that costs $82,000, half of what the mayor of the city of Baltimore
I might
is driving around.
start caging
Baltimore
off
Mayor Brandon Scott
areas.
is brushing off questions about his taxpayer-funded SUV.
I don't know yet.
Spotlight on Maryland has learned it is the most expensive executive vehicle in the state, costing more than $55,000, more than the next highest government vehicle.
Governor Wes Moore's 2025 Chevrolet Suburban costs about $72,000, with roughly $10,000 in security upgrades, a total of $82,141.
There's usually another one.
Scott's vehicle price breaks
Where's
down
the other one?
About $98,000 for the SUV itself and nearly $65,000 in security upgrades. A 99% price difference, almost double.
So yeah, this is another Tiffany Henyard, for sure. But the mayor of Baltimore wanted to defend himself. Here's what he said about the cost of that vehicle.
Base price of SUVs now are, as you know, between $90,000 and $100,000.
Spotlight on Maryland fact-checked that claim. A 2026 Jeep Grand Wagoneer MSRP starts below $65,000. A 2026 Chevrolet Suburban starts around $63,000. And a 2026 Ford Expedition starts near $62,000. Prices well below what the mayor says.
All right, so you can get the vehicle for $60,000 and not the $90,000 the mayor said. Well, we may be talking about different years, right? A car from 2022 is going to cost less than a car from 2026. So that's what the mayor's going to say. We're talking about cars from different years.
A vehicle that was purchased in 2023 is not the same price as 2025, right? You have to understand that reality. When you look at, I'm talking, you can listen to me, let me talk, please. We heard your question. You've asked the same idiotic question now for 3 months.
So, Spotlight on Maryland ran the numbers to see if the mayor was right, comparing only 2025 vehicles with records we obtained. These 4 county executives have vehicles in the price range of $51,000 to $77,000. Governor Moore, $82,000. Mayor Scott, $163,000.
So the mayor got tired of trying to justify why he spent double what anybody else is spending on cars. He just said the reporter, who happens to be white, is a racist, and that's the reason why she's asking these racist questions.
This is ridiculous. Let it go.
Then you didn't answer the question. How do you justify the cost of this to the taxpayers of Baltimore, the people who live
in your racist slant?
Now, if given his wife's nonprofit hundreds of thousands of tax dollars and then spending all the this extra money on this elaborate SUV. We haven't even gotten into the mayor's spending spree. So in the city of Baltimore, they issue purchase cards, basically government credit cards for employees. Now, the Inspector General in Baltimore looked into how the mayor's office was using those cards, and it found some crazy things.
Inside the wallets of more than 200 government employees. City-issued purchase cards, commonly referred to as P cards. Think of them as company credit cards using taxpayer dollars. The IG finding 468 food-related transactions, totaling $230,000. Of that, $52,000 spent on food and beverages during Orioles and Ravens games inside the mayoral suite at both stadiums. In another instance, an administrator reportedly demanding a, quote, fresh fruit tray available to everyone in the mayor's suite daily. The report also flagging purchases investigators say are flat out prohibited, citing at least one transaction for Tito's vodka during a Ravens game.
So, luxury suites, food, and vodka. That is the way you spend taxpayer money. And it gets even crazier than that. Now, there's a person named Marvin Jones. He's a longtime ally of the mayor. And this is crazy. The mayor decides to spend $4,000 of taxpayer money to have this going away party for Mr. Jones. But the punchline is, the guy actually never left. He never quit his job. He is still working there today, making almost $200,000.
And then also, though, I know that your office spent nearly $4,000 on a goodbye party for somebody who never left and is still making almost $200,000. Why is that okay?
Yeah, I think, Mackenzie, we know that you guys want to make this out to be something that is not.
Plus, nearly $4,000 on a going-away party for Marvin James, one of the mayor's longtime allies and aides, who never actually left City Hall. Taxpayers footed the bill for his Bon Voyage event that included $2,600 for crab balls, grilled salmon and other food, $217 for a cake, a balloon arch costing $324, and nearly $400 on foam boards with James's photo on it.
So now, obviously, people are wondering about the appropriateness of spending taxpayer monies in this way. But the mayor says, hold on, if it's not illegal, then it's appropriate.
You guys you're harping on this small amount of money, which you heard again. Nothing illegal was done here.
But is it appropriate?
If it's not illegal, then it's appropriate.
Now think about that for a second. The mayor's standard for spending taxpayer money is as long as technically no one goes to jail. It's like saying it's not illegal to max out the city's credit card at a strip club, but is it appropriate? And the mayor's spending spree didn't stop there. See, about 10 years ago, the mayor's office had about 39 employees for about $5 million. This mayor was like, no, we gotta do a lot better than that. So he exploded the budget.
At City Hall, the mayor's office has grown far larger and become far costlier than any other mayor's office in this city's history. 10 years ago, the mayor's office operated with 39 employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Today, however, there are 118 staffers working in the office whose budget has ballooned to $24.7 million, a budget almost 4 times greater than the one just 10 years ago.
Now, the Inspector General subpoenaed all these records from the mayor's office to see how this money was being spent. And when the records came back, the mayor treated it as the Epstein files and redacted everything.
It was 2 months ago when Inspector General Isabel Cumming began requesting financial records related to a Mozzie youth program and Baltimore's Information and Technology Office. But she discovered there was a problem. Her record request had yielded some 200 documents with critical information blacked out.
So very big redactions. I mean, this one, this is a Cash App payment. All I know is that it's a Cash App payment, but where my part of the job, which is to find out who got the money and whether that's legit, that's blacked out. I can't do the job when I'm given documents that look like this.
Yeah, he's redacted the files. Again, it looks like the Epstein files. Those are the level of redactions you see in those documents. So let's just recap real quick. The mayor's wife, who worked for a nonprofit that received about $167,000 in taxpayer-connected money,
it's going good.
It was supposed to stopped operations, is getting sued for not paying rent, and had to file taxes. When it comes to credit cards, the mayor's spending $52,000 on football games and baseball games. He's spending taxpayer money on vodka and $4,000 for a going away party for a guy who didn't go away. Oh yeah, and one thing I forgot to mention, the mayor actually pulled $7 million from a children's fund to cover the budget shortfall because he was kind of recklessly spending a lot of money.
At debate, a funding measure previously reported on by Spotlight on Maryland that sends $16 million taxpayer dollars to the Baltimore Children and Youth Fund nonprofit.
My average viewers?
$7 million of those funds to the Mayor's Office of Employment Development.
I want to be very careful.
Right now, hang on, give me a sec here.
The mayor should avoid supplementing his budget through a taxpayer-funded nonprofit.
So I want to make sure that we don't set a precedent that we wouldn't want to be replicated in the future.
A city official said the $7 million going from BCYF to the mayor's office would help continue to fund employment and summer programs for Baltimore kids, such
right
as
now I'm average. My average for this stream is 24 viewers.
And asked if they would consider investing.
Last night I had 74.
That level of support for youth works this year, and we're very grateful that they did.
So I'm going to say it.
60 before that. That was yesterday morning.
This seems like the male version.
That was Saturday night.
Even down to Tiffany's Tahoe, he's got a Jeep.
I'm going backwards. Like
this is. It seems like this guy
right here, this is my current stream. I've been streaming for 2 hours. My average viewers is 24.
But that's the story. Let me know how you feel in the comments.
Let me click back. This is Sunday, June 7th, between 5:32 p.m. and 8:59 p.m. I had 74 viewers average, and I streamed for 3.5 hours.
Through Trump's media station.
This is Sunday morning, between 8 o'clock and 12:30. I had an average of 60. I streamed for 4.5 hours.
One thing, we get it, we understand.
This is Saturday night between 5 and 8:30. I averaged 45 viewers. But as of now, I'm moving backwards. I could go through and find any night. There's actually
military history. After reviewing her military records,
I think it would be this.
Roberts at first refused to
my average viewers.
And that she was never
this is a bar graph going all the way back to May 10th.
Was she ever in any combat
75 viewers is about here.
An insurance claim to get some money.
The complaint alleged
there's a 79-day, 73 that was short.
Insurance claim. And
67, but yeah, there you go.
She didn't file a State Farm claim. Well, come to find out, she did file.
State Farm was her auto.
Her auto insurance.
Okay.
Now, she didn't put that qualifier in her response. She just said, I didn't file any claim at all. And as I said, we did later find out that she did file a claim with her homeowner's
hopefully,
insurance, USAA.
And now judges in the great state of Louisiana want to kick her off the bench.
In the Judiciary
I'm going to be streaming probably for at least another 2.5, 3 hours.
Said, quote, it is rarely
as long as I can keep a viewership like this, I should be able to.
However, given the
should be able to get in there.
That the commission found to be proven by clear and
I think my big problem is I started streaming at 7 o'clock.
Of the judiciary and to purge the judiciary of any taint of disrepute.
Well, I started streaming at 7 o'clock. Between 7 and 8, I only got like 2 or 3 viewers. So I think I'm going to change my schedule and start streaming at 8 o'clock.
This is Judge Tiffany Foxworth Roberts.
At least until I make partner. I gotta find out when the best viewing hours for me are.
She was a nurse in the Army and she achieved the rank of captain and is a law school graduate. But some of the stuff
obviously 9 o'clock is a good time to stream because I got 91 viewers. So
burglary in a Baton Rouge neighborhood. Now the judge says the car was burglarized right in front of her home. And here's the police body cam, so you can see the judge telling police exactly what happened and exactly what was stolen.
Is this a house or an apartment?
That call to police led a Baton Rouge police officer to arrive, his body camera rolling.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Foxworth.
Hello.
My husband,
Jonathan Roberts. How are you?
Jonathan,
nice to meet you.
Everyone was here. We were all out campaigning. The cars are parked like this. And well, he just got here, so his coming. When we came back, that passenger side door was open.
Okay.
The glove compartment was open, and the car was ramshacked. But the thing of it is, the doors were locked.
The soon-to-be judge gets very specific with what is missing from her unlocked car.
He said that he doesn't think anybody broke in, that he said he thinks the doors were open. Can you come right back?
Have you noticed that anything that was taken, like anything that was stolen?
There was my makeup bag. That was right down there in the bottom, inside of my makeup bag. I had cash money in that.
How much money was that?
There was $400 in cash in that and $50 bills. In the back of the car, my purse, it was a red purse right there with $3,000 in cash. My credit cards, my ID, our global entry.
Foxworth Roberts also claimed a $900 laptop was also stolen.
When did y'all notice the door open? About what time?
Let me see, I can check it.
If there's a time frame, we can see around the neighborhood if anybody's got cameras on their house.
Yeah, it's about, let me see, about 6:08.
If you wind up notice anything else missing, just give us a call back and have a list of items prepared for us so we can come and add it to the report later. Good. All right. But other than that, that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And Foxworth Roberts did. 2 days later, the Office of Disciplinary Counsel found she added additional items on Monday, March 2nd, 2020, claiming her Rolex, David Yurman bracelet valued at $1,000, her passport, shoes valued at $500 were all missing. Investigators say it didn't end there. Insurance claims were also filed for an additional David Yurman bracelet and diamond engagement ring that were also missing.
So now, do you think the judge lost $40,000 worth of jewelry in her car? She just has $40,000 in jewelry laying around her car. Now, here's a quick message from the sponsor of this video, Crypto.
Yeah, that is
And remember, I'm Nate the lawyer, not Nate the finance guy. Nothing here is financial advice. Always do your own research before investing. Let's be clear, cryptocurrency isn't coming. It's
You want financial advice? Don't keep $40,000 for the jewelry in your car. Oh my God. This is Nate the lawyer.
The platform is trusted by millions of users worldwide. Now, here's the big play. They're teaming up to scoop up billions of CRO. That's the token powering Crypto.com's entire
There's people that go online and then just make up about people, but you know what also is terrible? The people who make up bad people with literally zero evidence and then spread that without doing their own research. Those types of people are terrible.
You know what? I believe in non-binary now.
It was such an amazing crash out, I thought.
Yeah.
She's a white woman who likes to portray herself as an activist. White people are not your friends. We know this. It was written in the book.
It's just accepted in young circles to be like openly racist now on both ends.
If you believe, as many people have stated, that I'm just another fake white queer that likes to live out rather than meaningfully critique the evils of white supremacy and capitalism, I disagree with you, but I accept that I can't change your mind.
So, how do you think that apology went over? Hey guys, welcome back to Normal Gaze, where we take on insanity. I'm Brad Palumbo here with Clarkson
What's
Lawson.
up, guys? Join as a member so you can see Brad do my workout and try to lift my weights.
It's gonna be interesting, and we just did a deep dive on iCrossed, our fave lolcow, and his apparently.
I've recovered because we filmed a few. I haven't recovered.
Yeah, he hasn't recovered. That's why we're ordering dinner right now to
that
eat
was the
between
first
videos.
video that actually
bothered you deeply.
It really
and like Clarkson's not getting anything because he's so grossed out. Well, that's probably just the Reddit True Tide, but
I'm not on Reddit. That's not allowed.
Yeah, it's illegal, so you would never. Anyway, we're going to talk about some employed people stuff today, which is a non-binary streamer facing racism allegations, and then issuing an apology, and then an apology to the apology after being educated by POC.
Oh, Right? So it's just another day that ends in Y on this channel.
This one is like particularly, of all the topics we cover, particularly stupid.
Okay.
Like there's so many layers.
Wow, I'm so shocked. A non-binary
Streamer, YouTuber.
No, I'm saying like a non-binary normal gaze video is particularly stupid.
This one actually has very little to do with the person being non-binary, other than
As there's some intersection there.
Yeah, some intersectionality.
Yeah,
you could say.
they apparently Twitter thinks that we don't know what intersectionality means. Which,
Which I pointed out. It's like, no, I know what it means.
we just reject it.
I was educated in all of this very deeply in college, and I just think it's bullshit.
Yes.
It's not that I don't know how it works.
I believe in intersectionality when we're talking about non-binary people.
What? But that's still not intersectionality. That's just.
I know. I'm just yapping.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, it's not even that I don't believe in it. I just don't think it's a useful tool to analyze anything.
Correct. It's not.
Simultaneously,
It's not definitive.
I think it's simultaneously true and meaningless. Because the core idea of intersectionality is that your intersecting identities all interact with each other and define the level of oppression you experience.
Correct.
So their idea is that being black, being a woman, is not the same thing as being a black woman.
Well, it just leaves out a ton of other variables that affect
And the
personal
fact that,
circumstance.
that none of these variables actually tell you anything about any individual, because within the spectrum of a black woman or a black person or a gay person is so much variation in experience that it's almost meaningless
Correct.
to actually
That's
complete
yeah,
the analysis.
yeah. Unless you flip it on its head and the amount of different identities that
It's
are
just all the
intersecting.
things that are in your individuality.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking with non-binary people, it might not determine the level of oppression, but it might determine the level of stupid. So.
Anyway, this is a streamer named Funky Frog Bait, who is apparently very popular on YouTube. And on
2 million
TikTok.
followers?
3 million on
I can't
TikTok.
see. Wow.
And actually, we're going to support this person at first. Wait till you see the crash out.
Speak for yourself.
You're going to like her crash out.
Oh, okay.
So the context is she's streaming, and someone mentions some other person, and just they all start spamming that person's a racist. And then this is how the streamer responds. Let's watch.
Goose versus a racist, bad news. Literally, y'all made that up. Y'all made that up. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, I have to take a second for that. Y'all literally will go online, and you will. There's two different types of people, right? There's people that go online and then just make up about people. But you know what also is terrible? The people who see the people who make up bad people with literally zero evidence, and then spread that without doing their own research. Both types of people are terrible people. If you go online and you see a random, unverified rumor about a creator, which this has happened to me countless times, which is why it pisses me off so bad, and you immediately just start spreading that all over the yeah, did you hear? They were racist. Did you hear? You're actually transphobic. Did you hear? You're actually homophobic. Did you hear? You're actually mean to a fan in public. You are just as bad as the person who made up that because you have the basic ethical requirement to just make sure something insane and awful that you're saying about a person is true before you start spreading that shit. So you are just as bad as the person who made that up if you just spread it without verifying.
True.
Yeah.
There is literally no evidence that they were racist. Literally none. That's just something that people were making up and spreading all over the place. Because why go after people that are openly racist, openly homophobic, openly transphobic?
Like
It's
Love
so much
Island.
fun and satisfying. There's so much blood in the water when you can find someone who is actually just trying to be a decent person, but then plot twist, hot take, they're actually bad. See, that's so much more fun, right? It's so much more fun to like try to dig up dirt on someone who's like
Amen, sister.
making genuinely good art, or donating to a bunch of really important causes, or trying to raise awareness about like really important social justice issues. It's way more fun to ruin those people's lives than the people who are actually openly awful, disgusting people, right? Oh, the blood in the water just tastes so much better when we do it to those people, right? Because then I get so many more views when I talk about because when people see that I'm talking about a person that they like that's actually secretly evil, I get way more views than if I actually try to hold people accountable who are openly and obviously being bigoted and nasty. Yeah, please, miss me with that. I'm so over it. I'm so over. It's not even cancel culture anymore. It's literally sharks circling in the water and immediately going into a eating frenzy. The moment a drop of blood breaks the surface tension of the waves, immediately feeding frenzy. 100%. Dox their families, ruin their lives, cut off their income, spam in their comment sections, ruin their lives. I'm over it. I'm so over it.
You know what? I believe in non-binary now.
No, I still don't, but
I'm gonna call they.
We don't have to support delusion just because she cooked once.
You know
But you
what?
can
I
say
do.
whatever you
I
want.
love to
I
see.
support your free speech.
I love to see when there's this rare glimpse of like creators that have a very woke audience where they break.
This has
They
happened
break
to
the
many of them.
facade for like 2 seconds, and they're like, You know what? I'm going to speak the truth. This is how I feel.
But wasn't it kind of an epic crash out? Can you guess the three most likely people to be the Democrats' 2028 presidential nominee?
Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and AOC.
Bingo. You got all three.
Yeah, I was hoping. I mean, I would like a John Ossoff.
Oh, why?
Because in Pakistan, we take beauty very seriously.
Anyway, I do think it's fascinating who they'll go with, but you got the three dead on. So according to our channel partners at Kalshi, the odds for the 2028 Democratic presidential nominee, Gavin Newsom, currently leads at 22%, AOC at 12%, and somehow, some way, Kamala Harris still in there at 8.2%. God, I hope not. But who knows what's going to happen? Politics is chaotic as ever, but I find it fun and pretty exciting to just keep up on the phone app of Kalshi. I have it on my phone. You get notifications. You can see the latest markets. The future is happening on Kalshi. It's the first CFTC-regulated exchange dedicated to predicting the outcome of future events. You can go ahead and check it out today. If you use code BRADP, you will get $20 free to trade when you trade $20. Now, back to today's show.
No, she said she should be on normal gays. She's a normal non-binary based off of that monologue.
But, no, it was such an amazing crash out, I thought.
Yeah.
But of course, this crash out in the eyes of TikTok is proof that she's racist and dangerous as a white queer, and this is why white queer people are dangerous.
Oh, I should have looked at her skin color, and then I would have known. You know.
Yeah. You want to watch the first racism allegation? There's multiple.
Yeah. Roll the clip.
That aspect preparing for this was just. But the annoying thing about this, or I guess it's not even annoying, it's just depressing, is that this seems like the kind of drama where it would just be, videos with like 100 likes. Now, these videos had 50K likes, 100K likes, like this 200K likes. This was actually a serious thing people were talking about on TikTok. And I think it's because they have no control over the actual important things that are happening in society, so they choose to obsess over random minutiae.
It's entertainment.
But it's people's lives and heinous
It's mostly
allegations
young people too.
should not be entertainment.
Yeah. But it's
Except
mostly
when we do it.
it's mostly young people on TikTok, I would say.
Especially this person's audience is a lot of. The percentage of this person's audience that has a fully performed prefrontal cortex is like single digits.
Well,
Guaranteed.
yeah. I mean, most of this content, people with jobs don't really have the time to watch streamers and,
Okay, I'm actually going to ask our editor to blur the face of this next person because I'm almost confident she's a minor. So blur the video.
Oh.
We'll blur the video. But this will give you an idea of what people are complaining.
Okay.
Of course Funky Frogbait is a racist. She's a white woman who likes to portray herself as an activist. Don't mind the face mask. This is skincare for me. I just got from school. But come on, chat. We've seen this time and time again. White people are not your friends. We know this. It was written in the book.
What book?
Oh, I hate that she's young.
Yeah, but we won't say anything negative about the person. We'll just criticize.
Well, I just think that it's become like, I hate that. I don't know, it's just accepted in young circles to be like openly racist now on both ends. Like
the woke end.
On the woke end.
Because her message there was basically like, don't trust white people.
But no, it is on on the other end too.
Absolutely.
Like
Yeah,
young
yeah.
boys are very racist too.
Maybe just like jokes.
No,
Jokes are
like they're dead ass, and social media is just making it like, okay, cool. Because you have to generalize on social media when talking about any groups of people. It's like kind of like the key to social media is to generalize and piss off a group of people and have another group of people agree with you, because then you have these two swaths of an audience that are interacting with your post. One's pissed off, one is like, ooh, they said it out loud.
Also on Twitter.
Yeah, and then you get a bunch of clicks, and I think it's kind of like cultivating a culture of
So the comment on this was interesting. So the first comment was from another person that said, by the way, Funky Frogbait is non-binary. Like, imagine being a non-binary, a trans and queer person in general, let alone in the US right now, and also being racist, question mark, like, how are you going to be in a marginalized, that's misspelled, community and hating on a different marginalized community? It just doesn't make sense to me. 2.25K likes.
22.5K.
22.5K.
Yeah,
Right, worse.
22.5K. That is clearly a child.
I don't think it is.
This proves my point, okay? Children have been dictating cultural conversations on social media, and I don't think we realized it in peak 2020 because that's when like the younger crowd, like older people aren't really on, so now they are. Like now as we age, older people are on social media. But like before, when we were on it, when we were in our like teen years and dumb, old people weren't on it to like check young people. So it's literally just been like people taking young people's opinions as valid.
I think if they end up actually banning social media for like under 16s or under 18,
conversation will change completely.
Well, instant world peace.
Yeah, woke will be gone.
No, unfortunately not. But
mostly the audiences will be. The 22.5K.
A lot of them might be gone.
Yeah.
I think on TikTok in particular, the
Yeah.
woke is gone. Okay, next comment. Bro Funky Frogbait uses they them pronouns, and I'm pretty sure they identify as non-binary. Yeah, they're racist, but that doesn't mean you can misgender them.
Oh God!
11.9K.
Oh my
The
God!
original creator, who we're blurring, the minor, called the person she.
Oh.
It's woke versus woke.
Oh God! Wait, honestly, that first comment, they said something. Go up. There was something I wanted to. Imagine being non-binary, a trans and queer person in general. Non-binary people aren't trans.
Okay, but we've covered this so many times. We're not
I know,
gonna
but
go
it's
this.
just, if there's any of the younger audience, which I hope you guys don't watch us, non-binary and trans are not the same thing. So
sure.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the clip of Blair where she's
But
on?
you're not trans. Yeah.
She's on some Vice media debate or
I think
whatever.
it was Jubilee.
No, it wasn't. It was Vice. Back when Vice used to do those panels.
Yeah.
And she's like, I forget I don't want to misquote it, but there's a non-binary.
Yeah.
And she's like, you're invalidating my identity. She's like, yes. I am.
Yeah, because you're not trans.
And you're not trans. And then the moderator stops. It's like,
Are you okay? Yeah. And she's like, I'm okay.
I think you're the one that said that I was erasing you as trans. I am. Like, you're not trans. Like, there's a medical definition of being a transsexual. Jamie, how are you doing? Okay. You okay? Yeah. Do you feel like talking? You don't have to.
Oh my God. You want to talk right now?
Or they're like, I'm okay. No.
Oh my God.
Okay.
All right, do you want to watch her first apology video, which was slightly based?
Yeah.
Okay. We will.
I mean, do I have a choice?
No. Your consent doesn't matter here.
No.
That's what my boyfriend says to me at home.
Every single time I have made any attempt to address a negative reaction to something I have said, it has immediately resulted in far worse backlash.
True.
I am in every single possible way incentivized to do nothing right now. Everything about this statement will be scrutinized and insulted, from my tone of voice, the fact I'm reading from something I wrote beforehand, the way I look, my choice of wording, even the length of the video itself. I've been on the internet for a long time. I know how this works. But there's something about thousands of people calling you a racist that really cannot go unacknowledged. I'm not going to cry on camera or bring out a ukulele. If you still think I'm a racist after watching this video, it is not my place to tell you otherwise. I'm just going to tell you exactly what happened and address the accusations against me. After this, I will continue to upload my content as usual because I will have nothing more to say about this. Whether or not Newsworks' more recent statements show sufficient personal growth to ethically consume her content seems to be a very hotly contested question right now. It's an easy question for me. I already wasn't and don't see myself doing so in the future. In the moment while streaming, based on the information I had, I shut down the chatters who were making these accusations. I assumed this was just more extreme behavior stemming from the episode leak. I'm sorry for how aggressive this response was. It made me very upset because it touched on something that had been weighing on me for a while. That harassment campaigns online under the guise of accountability have gotten out of control. That these harassment campaigns often spread misinformation. That the purpose of these call-outs or cancellations or whatever you want to call them is often not effective at actually preventing harm, but it is very effective at finding a righteous justification for doing harm to someone else. The irony was that only a few hours later, videos accusing me of being a racist were getting thousands of likes. If you, after hearing the facts about what happened, choose to still believe that I'm a racist, that makes me horribly sad, but I can't do anything about it. If you believe, as many people have stated, that I'm just another fake white queer that likes to live out rather than meaningfully critique the evils of white supremacy and capitalism, I disagree with you. But I accept that I can't change your mind.
So, how do you think that apology went over?
I love how she started it out saying, like, I know this is going to happen. Like, she's fully aware. But then now she's going to make another apology. I mean...
I fear. We all know where this is going.
The evils of white supremacy and capitalism. Girl, shut the fuck up. I mean,
white supremacy is evil, but like...
Yeah, but like, I love how they just like intrinsically tie it to capitalism as if...
Like, this conversation has anything to do with
that. As if capitalism hasn't lifted millions of people out of poverty.
Okay, so let's see how the responses are going over. Okay. Response to apology video number 1, we're gonna watch. Okay. And they're very gracious, they're loving, they're accepting.
As always.
Especially
this
on the
is
internet.
a group of people who are known for their humanity
Build up
and their
this
empathy.
fan base. It's only a matter of time.
This is why I started out as an evil cunt. Because nobody follows me and expects me to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can say whatever I want.
They're pleasantly
I
surprised.
do an Asian accent, and nobody says anything.
I know, imagine the shit they get canceled for, and then the things that we all do and don't get any backlash.
Because it's really like, who do you want to
It's about the audience
attract?
you cultivate.
Yeah, and I don't care if you're stupid and you think I'm a racist for like making a joke that has nothing to do with racism, then by all means believe I'm a racist.
Yes, and there's none of these like spineless corporations like behind a Love Island or something that are so afraid of what people are saying, because when you're a content creator who owns your own business and channel and platform,
who cares?
Post mad.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
All right.
Oh my god.
We're gonna react to another person.
This is probably another child.
Well, then we'll blur the face.
Yeah.
But this is another person commenting on the apology video. Let's watch.
I honestly think Funky Frog Bake's apology video was one of the worst ones I've seen in a very long time. Not only was that whole rant at the beginning of the video, in my opinion, blatantly manipulative, but it also gives people so much room to completely discredit other people's criticisms. Again, in my opinion, the entire video just seems like a subtle way to pass blame onto other people, from that rant at the beginning to claiming that people trying to educate them were spamming their comments. And from one white person to another, you don't have any room to question accusations of racism, especially in the manner that you did. And while yes, I do agree that sometimes it can be irresponsible to just blindly go along with accusations like that, as a white person, you should not be getting angry at people trying to bring these accusations forward. Instead of asking for more information or clarity on the situation, they immediately shut everybody down and treated everything that they were saying as false, which I just think shows the racism that they have yet to unpack. And when I watched their apology video and really tried to analyze what they were saying, it really just seemed like they were blaming people for getting them into the situation, instead of blaming themselves for saying something racist.
Remember, the racist thing that was said was that rant we watched at the beginning, where they were spamming in the chat, so-and-so is racist, and the person's of course not actually racist. And then they're saying that her as a white person, or they as a white person, denying others, POC's accusations of racism in and of itself is racism.
This is like... Everything a black person says is correct and true all the time. That's what they want you to say. These are stupid, and they come in all colors, okay? If you think me as a white person is gonna listen to another person, regardless of their skin color, call me something that I'm not, and I can't question it because of my skin color. No, you're stupid. Like, Also, it would be racist. What is actually racist is what this person is asking for. Because they're asking you to infantilize black people to a level where you can't question them, you can't even look at them as your intellectual equal. You have to assume that there is some type of dynamic that automatically makes them correct. And that is treating them differently because of their race.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, if you're black, you get the smoke just like white people do. That's how it works here. And that's on equality. All right, I'm done.
Well, the other thing too is their logic acts like there's just one black person, like one singular black person.
Yeah, as if there's no other black people that
as if
disagree
there's
with
like
that person.
not a lot of black people who would look at the situation and say, no, she's not racist. You know, it's like as if there's like one black perspective you have to just accept.
Well, they're acting as if a subjective anecdotal experience automatically is correct. And
They are.
like that,
That means absolutely not.
but if they just had like one gear turning in their brain, they would realize that there is more than one experience, and sometimes both of those things can't be true at the same time.
Period. All right, let's watch one other negative response to the apology. God. This one's kind of funny. But we'll blur the face, because, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta blur. I gotta stop crashing out on minors.
Let me just say this, if I ever got accused of being a racist or defending a racist, and I quote unquote didn't know I was defending a racist, the first thing I would do is get online and apologizing for unknowingly defending a racist and unknowingly spewing microaggressions. The first thing I wouldn't say in my video is, please feel bad for me, because every single time I post an apology video, people always misconstruct it. It's like they went on a rant for like 20 seconds. Mind you, I don't even know who this person is, so this was like my first ever impression. It just seemed like a whole nothing. Like their response. It seemed like, I just want to get this over with. Please let me resume my normal content and please buy my stuff. That's pretty much all I got from it. No, like, actual remorse. No, I'm sorry. You know?
I don't even know who this person is, yet I have decided to make a TikTok calling them a racist. I have done no research, but I'm going to make a TikTok talking about how this creator needs to do research before posting about it. But I'm going to do no research
Shoujo,
before
where you at?
posting about this creator. What are teenagers
Shoujo.
doing? Oh God. This is why in Clarkistan they would be banned.
Where are the adults gonna come from?
Teenagers from social media.
Oh, I thought you meant just teenagers.
Because teenagers have way too much power over what we are talking about right now. And teenagers are inherently stupid.
Okay. All right, now we're gonna watch her grovel.
And you know what's even more stupid? Being an adult apologizing to teenagers online.
Correct. Yes, completely correct. But she did decide to cave to the teenagers with anime profile pictures. I'm doing the Lord's work with my research.
Buckling up.
Hey guys, my mistake. I'm gonna start over. We're gonna start off with I'm sorry. I genuinely thought the reason that people were upset at me was because they thought that Gooseworks and me were like this, and I defended all of their actions and thought they were just the best person ever. So my focus in my statement was just trying to go through exhaustive detail of everything that happened exactly as it happened, so that the people that were asking all of these questions would get the answers that I thought they wanted. That's why my statement came off so robotic and unfeeling, because I thought that kind of exact intellectual breakdown was what people expected of me. Now I understand that this actually had nothing to do with Gooseworks at all, and just more my immediate knee-jerk reaction to an accusation of racism. There are so many people who have since gone online and gone through my apology explaining why it's bad. There was even somebody who used me to critique my own apology. So yeah, I was a massive hypocrite. I made the black people in my audience feel horribly uncomfortable, and I'm so sorry for that.
Oh, he brought me a monkey.
The Funky Frog Day community is not a safe place for racists, and I'm going to try to be more responsible with my platform from here on out.
Well, the thing is she probably
I might have.
Hypocrite because she
I was
probably
just watching
preaches
one
the same
earlier.
thing that these people are saying about her. So you are a hypocrite in this instance, most likely.
Yeah, it's right here. The galactic-sized balls.
God bless the United States of America. We put all of the Eurocuck allies of ours on notice. Hegseth called them out to their face. Rubio called them out to their face. And JD, Just Dance, Vance called them out to their face. Globalism is dying, and I am spitting on the grave. There are mass protests and uprisings throughout Iran right now. Now that the internet's back, we can see it happening in real time. They are begging us to arm them. And it looks like that might actually be happening. The UK is overthrowing their government, and Muslims are very unhappy about this. I can't possibly understand why. In fact, there have been diabolical Islamic crash outs for like the last 24 hours that we're going to have to talk about. Stay the course, men. We are winning. It might take a little time until we radicalize enough people, but we are winning. insane deep dive on all the things today. All right, let's see what the Jews did this time. Pete Hegseth went to France, our so-called ally with so-called similar values, even though it's part of the Islamic Caliphate these days. And my boy was dropping bombs.
America will lead.
That's right, that's how it works. Yeah. True.
A capable ally.
You guys suck.
Must be right there with us.
True.
Shoulder to shoulder. In the breach.
That's right.
When it matters.
That's right.
In the years since these...
I don't actually care about a bunch of Eurocucks sitting there planning their meetings and meeting their further plannings and writing strongly worded letters about their fake morals. I don't care about any of that, actually. All right, I want, when push comes to shove, y'all need to be there. And if you're not going to be there, we're going to leave you behind. All right, we have absolutely zero moral obligation to maintain a relationship with you absolute cucked out morons.
Speeches...
Now, to be clear, I'm talking about the governments. I'm not talking about the people. I pray for the people that they could actually get governments that aren't complete and utter gigantic.
Much of the West, in some places, in some quarters, and in some capitals, grew comfortable. We forgot that freedom is not free.
That's
we
right.
forgot
That's right.
that peace is not wished into being. It
That's
is brought
right.
with purpose.
That's
with
right.
honor,
That's
with
right.
strength.
Peace through strength, infinitely better than wars through weakness. Listen, man.
The men who landed on these beaches knew this.
Oh, shit.
The question we ask ourselves, do we? It's past time we remember what they knew. Their legacy demands far more than quiet reflection. It requires our active vigilance. Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous
That's right.
ideologies.
Oh, he's cooking. He's cooking.
In Spain, in Italy, in Greece.
That's right.
And Bulgaria.
Yeah. You have a different type of colonialism going on. The European nations, and ours too to some extent, but not nearly as bad as Europe, are literally getting colonized by foreign barbarians worshiping an alien god. All right? Let's not mince words right now, okay? There's no alternative perspective to had. You are taking nations that had an ethnic and cultural heritage relatively homogenous, and you are replacing it demographically and culturally with third world barbarians. It is ethnic cleansing and it is colonialism. Literally, there is no other way to possibly phrase it if you want to actually be honest about it. A lot of disingenuous people, oh, migration has nothing to do with, oh really? Just look at the percentage of the demographics and the way they shift. Schools and institutions and government taken over. You got streets and neighborhoods and cities that are absolutely and utterly Islamized. How is that not just colonialism, except it's in a gay way, where the actual power decides to just sit down and let themselves get raped? All right, how is this not just colonialism?
And men.
And you know, and they send back their freaking tributes. It's even worse than I thought. And they send back their money to their homeland, because they're not actually, they don't have some sort of allegiance to the British, to the UK. They don't care about these people, to the French. They'll send it back to Morocco or Algeria or wherever the fuck they come from. All right, and let's be real, they do. And that's literally sending back the actual colonial ties to the motherland. It's like so obvious.
Arrive. When will European capitals do something about that? Or is it too late?
Uh-oh.
I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters. Or what they fought for was merely temporary.
That's right.
As our great...
All those heroes, all those legends putting their lives on the line for their nation, only for their nation to be given away to savages.
President Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You don't pass it to the next generation in the bloodstream. It must be defended by each and every generation. We stand by our allies, and we expect our allies capable and ready to stand alongside us.
Which they weren't. All right, for those of you keeping track.
The heroes of 1944 did that, and may we.
Damn. So he actually just went on the stage over there and shredded all of them. And honestly, baked. All right? Now, people are beginning to notice this is Brandon Gilley, the congressman in the United States. Dude, thank God for the United States of America. God bless our great country, okay? Because we are the beacon, literally the beacon in Western civilization, fighting for the survival of our culture.
You are going to see more communities like what you see in the DFW area, where Islam as a political movement gains far more viability, and it starts at the local level, where you'll see large Islamic immigration into certain communities.
Of course, you import internet retards into a certain area, they will vote for king retards. That's just how it's like. Are we surprised? Well, are we surprised that this is how it is? Of course this is how it happens. And that's how you get just straight up demographic and utter human migration that just replaces you. Listen, I'm being careful with my words. I have to say human. You know, like I can't piss off the YouTube overlords too much. Sometimes I feel like if I would state my actual opinions, I would not survive on this platform. But these are people, cultures, and societies that are preying on our weakness and goodwill and forgiveness and virtue and kindness and literally manipulates it, because a lot of our values right now are just based on cultural epithets instead of actual moral doctrine. And this is what we're left with. We're left with weak men and strong women running countries into an iceberg, importing infinite morons to destroy us.
Certain towns, they'll start to donate to local mayors and local city officials. That'll give them the ability to get mosques and Islamic schools zoned properly so they can build them. It goes from there. You start to build the sort of the physical infrastructure needed for an Islamic movement. And we're already getting there. I mean, you see the results in Europe, where you've got no-go zones in certain parts of Paris and London.
What's that about?
And the results have been catastrophic for the people in Paris and London.
Bro, you got two-tier policing, you got rape gangs, you got lots of stuff that are not very friendly.
And I think we could either ignore that at our own peril, or we can see what's happening other places and stop it.
Yeah, you know, thank God for us that we have places like England and France that we could just look to be like, no, actually, whatever they're doing, I don't want to do that. All the infinite socialism and hedonism and leftism and immigrationism, get it out. No more. Now, Iran radar sites were struck by the U.S. because, of course, our battle against this specific third world empire seems to be happening across the entire planet. All right? U.S. forces struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites, as you said. U.S. Central Command said moments ago, CENTCOM forces shot down 4 Iranian one-way track drones that were launched toward the Strait of Hormuz. The attack drone posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. U.S. forces subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites in Gorup and Peshim Island to defend against further attacks. Now, to be clear, this is just Iran violating the quote-unquote ceasefire and bombing civilian ships. This is an act of terror. Everyone should condemn this. Of course, no one will, because the UN has been absolutely and utterly conquered by Islam. All the Eurocucks in the UN, they have to bow down to their new Islamic overlords because they imported 4 bajillion of them. You know, 25% of the UN is Islamic. So the UN, which is supposed to be fighting for world peace and fairness and whatever the fuck bullshit they spew these days.
It's going all right. I got a pretty good audience. My first hour was pretty rough.
Slavery in like half of the freaking Middle Eastern countries. I just Japanese culture.
But I'm making hella progress on my base.
Okay, their culture, rape children, and I respect that. Okay. And the UN will never ever say a word about anything like this. They'll condemn the United States about everything, and Israel and every other Islamic rival. they'll blast all those guys.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But no, committing generic acts of terrorism.
My first hour was really bad.
Economic travel
Had me worried. I think I'm just gonna, because I started at 7 o'clock. I think I'm gonna change my schedule to start at 8 o'clock.
You know, CENTCOM footage, this is the strike. It's absolute cinema.
That'll actually take a little stress off of me, because I usually get up at 6 in the morning anyway, so now I got an hour to hurry up and get something to eat, make my coffee, and get ready for a stream. I think this way I'll have plenty of time. I won't be late for stream anymore. And then just stream later.
Tons of people have been posting this everywhere throughout Iran. Please, hello, help us fight back against our Islamic oppressors. Yeah, and it's honestly heartbreaking.
But once I become partner, I'm going to pretty much be streaming all day anyway, so.
He's a sneaky fish, that guy. You know, I could see the Donald being like, oh, we would love to make these. These would be lovely. And then all of a sudden, boom, he wipes out the entire regime in like one day, and the entire Iranian people get armed or some shit. That's the kind of goofs and gaffes he could actually pull off. And I'm not discounting that. I don't know what the plan is. So I'm not going to sit here and make believe that I disagree and condemn Trump for the way he's handling
that, and I gotta maintain
and that's something I like about it.
my life outside of streaming
Just a
too.
couple of months ago, Venezuela was one of our arch nemesis in our hemisphere, sending drug boats and drug traffickers and narco terrorists.
No, I got still got probably a few.
Venezuela's our greatest ally.
I got a couple. I know that.
How did that happen? You know,
I needed 4. I know I got at least 1.
Some wild shit sometimes. I'm not going to discount it, but thousands of students taken to the streets in Abdan, Iran.
Yeah, I put the animated one up. I finally did that.
11 months ago. This is now. This is yesterday. You know, praying for. Look, they're not carrying the regime flags, okay? They're not being like, no, regime, you must fight back against the infidels. You know, they're not doing any of that shit. They are just really tired of this Islamic regime torturing them forever. All right, just in, U.S. plans to use Iraq.
I had somebody in here the other day that said they were gonna.
I'm telling you, bro. Trump is.
Somebody that came in and asked about. Yeah, I showed them your advertisement, and they said that they would get a hold of you. So you might get some business coming your way. I think that was yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before.
No. You will be giving them reparations, actually. Listen, I think Trump, to some extent, is playing hard to get. He's making it look like he wants to deal, but he's making demands that he knows there's no fucking way that they're actually
I've been attracting attention from a few streamers.
I'm like, you know, they're never going to do this. It's almost like Trump doesn't actually want them to agree. He actually just kind of wants
I don't remember who they are. I'd have to go all through the chat file, but they came in and they were asking about. Well, first they were asking me if I did it all, and I'm like, no, I have an artist. And
disclaimer that everyone needs to give. But I actually have the weird opinion
I directed them to your little advertisement, told them you were on Discord. I told you that you pretty much do all my artwork for me and that you're reasonably priced. And they said I might commission them. So, actually, when they said that, that's when I directed them to your thing. I said she's got a chat area that people show off the work they've done. So,
shake hands, spit on our hands, and shake. I don't think all of a sudden they're going to be our friends. I don't know, man. Think of all the ghosts. All the ghosts that have been anally tortured by these people.
But I have been interacting with a lot more streamers.
You had an opinion we don't like. Now, Kuwait is sentencing the TV presenters and Naeem Daishi to 3 years in prison for publicly backing Iran's Islamic Republic.
Well, a few more, not a lot. It's not like I'm a.
Listen, Kuwait. I love how the Pakistani community, these guys, they came out there.
I'm a pinnacle of the industry, but I am talking with more streamers.
If Hassan Piker was in any Muslim country in the Middle East, he'd be in jail right now. Think about it like that. If he was in any Muslim country, he'd be in jail for supporting the Islamic regime. Except for Iran, where he would probably get executed for being gay. Now, U.S. Central Command says, during a recent trip to the Middle East, Admiral Brad Cooper, Central Command commander, met with senior leaders from Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. He also met with deployed U.S. service members, recognized exceptional performance, and guided leadership transition to the U.S. Army Central. Now, this is insane. All right, remember when we were told, oh, but this is going to make our alliance with all the different Muslim countries so bad. Oh, all the Muslim countries are going to hate us now because... No, all the Muslim countries, they fucking love us, all right? Our issues are actually Europe. All right, it's actually Europe. Right, the actual Arab countries in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, they fucking love us. They're like, don't make it that kill the fucking Ayatollahs, they're gay.
No, I don't remember his name.
Or they're also terrorists. But more importantly, homosexuals, please, dude. Trump killing the gay Ayatollah during Pride Month would be cinema. Anyway, now, Iran's Fars news agency reports an explosion near Karg Island, Iran's key oil export in the Persian Gulf. You mean to tell me things are still happening while nothing is happening? Now, we have to see how the UN, who we've already established are obviously friends to the people, how they've been, doing such a good job to promote peace, all right? So this is Palestinian students at the UN schools, all right? Let's see what we have. I'll translate for you in case you're just listening to the audio. We have to make war to prove we are stronger than the Jews.
I'll try to make a note next time somebody asks about you. I'll try to make a note of who it is.
People love Palestine.
Maybe even try to flag their comment. so I don't lose it.
A total random tangent, but like when it comes to fictional worlds, that I very much like. I like Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings. I think that
I got my.
One Piece is
I actually
and
now I
fictional
check,
countries
make
probably
sure that the
Palestine.
ad is up there, and every time I log on too, because that one time I accidentally turned it off.
At school, they teach us that Al-Aqsa and all
So now
of
I make sure it's
Palestine
on
is
all the
ours.
time.
The Jews lie and say that their temple is under the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Yeah, they lie. The Jews and the Christians and literally every single archaeologist in the history of time. They're all lying. Yeah, they literally built Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the temple. It was never there. We could just deny your history and replace it with our own. We have invented bagels. That's right. I hate the Jews. Yes, they teach us that Zionists are the enemy. Man, I wonder why these guys grow up to become terrorists. That's crazy. I must fight them. They teach us the Jews are terrorists. At school, they teach us about Jews. They teach us they are bad people. They killed our young. Have you ever asked why? They teach us in school the Jews are fickle, bad people. I'm sure they mean Zionists. I am ready to stab a Jew and drive a car over them. I will fight. These are like 8-year-old boys, by the way. Like, just to understand what, and this is in a UN school. All right, listen. If this was like in Palestinian schools, I wouldn't even show this to you because, of course, they teach you that the Jews are horrible monsters and stuff. You have to kill them, which is why you have so many terrorism issues coming out of Palestinian areas. And not just in Israel, all right? The Palestinians started a civil war in Jordan. They started a civil war in Lebanon, all right? That's why they're not given land there. They started coups in Egypt, which is why Egypt expelled all the Palestinians.
Wait, I need more bullets.
Obviously, tons of terror attacks against Israel. They have incredibly high crime rate and terrorism rates whenever they become immigrants in retard European countries that take them in. I wonder why.
All right, I could do that after the stream.
We have to constantly stab them, drive over them, and shoot the Jews. Stabbing and running over the Jews brings dignity to the Palestinians. Listen, man, this isn't me being Islamophobic. I'm just noticing that the UN might not be teaching them the best of values. I'm just saying. Anyway, this keeps going, obviously. But interestingly enough, this is breaking news from yesterday. A car full of Palestinians were trying to enter Israel illegally and carry out terror attacks against Jews. All right? Like, okay, go. Right, so he's telling you, wait a minute, here you have, this is a Palestinian wearing like a kippah to fit in. Where are you from? But he doesn't understand because he doesn't speak Hebrew. That's a red flag. Good. He's from Khalil. He says it in an Arabic accent. Where are you going with a keep on your head? Come out. Come out of the car. Oh, they're in the trunk too, just traveling nicely. Interesting. What's going on? Wow. I'll tell you why I'm showing this to you. Because I want our border police to be as fucking fake as the Israelis, okay? Yes, I want to live in a nation,
It's 6 bullets?
the United States
All
of
right, well.
America, that cares about the American people and the American borders as much as the Israelis do. I know. There's so much slopaganda telling me to hate this. But no, this is actually awesome, and I wish we did it a lot more too. Dude, we would live in freaking paradise if we had border patrol like the like Israel. I'm not even lying, bro. Dude, just absolute insanity. All right, Palestinian journalists over here. This was a new video just released. This came out, as you can see, these are the journalists in the press vests that are literally with the Palestinians lobbing grenades, the Palestinian terrorists lobbing grenades at cars. Journalists got hurt. You mean to tell me journalists are getting injured in the war? That's crazy.
You know what?
I can't believe this at all. So this is a kangaroo fainting so that the people will feed it. The world's first Palestinian.
North. I want to head north.
Man, it's just rough out here. So Ilhan Omar is getting thrashed on the timeline because she was the one Democrat that voted against funding Ukraine. Now this is hilarious, and she's not doing it for the reasons why I would vote to stop Ukraine. I would vote to stop funding Ukraine because I don't want to fund any foreign countries. I don't want to be funding Israel. I don't want to fund Ukraine. I don't want to fund any foreign countries. We have too much shit to deal with on our own borders. I don't want to be funding anybody else. That's my stance in general. Now, Ilhan Omar, obviously, does support funding foreign countries because she has fought for USAID to continue giving whatever underwater back shots, tap dancing, lesbian classes in Afghanistan. All right, and she's been fighting for giving infinite money to Somalia. She's allegedly committing tons of fraud, sending money to Somalia. So you gotta wonder what's going on here. So this is her defending herself. I am afraid and will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people and unequivocally condemn Putin's illegal and brutal invasion. I vote against the Ukrainian Support Act because of its inclusion of the broad economic sanctions. Time and time again, sanctions like these fail to achieve their stated goals while inflicting real suffering on ordinary people. Opposing Russian aggression does not require us to support policies that punish ordinary civilians who do not ask for this war. So she is voting against funding to Ukraine, not because she's against giving our money to Ukraine. She's against the sanctioning Russia. You can't make this up. Because the innocent Russian people, why should they deserve some form of sanctions? The foreign policy establishment continues to return the same failed playbook and expect different results. Economic sanctions fail to achieve their desired goals. This is literally a lie. Anyway, so this is like her whole thing. All right, she wants to give infinite money away to other countries. Consistency W, let's go. She just doesn't want to punish the poor Russian people with sanctions. Anyway, literal truth nuke community note. Ilan Omar supports boycott, divest, sanction movements to sanction Israel. Maintains that sanctions are ineffective are wrong. Very successful against apartheid South Africa and Iran and Libya. Yeah, so again, wrong on every level here. She's like, I don't support sanctions ever. Okay, but she supports sanctions against Israel. And she doesn't think sanctions ever work. Okay, but it did help against multiple places. Look, we're not dealing with the best and brightest. We should not have these people representing us. We shouldn't even have these people in our country. I'm just saying. Listen, man. Some cultures are just kind of shitty, you know? Like, why do we gain? I'm just asking questions. All right, so this is incredible. So Josh Gottheimer over here. What are taught in American classrooms? We need transparency, accountability, and strong safeguards against foreign interference of our education system. American students should be learning facts, not Qatari-funded narratives. Now, the reason for this is because there was a new report that came out of $65 million in Qatari campaigns influencing U.S. elections, and billions of dollars going into our school system from Qatar. Now, why does Qatar want to teach our American students shit? What do you think they have to tell them? I have a feeling they're not teaching them about transgenderism or how to invest in the stock market. I have a feeling that their donations are going to a slightly more sinister curriculum. So this is pretty basic. I don't think any foreign government should be influencing our kids or taught American classes. Obviously, I am against all foreign lobbying. I'm against all foreign lobbying and all foreign funding of like our schools and stuff. Like China funds our schools. I wonder why. You know, and then everyone comes out a communist. That's so weird. So, anywho, interestingly enough, this guy says something. This is pretty innocuous, right? Like there's no way you could possibly disagree with this. Like, I don't want foreign governments influencing our kids' teach, right? Like, duh. Ilan Omar, he's bad. Weird how you haven't said anything about the other Mid-East countries who influence so much about our politics and policy and found the time to say something about the one country who leads the charge to oppose the Abraham Accords and normalize relations with Israel. What? He's mad and this dude is like, I don't want foreign funding influencing our kids. That makes sense. And then she's like, weird how you're not why are you roasting Qatar? Because Qatar wants to destroy the Abraham Accords, which by the way is like just a good peace deal. Like, the Abraham Accords are just a fantastic peace deal in the Middle East. Why on earth would you get that? Alright. What does this have to do with Israel at all? Like, what are we even doing here? Like, my God, this bitch has the syndrome. She has the syndrome. It's rough, buddy. You know, yes, Israel, the problem. Yes, yes. As you can see over here, this is per capita foreign lobbying spent in America. Yes. Look at the graph. Yes, the $20 per citizen in Israel, $781 per citizen in Qatar, and Qatar is way bigger. All right, interesting how that works. Now, to be clear, I want both of these to be at zero, all right? Just to make my stance known. I don't want any foreign lobbying. I don't want any foreign funding. I'm a very simple man. I like America. I want America to be awesome. I think like, alliances are good, and we should definitely make, you know, big deals with other nations to benefit our own. I do not believe in being the guinea pig or test subject or recipient of foreign powers in any way at all, ever. I'm a simple man. And actually, I think we have to start recognizing the actual issues in the country for where they actually come from. All of our favorite Muslim streamers are having terrible days, and we have to talk about it. All right, I'm not going to lie. So first, we have to show you the meeting of the minds. Here we have Sneeko-based right-wing Muslim, talking about how he is making an alliance with Hassan Piker. Based communist? I don't even know what I'm supposed to say here. All right, communist, dog shocker, brothel goer, terrorist supporter, enthusiast guy. All right, this is them talking about their alliance.
I'm announcing it too. Me and Hassan Piker we're going courtside next to each other on Monday. It's going to be me.
That's right. I hope you're paying attention.
Hassan Piker and then Mamdani. We're going to be meeting up with Netanyahu on the other side the whole time. I was talking about it earlier. They think I'm a good leftist grifter. I could be join the Muslim leftist coalition. Mehdi Hassan. I'm announcing it.
Forum Mamdani, communist, Hassan Piker, communist, and base right-wing influencer Sneeko all together, joining together for you. Is the psyop obvious yet? Like, my favorite part about the psyop is like, you got a bunch of like these IQ inbreds, right? And they're all like, yo, unity is important. Wink, wink, wink. Let's import infinite more Muslims for unity purposes. Yeah, all right, we got it. Sneeko all about fighting the degenerate, the degenerate West. And Hassan Piker is like out there with OnlyFans girlfriends and going to brothels and Disney parties. But yet somehow they can have unity and meaning of commerce. It's almost like their literal only goal is the destruction of Western civilization. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird when you start to notice these things? So this is Sneeko, inshallah. Nixon 4, inshallah. He's a big fan of the Knicks now. Look at him with his fucking goofy ass dress and the jersey on top of it. Isn't that good? That's our guy. That's our guy doing the ISIS salute thing. You know, Nixon 4. He supports the Knicks now. All right. So this is Sneeko, the most performative male to ever live, according to Nick Fuentes. You know, we'll take those. And this is Sneeko, Nixon 4. Totally not the most performative male of all time, right? That's Sneeko. The Knicks are winning games, my guys. Wow! And Sneeko is super on top of it. Now, the story gets better. I just want to tell you. All right, so Nick Fuentes is posting this on Telegram. The halftime show is going to get that enriched because watching sports is for bots. All right, this is a Sneeko take from 2023. And now, Nixon 4, inshallah! Watching sports, that's for the goyim. That's for bots. that's goy slop. Nixon 4! Bro, this guy's amazing. He's amazing. He's the most performative man to ever live. All right, bro. So we are reaching levels of brown clownery that shouldn't be possible. All right, we got Nick Point. We got fucking Sneeko over here with his dress and the jersey. We got all these fans. They came straight from an Uber. They came straight from probably driving an Uber, right out of Pakistan to be there with Sneeko over here fighting for Western civilization.
Oh, I'm out of bullets.
From our Zionist overlords. Is the psyop working while they do the ISIS salute thing? Did he fall for it, guys? Did he fall for it yet? Let's see who else is rooting for Nixon 4. Let's see who else is doing the exact same thing. Oh my God! Oh my God, guys! Oh my God! AOC! Accurate cosplay over here, I have to say. Fantastic job, truly. So I'm really glad that the brown clownery is truly reaching levels none of us expected. So as we know, Sneeko is Nixon 4. He's celebrating. He's so excited. He's bombing with Hassan Piker over this. This is gonna be big.
3 Sneeko. Stop telling me that. Nobody watches bot basketball. We have better than soccer.
Why would we talk about bot basketball when we can talk about the Jews?
Religion.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
Hey, look at basketball.
Sneeko, look, Sneeko.
I'm an NPC if I like basketball. Also, Sneeko. Nixon 4! Nixon 4! Yeah, anyway, I'm really glad he's totally realized that he's just a bot. That's crazy, you know?
Like, sports is goy slop, but we all indulge in goy slop. I do every stream.
This is him defending himself. Yeah, I know that that it's goy slop. I have no choice. I have no choice. Bro's incredible. If it took the first Muslim mayor 1 year to revive New York City after 3 terms of supremacy, there is literally a violent attack against the Jew daily in New York right now. Just imagine the entire. In other words, he's openly stating that he wants Muslim rule for the entire United States of America. Just saying. Do we really want another 40 years of creepy baby boomer war hogs? That's right. We have to replace them with the most peaceful religion of all time. I really hate how the American government is full of war hogs, so we have to replace them with Muslims who notoriously have never been engaged in a violent conflict ever. Now, New York City is actually a third world country right now. If you actually walk around in New York, I just have. That place is garbage. You know, I'm not racist at all. And then I walk outside and I'm like, what the fuck are they all doing? You know, I'll be real with you. All right, there's a massive issue in New York. Actual PvP server. I'm not even gonna lie. All right, so was the mayor one year to revive New York City? What are we even talking about? Oh my God. Holy shit. So now, a lot of people have been calling Sneeko a brown clown. His takes are just absolutely horrific, right? Bro's got 80 IQ, and he's making sure you're aware of that.
Is for bots.
There they go.
Brown cloud.
Thank you for the $20. Good boy. Good bitch. First off, you worship a brown owl stage. But maybe you're mad they were...
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, well, Christianity is cringe. It's his soundboard. It's his soundboard. Oh yeah, Christianity is lame. It's soundboard. Bro, this is your base Unity streamer?
You're never going to realize that God is not a man. Also, if you're going to call me a brown clown, you worship a brown Jew. So, if you're going to say that about me, do you think that anybody here gets upset about brown clown?
Oh my God, someone called the brown clown. Anyway, here's a clip of him getting upset when they call him brown clown.
Why the fuck are you laughing so hard?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Yeah. It's just like... That's his IP. Yeah.
Bro, so man.
It's not funny, bro.
Not funny. Not funny. No, please don't call me about stop saying.
If I was proud, I'd be going through it.
Stop. Please.
It's not funny.
It's not funny. Please. Not funny. Please don't say it. No.
So, if you're gonna say that about me, do you think that anybody here gets upset about...
Obviously, yes. Thank you for... Yes, obviously, yes. True. Now, just so that everyone's aware of the psyop that's happening in our country. All right, so Alex Jones says, just in case you missed it, here's Benjamin Netanyahu in his own words thanking Congress for implementing his plan to take over the U.S. military and intelligence services. Now, this is a letter from the Prime Minister Netanyahu with his plan. He says, my plan. All right, now let's see what the my plan is. My plan, according to Netanyahu, is shifting the framework for U.S.-Israel defense cooperation from aid to partnership. Israel wants to stop taking our money. Did you read this before posting it? Israel is controlling our government. Israel's convinced us to stop giving them money. What are we even doing here? It is crazy that people are falling for this, man. Dude. Now, in regards to this partnership that's being referenced, you have to see it. It's the funniest thing in the world. So Hassan Piker is losing his mind because he says that we are being completely conquered by Israel.
Whenever people say, oh, why do you care about Israel so much? I'm like, why don't you care about Israel? Are you fucking insane? Are you stupid? Are you out of your fucking
Fuckity fuck.
What's going on?
What? Engage with the talking points.
I gotta head back to the base.
Another foreign country is at the precipice of so much enmity that they are about to create a real political problem as far as their unlimited funds that they receive. They're
trying to stop. Which we should not be paying them, for sure. But, yeah, okay.
Now advancing a measure in Congress to literally merge the foreign military of Israel and the American military.
Yo! Israel is merging militaries with us? Holy shit. This is Hassan Piker. He's the largest leftist streamer in the country. There's no way he would just lie about this, right?
Do we have one with other countries? You say England. Not true.
True. You're right. Because what could England give us? Let's be real here. Well, what could England give us that would make our country better right now? They have zero technological innovation, essentially. It's not like they've had active conflicts where they had to actually train military, right? They have no working warships, right? What is England going to do for us? Like, I'm just trying to understand.
Not true. Israel is the only country that gets the latest technology, latest great technology.
Invents a lot of the late great technology. I don't know.
First of all, they're inventing a lot of that technology. That's why they get it. That's kind of how that works, man. You invent something, you get that thing.
That hasn't been used, and we don't know what it is. The Israeli late technology is actually being implemented on the battlefield, and we are getting it. We are literally getting dibs on Israeli battle-tested technology, like the Iron Dome, which is going to be, the Golden Dome, the Donald calls it, and it's going to be implemented on our country. To essentially be the greatest missile defense system in the history of the world.
No other country gets to have it.
Right, so he's saying that Israel is merging militaries with us.
Who literally merge the foreign military of Israel
Yo.
and the American military.
Yo, so Hassan Piker, who by the way hates the American military and supports the Taliban for trying to kill us, just we were talking, he hates the idea that we are merging military with foreign countries. Would it shock anyone to learn that we are not in fact merging our military with Israel as well? What's he referring to? Well, let's see.
Congress is trying to merge Israeli and American militaries together.
This is the new 80 IQ PSYOP talking point.
Together, and they hid it in a defense bill. In Section 224 of the American National Defense Authorization Act, they called for an Israel-American Technology Cooperation Initiative.
So this kid says go to Section 2.
Well, what does it say in there?
224. So let's talk about what 224 actually does and says. Section 224 creates something called the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. It designates a Department of Defense executive agent to coordinate research and development, testing, evaluation, acquisition pathways, and industrial cooperation between the United States and Israel. Funny enough, these same people will say, well, we give money to Israel. What do we get back from them? This is just another thing added on. If you guys want to know more, you can watch my video that talks about a lot of stuff we get from Israel. Notice what is missing from that description. There is no military merger. There is no combined army. There's no transfer of command authority. This is all just made up nonsense from them, or they read it online and they're just repeating it. A lot of people are getting hung up on the word integration.
But that's because they're retards who don't know English and how to read. So essentially what this is we are getting weapon technology from Israel. Now, just in case you're not aware who this guy is, this is Nick Mateo. He is a U.S. Navy veteran, and he is a nuclear physicist, I think, or a nuclear engineer, or something like that. All right, so I'm just saying, he probably knows his stuff.
Systems and programs making us better, things like missile defense, counter-drone technology, artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, electronic warfare systems, sensors, and anti-tunnel technology. I wonder, what country in the world is one of the best at exactly those things I just mentioned? That's Israel.
Yeah, so again, the idea that we're merging our military, all it is we're actually just getting good tech and good info and good shit from, you know, an ally of ours. You could argue our greatest. I don't give a fuck. Labels mean nothing to me. But we're getting good shit and everyone's crashing out. Oh my God, the militaries are merging. We're occupied. All right, let's understand. So this guy, Sean Strickland, said he is banned from attending the UFC White House event because he made fun of Israel and Epstein. That's right. Jews be like, we don't control the government, and then they ban Sean Strickland for the White House. Yeah. All he did was call a president a pedophile, and now the president won't invite him to the White House. I mean, all he did was call the president a pedophile. Man, I can't understand why the Jews would be like, why are you being serious? Like, bro, he's one of my favorite characters out here. A lot of you probably don't know this, but the JQ community is easily one of my favorite communities on the internet. These guys are fucking rock stars, all of them. All right, so Dan Blazarian says, a quote from the New Testament. So this guy says, what's your thoughts on Isaiah 61:6? A quote from the Old Testament. Dan Blazarian's response, lot of Jewish bullshit in the Old Testament. This is what we call heresy, not just in Judaism, but this is heresy according to Christianity, and he is a Christian. Right, so we have a Christian guy who's saying that the Old Testament is Jewish bullshit to own the Jews. Like, do we understand the level of retard, psyop that we're actually dealing with? Like, oh my God, these guys are incredible. So now, I don't know what the Jews have on this guy, but he flipped the other direction. So Lucas Gage, he was one of like the big guys in the, as he calls it, the anti-Semite community. The more I sit down and talk to Jewish people, the more I realize how maligned they are. The lies, the JQ crowd now tell about me are similar to those that tell about the Jews. I was part of that crowd. And now I'm glad to say I'm no longer an anti-Semite. And here he's sitting like Hasidic Jews. Bro, I don't know what the Jews have on this guy. What are we doing? What is going on in this community, bro? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. You went from one extreme to the other, like, in a blink of an eye. No one saw this one coming. Now, let's see, in regards to the foreign psyop, it keeps getting worse. All right, so Erica Kirk, she's doing a speech for Turning Point USA. You know, as she's speaking...
And it's important to remember that happiness comes and goes. Yeah. It is so fleeting. But the joy of the Lord withstands all.
I think you have one of these people screaming in the background, horrible shit, honestly. Because, like, what do you even say about this? Like, you could just lie now, I guess, and guess who gets involved? That's right, it's Candace Owens. dirty boy John Screws and premieres Charlie GPT. His widow, Erica, gets heckled and called a supporter for pedophiles. Heckled is when you just scream at her in the middle of a speech. Yeah, it's time to get back on air. Monday can't come fast enough. She's like, oh, baby, someone slandered a widow. I'm ready. Bro, this is crazy. It's not just Candace Owens that's gleeful about this. No. It's also Russia. All right, so Russian state media, RT, zoom in as Erica
Fucking crazy.
protector to her face. Suppressed laugh or shock. Why is Russian state media getting involved trying to shit on Erica Kirk, a widow? Look, I'm not some big fan of Erica Kirk myself. I don't actually have an opinion on her other than she is a widow. Her husband was brutally murdered in front of her and the entire country in the most viral and viewed assassination in the history of the world. But all these self-proclaimed, based Christians, it says in the Bible, Exodus 22:22. Do not take advantage of the widow or the fatherless. If you do, they cry out to me. I will hear their cry. My anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with a sword. Your wives will become widows, and your children fatherless. That's a direct quote from God. My stance on all this is leave her the fuck alone. What are we even doing? This is insanity. It really is. So Candace Owens, suspiciously, is very, very a big fan of Russia now. She loves Russia. Russia's her favorite place. We told Russia they couldn't have Starbucks, and they said, okay, now we own it and call it Stars Coffee. Same great taste. No American demands met. Oh, those Russians really showed those Americans. They did this for virtually every brand, and that got sanctioned, by the way, just made it their own. So is she rooting for Russia, avoiding our sanctions or something? Yeah, she is actually doing that, exactly. Bro, could you imagine her reaction if the Jews would do shit like this? Oh my god.
Oh, I forgot to grab bullets, god damn it.
And that's awesome, actually. Russia, where, by the way, a lot of you might not know this, the #1 fastest growing Islamic population in any
Why the fuck am I so
Christian nation
thirsty?
in the world is in Russia right now. A lot of you don't know this, so it's pretty weird how that keeps happening. It's so weird how all of the hating of America and the growing of Islam seems to have a lot in common sometimes. I can't figure out why. Now, Russia is superior to America because they have shitty knockoffs of Starbucks. It's one hell of a take even for Candace Owens. Candace responds, if by shitty you mean everything in their society is exactly the same but cheaper and cleaner and more inspiring, then can we import some of that Russian shit to America? Gas is cheaper, food is cheaper, and they have less debt. Our media lies every day, pretends Russia's the brink of collapse to justify our own citizens struggling to afford basic necessities. Yada yada, etc., etc. Everyone's a Baal worshiper. All right, geriatric Baal worshippers are killing Palestinian children, and the chosen ones for Satan. Oh my fucking god. Bro, what are we doing? And people are falling for the psyop, man. It's wild. So, just to understand what she means by everything is cheaper. All right, the median monthly income in Russia is $850 a month. The average grocery bill is $200 a month. Their average fill-up is $50 a tank. Their average rent is $500 a month. $650 per month if you include utilities. So just understand what that means. Grocery bill plus rent is an entire monthly salary in Russia. Yes, things are cheaper in Russia because they don't make fucking money. Question 1, how does an average Russian, not an American tourist drifter comfortably survive given these facts? 2, how are you even a real person? Of course, she doesn't respond. But it's insane. It's insane the level of propaganda that's being slopped out onto everyone's feeds by these gigantic influencer people that have completely either sold out or hate us. They might not be grifters. They might literally just work for the enemy because they hate us. That's also possible. Now, dude, just understand, we have to deal with this every time. So anti-American propaganda, all right, is pushing that communist China is better than the United States. Now, Jimmy Dore is on Tucker Carlson's show. To understand who this guy is, this guy is a member of the Young Turks. Okay, he was a member of the Young Turks, advocating for violence against police officers because police officers are brutes and savages. To the point that one of his ranks was reacted by a man who murdered 4 police officers in Baton Rouge, here in the United States of America. So this guy is now on Tucker Carlson's show, because hey, wow, they both hate America now, it seems.
Well, my response to it was, how dare we, preach democracy around the world and tell people that the people in China are oppressed when we obviously don't have democracy here. In China, the government sits above capital. Yes. And so the economy works for the people.
Oh,
but in the United States,
in China, it's notoriously good for the people. The people in China love it. They walk out of their fucking sex shops and there's slavery, sweatshops and shit. And they're like, oh man, I really don't want to invade America illegally. I would hate to do that, man. China's the best.
Capital is above the government. And so the economy doesn't work for the people. It works for a handful of international globalist billionaires, which is why we have homelessness everywhere. We have the biggest drinking population in the world. And,
No, they're not even including the fact that China genocides people that they don't like, right? Like the Uyghur Muslims who are put into, re-education camps, right? Stuff like that. We're not even going to address any of that. The Tiananmen Square massacre, none of that. This was on basically the anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre. They don't care. China's just so much better than us.
you still go bankrupt just to get educated. You get bankrupt when you get sick. And
you don't have to. You don't have to get bankrupt when you get educated or sick. Only retards get bankrupt when they get educated and sick. I know that some people are going to not like my framing here, but there are free colleges, and if you actually get a degree that's worth something, you'll be able to pay back your loans. The people that are getting bankrupted by going to schools, now, I'm not saying that student loan debt is not a big deal. It really is a big deal. And unfortunately, despite usury being a sin, it is very, very much implemented into modern society. I bring this up because the majority of people that are stuck in, infinite student loan debt are liberal women who get degrees in fucking cobwebs and nothingness. I have a master's degree in gender utopia. Yeah, you're never going to pay back your student loans. But anyway, he keeps going.
I say is that and we live in a surveillance state, and so we're like China, except
you think we live in a surveillance state, but China doesn't?
We have more street crime and slower trains.
And we get lectured constantly.
And we get lectured. Tucker Carlson agrees. Truly, China's just better.
In the most self-righteous way by the worst people.
That's right, because China's notoriously just so good to their people, especially the way they genocided the people in Tibet and plan to do it to the people in Taiwan. True, so true. Now, Jimmy Dore keeps going, and Tucker Carlson keeps cackling along.
It's set up, and you're not allowed to ask questions about it. And if you are, you are attacking a grieving widow. And that's again. When did Jackie O ever say, "Quit looking into stop"? Quit looking into who killed my husband. Never. That's not what happens. And that's not how you grieve, by the way. I remember when
You're not grieving correctly, actually.
dad died, my mom immediately bought a gold sequin pants outfit, started carrying sparklers around, and selling T-shirts. And my friends were like, Jimmy, what's with your mom? I'm like, she's grieving. So I'll just leave that there.
So Tucker Carlson was supposedly Charlie Kirk's best friend. Isn't that what he was saying? Like when Charlie Kirk died, my best friend died, etc., etc. Isn't that what's going on? But yet, you're just going to shit on his widow? This is a Christian value, am I right? Again, don't look at, Exodus 22:22 to 22:24. That might change your opinion on things. But this is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. What are we doing here? Now, the Muslims in the actual marketplace of ideas are getting slaughtered. So this is a guy named Godlike. He's a Christian apologist. He's debating a Muslim scholar. And he humiliates him.
Now you're trying to shift to the deity of Christ when that's not the subject. Let me, for the sake of this imaginary world, let's say Jesus is not God. For the sake of this conversation, prove he's a Muslim.
Because he submitted himself to one God as a prophet.
Which God?
The creator of the universe.
Who did he say that was?
I believe the term he used was it Adonai?
No, he didn't use that.
What's the term that he used in the Bible?
He used Abba.
No, not always.
That means father.
Did he use Abba?
Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God is one God. How do you say it?
Hold on a second. Did he use the term Abba?
Yes.
What does Abba mean?
It means father.
Is that a good Muslim?
Like I said, are you serious? Are we circling back?
Stop stalling.
You're really good at this, huh?
I am.
Yeah. So check this out. Let me explain it to you. He was an Israelite, speaking to Israelites. And Jews today use the term father to not...
Are they Muslims?
No, they're Jews.
Oh! So Jesus wasn't a Muslim. Wow! Literally debunks himself. And in 60 seconds, he debunks his entire argument. Like an actual checkmate.
And they're speaking in context. It's a wrap.
That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Literally debunks himself in real time. Now, if you think that was brutal and humiliating, get ready for the psyop. Because a major people realize that Christians basically hold the keys to the kingdom, metaphorically speaking. Christians are the world power, which is why everyone is doing their absolute best to infiltrate different Christian communities. So one of the craziest things I've ever seen, and I've seen this a lot, there are a lot of Muslims that make believe they're Christians. And this is one of the most brutal exposés I've ever seen in my life.
I cannot say wa alaikum salam, I'm sorry. Because you're not Muslim.
Well, I don't know this. Why don't you wish peace on non-Muslims?
Because Prophet Muhammad said you cannot say wa alaikum salam to non-Muslims.
That sounds really racist, bro.
It does not sound.
That's true. It's because Islam is an inherently supremacist, racist religion that believes anyone that's not a Muslim is equivalent to an animal and a pedophile. I'm just trying to give you some extra lore here. That's what it says in their holy books. That's not me trying to paint them in a bad light. If you think that it was me being a bad guy, then you're calling their religion, or Muhammad, whoever wrote, I would say he wrote it, but obviously he was illiterate and couldn't write. But whoever actually wrote the Quran, you're calling them a bad guy. All right? Because that's their opinion.
I'm really racist.
Why won't you wish peace on me? I'm confused, bro. I thought Islam was the religion of peace.
It is the original religion of peace, but it's just a word.
But your prophet commanded you not to wish peace on non-Muslims.
Oh my god. You trying to debate?
لا تدعوا اليهود ولا النصارى بالسلام.
That was Arabic for "Do not greet the Jews and the Christians with peace." That's a quote from the Quran.
Sahih Muslim 2167a. It's forbidden to greet the Jews and Christians with peace, and when you meet them on the road, force them to the narrow path.
No, it's not like that. That's in the old
that's old
centuries.
Old centuries.
We're not talking about now.
See, morality changes in Islam depending on whatever the fuck you want.
I'm genuinely not understanding what you're saying. So you're saying the first half is applicable now. You can't say salam, but the second part about forcing them to the narrow part of the road, that's not applicable now.
Yeah, because it's the old centuries. You cannot compare it to now.
But how come the first half is applicable now then? Why is that not the old century?
What do you mean?
There's two parts to the hadith. The first half of the hadith is don't wish Jews and Christians peace. The second part of the hadith is force them to the narrow part of the road. You're saying the second part doesn't apply, but the first part does, but it's the same hadith.
Look,
You're ready.
I don't know much about Muslims and religions because I'm a Christian, so I'm...
Is that not shocking? Is that not insane? Oh my god! I love how they caught this guy. There are so many of them. All these like Twitter accounts, Dominable West, and it's like some fucking the West is great picture of like a fucking Greek statue, account location based in Pakistan. So many of these exist. It's a huge
I'm a defender. But look.
You're a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
MashaAllah. Can you just say for me that Muhammad is not a Rasul?
Why would I say that?
Can you say that Isa is Ibn Allah?
What?
He's like, so say that Jesus is the Son of God. So say that, Muhammad is not a messenger of the Lord.
So
here we have a Muslim who's been caught in his own doublespeak, then pretending that he's a Christian.
No. Wait. There's a lot of Christian type.
Which Christian type believes that Muhammad is a prophet and that Jesus is not the Son of God? Yeah, find me a Christian that believes that.
Believe that.
Say, Wallahi, I am not a Muslim.
Okay, I'm not saying that, okay.
Oh my god, just like actually destroyed him. Annihilated him. Now pay attention, because this is the PSYOP. This is what I do here on the channel. For those of you that are new, you're probably not new, because YouTube doesn't push my channel out to people because they hate me for some reason. I can't possibly figure out why. If you are new, realize that that's what we do. We shred the fake narratives that are being shoved down your throats. And even Asmongold, in his pride shirt, has spat a fact or two.
Please look at this. I don't want to hear about any Israel bullshit today. I don't care about it. Every single time that somebody brings up Israel, it is some retarded, brain-dead conspiracy fever dream that I don't want to hear about, okay? Like, I just don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I care about real problems, not some fantasy Israel derangement syndrome. Care about America, American problems, and what Israel does, who they bomb, what they do is not in my fucking best. I don't care about it, and I don't care in a good way or a bad way. I don't want to hear about it. That's a foreign country. Get the fuck out of here. And so yes, Israel fatigue. I know. I have complete Israel fatigue.
Now, just to be clear, for those of you paying attention to my coverage of the, online goings-on, Asmongold, a couple of months ago, he was definitely inquisitive about the Israel conspiracies, but he is a rational guy, and he realized that 90% of the criticisms levied against Israel and the Jews are just like actual 80% brown clownery. Bro, you got these 80 IQ inbreds from Pakistan, botting likes, and everyone's like, holy shit, we gotta get involved. Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and like all these retards, they fell for the fucking sauce. They dug their pit, and it is too late for them to dig themselves out. And if you've been paying attention, I said months ago, Asmongold is gonna flip on this. Because It is inherently an irrational position to think that for some reason a country, you know, with 10 million people in the middle of the Middle East, the size of New Jersey, constantly embroiled in conflicts that they don't start, is completely and utterly controlling our country in every possible feasible way, and they're running our military, they're blackmailing our politicians, and their donations are the only donations that actually, you know, impact people, and we give them foreign aid because we're slaves to the Jews. Bro, we give NATO way more than we give Israel. We gave the Ukraine war about $350 billion, and that wasn't in our best interest at all. All right, anyone that actually, you know, Israel lobbied $100 million in like our election. China lobbied $500 million. So did Saudi Arabia and Qatar. All right, and the United Arab Emirates and Japan. All right, Big Pharma. All right, like $500 million. Each of those guys. Israel did $100 million. In a vacuum, all these things are interesting questions that you need to look into. But once you start looking into it, if you have an even remotely rational mind, and Ashton Gold's an intelligent guy, he was like, literally, this is fucking goy slop. And you want to know why this is really unfortunate? Because there are genuine criticisms you could totally have towards the Jews and towards Israel. And you know what? It just gets completely watered down with infinite retards. Like Candace Owens saying that Israel sent time-traveling X-Men to kill Charlie Kirk. The biggest supporter of Israel in the United States, by the way. Charlie Kirk, totally assassinated by Sumerian time-traveling technology and secret Egyptian planes, all run by Israeli, Mossad, Epstein, satanic psychics. All right, you lost the people. Anti-Semitism is kind of a low IQ movement right now, I'm not gonna lie. Hitler would roll over in his grave if he woke up right now and he saw the main people criticizing the Jews, like Candace Owens, black woman, and you know, Turkish communist. No, bro, no, the brown clowns for Hitler, ladies and gentlemen. Man, bro, if bro woke up and saw this shit, he'd kill himself again. But you know who the real loser is from all this propaganda? All this infinite slopaganda that's getting shoveled down all of our throats from Russia, from China, from Qatar, from any of these fucking retard countries. All right, let's be real. All right, the main victim to all this shit, it's not Israel. The main victim is us in the United States of America. Because so many retards who don't have the time, patience, or wherewithal to do research and reading and figure out what's actually going on are going to get swept into this infinite shit. And they're going to elect. They're going to be like, holy shit, we need unity. We need unity with like the Muslim alliance to take down the Zionist overlords that are occupying our government. And we're going to get a fucking complete, utter retard for president that will open our borders and shred our nation. The slopaganda, it's meant to weaken us, because we're the world power. And every one of these nations that want to get their little greedy fucking money-grubbing hands, now I'm getting into my Jew zone, they want that global hegemony position. They want to be in charge. And they know we are, they know we're the most powerful, and that we're the greatest country in the world. And they would love to topple us down by flooding us with Sneekos and Hassans and Candace Owenses and Tucker Carlsons. Don't fall for the propaganda. We live in the greatest country in the world. I'd like to keep it that way. Now, our government actually does recognize a lot of the issues. Do they do anything about it? I would argue not nearly enough. But do they recognize it? Well, they're starting to. So the White House released a left-wing lunacy list that highlights media members and influencers. The list includes Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, Hassan Piker, David Packen, Rachel Maddow, Don Lemon. Now, on this list, it's pretty hilarious, I do have to say. Right, Jimmy Kimmel stating just days before Saturday's assassination attempt that First Lady Melania Trump had the glow of an expectant widow. Stephen Colbert claiming Donald Trump is a fascist. Rachel Maddow saying that he's an authoritarian leader and that we should attempt to overthrow the U.S. government or whatever. James Carville suggesting President Trump would institute a fascist regime. Hassan Piker misspelled his name. W. Hell yeah, dude. Lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be pretty funny if he died. You know, and they go through all these people. But essentially, it's just correct, actually. And like I've said before, I really like the words that the administration is saying. I like the speeches. I like what they say. I just want them to do things. Can we put these people in jail already? Hello? Like, what are we doing? It's like, oh yes, assassination attempts are caused by these people. And then they don't go to jail. Listen, I'm a very simple man, all right? If I would have to describe my political alignment, I would call myself an Old Testament extremist, okay? If I would have to, all right? Now, I wouldn't, because I don't have to. But if I had to, that's what I would do. And we need to actually punish these people. Hello? We have a country, we have laws, you should actually enforce them. Deuteronomy 16:18. You shall appoint judges and officers in all of your gates, which the Lord your God gives you according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. Listen, I'm a simple man. I just want that to happen. Please. All right, now listen. Anyway, I will keep advocating for this until we get it. We will, because the people are tired, and the people are rising up, and the people are realizing that we can't continue living like this. But of course, Hassan Piker. So we have to show you Jimmy Kimmel, not Hassan Piker. So this is Jimmy Kimmel taking pot shots at Spencer Pratt, the guy who won the LA election, and now they're trying to steal from him. And this is what he has to say.
So it could take a while for Democrats here in Los Angeles to figure out which of their friends secretly voted for Spencer Pratt. Ballot buzzer beater, it appears that Mayor Karen Bass will advance to a runoff against the former reality show villain. 60% of the vote has been counted. If that holds, it means that in November, Los Angelinos are going to have to choose between a woman named Karen and a man who is one. This isn't...
He's such a Karen the way he wants to arrest naked drug dealer rapists that are letting dogs on fire on the streets of Los Angeles. What a Karen.
This is... We should be very embarrassed. Spencer Pratt should not be a top 2 finalist for mayor. He should be DJing the worst New Year's Eve party in Reno right now.
Oh, got him, got him. Spencer Pratt responded with this, which is Jimmy Kimmel in black. Fucking good. Oh my God, it's insane. Oy vey, he fucking annihilated him. All right, bro. Hassan Piker is crashing out because Gavin Newsom was like, completely unacceptable to target independent journalists like this, and reporters in general, from Pac-Man to Brian Tyler Cohen to Don Lemon and Stephen at home. All right, you know what? I think this is amazing. It is a clear attack on the free press and the First Amendment. It needs to be called out, yada, yada. None of these people actually believe the words they say. That's my favorite thing about the left. It's the fact that people still think that they use words because they mean them, when in fact they only use words as weapons. These people all celebrated when Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News, and they all celebrated when Donald Trump was banned from social media, to the point that he was forced to make Truth Social as his own little social media place that he could actually talk to people, because he was banned from Twitter and YouTube and Twitch. And that was while he was the sitting president of the United States. These people don't care about free speech. That's one. And two, this isn't a violation of free speech. The White House writing a list of people that they consider crackpots, like people that are endorsing assassinations against the president of the United States, that's not violating their free speech. In my opinion, that's being way too lenient with these people. So Hassan says, weird how my governor forgot one name on the list that's a California resident as well. What about me? What about me? Even Gavin Newsom doesn't want to touch this fucking dog-shocking, terrorist-supporting, Diddy party-enjoying brothel enthusiast with a fucking 6-foot pole. You know, this guy's way too far. He's like, nope. No, I'm not touching that one. Dude, Hassan Piker's legacy is actually just dog shit. It's insane. Now, you have to understand the level of diabolical downfall the left have been facing lately. So, this is incredible. So this is Jennifer Lawrence going on like one of these Subway interviews, and she had a take that was absolute cinema.
So what's your take?
You have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker. Yes!
Okay,
Yes, I know everybody
Isn't
wants
that incredible? Isn't that incredible?
to claim the city.
No, if you said this about America at large, you would literally get stoned by a communist coming out of some fucking college somewhere. If I would say you have to be born in America to be an American, they would immediately lynch me and call me a racist. But for her to say this about New York, oh, that's okay now.
I know.
Everybody wants to claim our city, but you have to be born in New York. You have to be born.
Everyone wants to claim our country. They have to be born in America.
In one of the 5 boroughs to be a New Yorker.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
When I moved here in 2012,
Yes.
everyone was like, in 10 years you can call yourself a New Yorker.
Oh, is that what they said?
Yeah, and then I stayed 10 years.
Said no New Yorker ever.
No, the New Yorkers used to have this as a rule.
That was a rule?
Yes, you didn't know about
And meanwhile, we can have people getting shipped straight off the boat from Somalia into Congress in our country. And yet no one has anything to say.
No, I didn't get the memo. I did not sign the petition.
And you're the official big dog in this. I'm
I don't remember. Did I say Jennifer Lawrence? I said Jennifer Lopez. Whatever. Who cares?
Here he is.
Here's some retard Hollywood bitch. No one cares about their opinions on anything. It's just hilarious that this is the socially acceptable stance when it comes to being a New Yorker, but not an American.
My question.
Okay.
Let's say I've been here for 50 years. I'm 90 years old. And you go, are you a New Yorker? And I go, no.
I have to say no. You live in New York. You take on characteristics of New Yorkers, probably by that time. You have a New York sensibility.
I pay New York taxes.
You pay... Yeah, you pay New York taxes.
But I can't call it.
When you're born in New York is when you're really a New Yorker.
So if I've been here for 50 years.
What did I just say? Do I need to say it again? See, this is very New York right here. I said what I said, and I meant it. I'm glad this was my first take. Jenny from the Block forever, baby.
Okay, what's the next take?
Self-love should be a subject in school.
All right, never mind. Get her out. Get her off the air. This shit sucks. Anyway, no, but it's just hilarious that you'll have like some celebrity say this, and everyone will be like, yes, yes, and then you'll say that about America, and they'll just call you a racist immediately. Dude, if you say this about America, they'll kill you. True. It's just absolutely insane. And the movement that's actually trying to destroy us for opinions like, actually, to be an American, you need more than just a piece of paper that says you're an American. All right, I don't give a shit. I don't give a flying fuck about a paperwork American's opinion on our country. All right, but the thing is, the SPLC, you know, the Southern.
All right, hang on. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Get some more coffee. I will be back in a minute.
Some SPLC employees knew that informants use the money for recruiting and growing their organizations, but they're accusing the SPLC of essentially deceiving donors by not telling them that some of their funds were secretly being used.
That's right. If you are spending money donating it to anti-racist organizations, they are not only are they propping up the racism, but they are using your donations to fund racism so that they can make believe they're fighting it.
To fund these extremist activities. In one instance, the DOJ says an SPLC employee encouraged 2 KKK members to stay in the movement even though they wanted to leave. The 2 were allegedly offered a 12...
So literally, the SPLC, people were like trying to leave the KKK. They were trying to get clean. They were like, yo, holy shit, black people are awesome. All right, we like the Jews now. They were trying to leave, right? And then the SPLC was like, no, here, have some money. Stay in the KKK. Just burn a cross on some black guy's lawn. Burn a cross on his lawn. It will be awesome. And they were like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll do it. And this is insane.
$1,200 monthly salary as informants, money that they then used to attend extremist rallies. Per the DOJ, an SPLC worker was aware one of the informants used donors' money to purchase material to make Ku Klux Klan garments for others.
Interesting.
The DOJ says both informants were...
Wow, isn't that funny? Isn't it weird how that happened? Damn. So they were out there using donors, like anti-racist, libtard donors, giving them money, and they would take that money and they would literally use that money to create the fucking white pointy hats. Isn't that insane?
Reimbursed by the SPLC.
Many such cases. It's because actually the right wing in America is not very racist. Yeah, the right wing in America doesn't want to bring people into our country that come from third world shitholes where they think rape is cool because, you know, we're anti-rape. Anti-rape is not the same as being racist. Now, according to the left, that is true, and that's because they're pro-rape. So obviously they want to take that stance. So like it's a brutal tug of war we have here between the anti-rapists that wants to not import people where rape is a sport into our country. Then you have the pro-rapists that want to open the border and bring in all the rapists. Like so, you know, like I'm just trying to understand what we're dealing with here, and I think that's more accurate. Now, a massive India H-1B visa fraud ring was just busted. Nearly 90% of India's visa applications contain fraud. Right? This was absolutely massive, and this is one of the things that, thank God, we have Donald Trump as president. Dude, under Kamala, whatever the fuck, what do you want to fucking pronounce it? This shit would have just skyrocketed.
The holders since 2015. Over 70% came from India, and nearly 12% from China. And when you zoom in on this map you're looking at, you can see where most are being hired. The dark red spots show a high density of H-1B visa holders. And now we're learning more about the fraud within the program. One former official tells Newsweek that up to 90% of applications, 90% from India contain fraudulent documents or involve unqualified applicants. And finance law enforcement in India claim it has uncovered a network of universities that produce fake degrees which were possibly used to obtain these high-skilled H-1B visas, including one school which allegedly stole over 36,000 fake degrees, sold I should say. It cost as little as $1,400 for one of those. And while these are supposed to be high-skilled employees, during almost all of Biden's time in office, 83% got junior or entry-level positions.
Weird.
And now Texas is taking action, cracking down on those abusing the program.
Damn. Isn't that weird? You mean to tell me that people are abusing these programs to invade our country and completely and utterly steal our jobs and create their little ethnic enclaves based on fraud to take us over from the inside? You mean the thing that we've been warning people about forever and people have been saying, oh, you're just saying that because you're racist? No, it's not racist to not want our country to get taken over by third world savages that shouldn't be here to begin with. In fact, you're racist if you even acknowledge the fact that different ethnicities actually do prioritize their own ethnicities over others. You're the racist if you think that different cultures specifically want to hire people from their own cultures instead of want to prop up somebody else's. You're the racist if you think that tribalism is real. This is how they've always shut you down. They just put a label on you, all right? They make you sound like some sort of monster because you recognize, blatant reality, and we just move on. Listen, man, I'm not even saying it's bad that people look out for the interests of their own tribe. I think that's natural, actually. But that doesn't negate the fact that we shouldn't be bringing in tribes. We shouldn't be bringing in whole ass fucking tribes from the middle of fucking nowhere. We are two different. We're arguing on different lines here. It's discrimination for white people to want to hire white people. Actually, not really. It's, I think, natural. Just like it's natural that white people want to live among white people, and black people want to live among black people, and Jews want to live among Jews. This is normal. It's natural. You have similar culture value sets to the people around you, to your neighbors. And so, yeah, it is natural that you're going to bring in a ton of Indians and they're going to elect Indians and they're going to try to bring in more Indians. I think that's totally natural. That said, that doesn't mean I have to make believe I like it. Like, man, dude, it is tiring to make believe it's not. Meanwhile, they're still trying to steal the election in California. All right, if you remember, Spencer Pratt had 28% on the first day. And here we are a few days later with also 28%, but now Nithya Raman, the third place candidate's up to 25% because of late mail-in ballots. Right, election day, Raman got third, Pratt got first. Regular mail-ins and early to vote, Raman got third, Pratt got second. Late mail, she's almost beating Karen Bass for first.
Raman are battling it out for the second spot in the runoff, the right to face Karen Bass.
Who will it be? Madeline Rivera joining us now from Washington with the very latest. Good morning,
Who will it be? Can they steal the election? Or maybe they can't. And it's pretty insane that it's happening right in front of our eyes. Steve Hilton, the guy who ran for governor in California, he's saying that India counts 640 million ballots in one day. And here it's 35 days and they can't count in 35 days an election in California.
To this absolute shambles of an election count. It's actually way worse than the president just mentioned. It's not 6 or 7 or 8 days. Here's from the Secretary of State's website today, 35 days.
Oh!
That's the plan. 35.
How is that fucking not rigged?
All right,
How
I'm
can you
back.
possibly make believe this isn't rigging it?
Days. This is an absolute shambles, a humiliation for California. It is making our state a laughing stock here in America and around the world. We have less than 10 million votes cast in this election in California, and it's going to take them a month to count them. India, 640 million. They do it in a day. States here in America. Look at Florida, how quickly they get their count out.
Yeah, so weird, isn't it? It's almost like they need the time to properly cheat. The fact that people are still taking this seriously at face value is insane and embarrassing. Now, Hassan Piker, everyone's favorite libtard, he's been having a really rough day. Now he's threatening to sue everybody for things. You know, he wants people to go to jail and to die, and he's really been crashing out lately.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people getting way too comfortable, slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech. There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet.
By the way, this guy literally calls, ironically, he's the last person who should be calling anybody a fucking pedophile, given his Reddit, his Reddit accounts that were unearthed, but he also literally calls every person that he fucking hates a pedophile.
Any evidence for this? Or is this just slander? Is he saying that, oh, I don't like the way I'm slandered because this guy calls everybody a pedophile? Any evidence of this?
All the goddamn time. Talking about slander. You want to talk about fucking defamation?
Do it.
I have his ass dead to rights. I have his ass dead to rights.
Okay.
There is a literal article that he read about the fucking brothel.
Oh, he read an article out loud about a brothel?
That I went to in 2010, that got raided in 2016, knowing full well that the accusations by the state were wrong.
Well,
and
look
that the
who
brothel was
decided
able
to
to
show the
successfully
face
sue the
again.
fucking state. He knows the truth.
Yeah, because that one raid from the government was wrong, but there was a child caught getting sex trafficked in that brothel that Hassan Piker went to, and there are also allegations made that Hassan himself slept with a 15-year-old in that brothel, which he never, ever engaged with. So you're just lying here.
Truth. Okay? And yet he still participates in this fucking slander over and over again.
Except it's not slander. He read an article about you going to a brothel, true, that sex trafficked a child, true, and that allegedly you slept with a 15-year-old. What do you want me to say? Like, none of this has been debunked at all. You're just a freak.
He should be feeling real happy that I don't fucking pursue.
So sue him. So pursue him. You want to teach him a lesson? You're worth $50 million. Sue him. You can't, because you're going to lose miserably.
This kind of shit.
So sue him.
He got banned from Celebrity Poker for calling a woman a prostitute? Jesus Christ.
Cinema. Fighting the evil Diddy Piker and restoring common sense one episode at a time.
Like even that, like calling me Diddy Piker.
What's wrong with calling you Diddy Piker?
Like that's slander.
How is that slander? He has literally gone to Diddy parties. He admitted it on his stream that he's been to Diddy parties. Their New York Post article documented how he's been to multiple Diddy parties. He has been to multiple Diddy parties. Calling him Diddy Piker, by the way, a term that I have coined, I just have to say, is based as fuck, actually.
It's total slander.
It's slander to call him Diddy Piker, a guy who went to multiple Diddy parties.
You know?
Out of 10
is defamation.
Would recommend. But seriously, thank you guys for all the support. I could not have done it without you. Stay tuned for the greatest entertainment humanity has ever known.
Do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the stalker here?
Okay, so this is him saying anyone that ever makes a video on him is a stalker, and it alarms and scares him. You should really lock them up because I'm scared and alarmed of getting stalked. Says the guy who slanders everybody, including me, by the way. He called me a pedophile. Obviously not true. Bro's so mad that people call him Diddy Piker.
Walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after.
Oh, so you went to P. Diddy's party in a house he was renting?
Parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift.
Interesting. So Hassan Piker is very, very mad that people call him Diddy Piker, and that's slander. Meanwhile, he openly admits that he went to P. Diddy's parties and houses that he rented with sexualized images of young children. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, man. Yeah, you ain't making it out of this one. Right? And he doesn't stop. He keeps crashing out about this. Just endless clips of him talking about how he wants to sue everybody. He wants to sue everybody.
Exactly. Different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers?
Now, the funniest part of this is, according to this argument, I should be able to react to whatever movie or TV show I want to on stream ever, and no actual television company or broadcasting company or Netflix or any of these fucking retard distribution companies should have any complaints whatsoever. If you could just react to something and criticize it while you're watching it, and that makes it fair use automatically, even though you directly state that you're watching it to steal it from the original source,
Dude, can you imagine thinking? By the way, this is Israel mindset.
That's right. It's the Jews. It's Israel mindset to think that you could sue people for stealing your content. It's Israel mindset. I just have to say, I love Israel for this guy. Bro, Israel, Netanyahu, the fucking boogeyman of boogeymen for this fucker. It's insane. Now, take over at Clearwater Beach in Florida because they're violent, because they like violence. 17-year-old gun shop. By the way, these black people rioting. I'm just trying to translate it. This isn't being racist. This is just what's happening. This is just normal and you're racist. Alright, now this guy guy. He went undercover. Training classes outside ICE Newark, where Hassan Piker actually went to prison, where riders were each handed $100 of equipment to pretend to be medics. Pretend to be medics. Look at this shit, dude. Right, look at that. Look at that. They're just getting free shit. And you're going to tell me that these are organic protests? Bro, they're well-funded, organized insurrections in our country, and it's insane. You know, certain nationalities in the UK are more likely to commit sexual offenses than Brits. Leftist nutcase.
Or what? 20 times more likely to commit sexual offenses than the Brits? Yeah, native Brits.
That's just true. That's objectively true.
That colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have? The Brits, yeah. Yeah, the Brits that did that?
Yeah. Yeah. The Brits that colonized the entire world, those are the guys that commit crimes approximately 5% the amount per capita of the retards that they're bringing, the savages, yeah.
You guys have the audacity to say that the Afghans and Somalis did what?
How dare you complain that you get raped? Your great-great-great-great-grandfather made a country in Africa slightly more livable. That's right, baby.
Oh, that's a fact. It's not a fact. It's not a fact that y'all colonized the world.
Y'all.
Through rape, murder, and pillaging. Right or wrong?
Actually, most of the rape was actually... You know what talking about that?
That was true, yeah. All right, then. So what are you talking about? British Empire. So what are you talking about then?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
How dare you?
Aren't the British people the people that freed all the slaves? Like, why are these people so mad? Who the fuck do you think sold the slaves to the Brits? Like, let's be real here.
Why? How dare you? Why are you shouting? What are you? Because you're... That's why. How dare you? You talking facts? Let's talk facts. Let's talk.
He's just like, yo, did you know that crime statistics are real? And bro just goes in there.
So do something about it.
I'm
Do something about it.
Do
something about it.
Oh, it's because he likes rape. He's a leftist. Leftists love rape. They do it. They do. It's their favorite thing.
Liar. You know, you're a liar. You're a liar.
You're a liar when you state these objective facts. Yeah, because your ancestor did something that made Africa livable. Yeah, fuck you for making Africa livable. We like when Africa was all about rape and sex slavery and torture and mud huts. All right, that's when Africa was at its finest. And the Brits came and made roads. And they made laws and shit. Unbelievable.
You're a liar. Bro, I just asked you, what the did the Brits do to have the power they have?
I just asked you a question, bro.
That question. Answer that question. Answer that question. How do the Brits get their power?
Yeah, totally reasonable people. Yeah, absolutely. We should just talk them out of these things. All right, so happy Pride Month, everybody. HRT just effectively got banned in Oklahoma. HRT is more known for places it's castration drugs, basically. So this is someone crashing out about how he got banned in Oklahoma. This is so sad. All right, Foxy Marxist, communist symbol, Hamas symbol, transgender symbol, says this is genocide. Trans people are facing genocide. Holy shit, I was already having a good day, but this is insane. Now listen, I am not saying or supporting the idea of genociding the trans people, okay? I am against that completely. I am, however, saying if that did happen, we'd live in paradise. But I'm not saying I want that. I don't want that. I'm actually saying in no uncertain terms, I don't want that or support that or...
Yeah. I'm trying to explore some of the wasteland right now, but...
Society would improve by like a vast metric.
It's
but I don't want it to happen, to be clear. Now,
it's a little tough out here.
Around here, because this isn't genocide. All right, it's not trans genocide if you stop giving women drugs to make them think they're men, or give men drugs to castrate them and make them think they're women. Genocide isn't when you tell men.
Just gotta get them to stay
women.
long enough.
Sorry, I'm not gonna be that guy, bro. Just look at his fucking profile. This is incredible. She, her, bipolar, depression, lesbian,
here I can tell you if it's good or not.
For my sanity,
right here.
Feminist. Yeah, you know, like, listen, man. What am I even fucking supposed to say about this shit? Like, bro, these people shouldn't have rights. Are we serious? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking, obviously. And you just scroll down. The immediate reply. It's like the pedophile slogan.
66 average viewers for this stream.
Okay, what the fuck are we doing? Now, I have to show you the left's new hero. The new hero of
I'm almost there. If I could keep this average for, I don't know, maybe another hour and a half, 2 hours.
Hunter Biden having the mother of all crash outs. He's spam replying under his tweets. Wait, what? What is this? Trump hasn't made a public appearance in 8 days. This is after the unscheduled visit to the hospital.
Anyway, since he made multiple appearances.
Brother in Christ, he's speaking in the Oval Office right now.
No!
That's clearly a...
Damn. Bro. Hunter Biden.
Seriously?
Well, I'll keep streaming as long as my audience is good.
Pete, do you not see that this is a clone? Hunter Biden versus Eric Trump in the octagon. Hunter Biden says, I'm in. Why are you not in prison? Because I got a pardon.
True!
We know.
True.
We know. Everybody knows this. Oh my God. Self-reported. There's a video of you snorting coke.
That guy
off a
did not
hooker's
want to die.
ass, Hunter. Let me ask you a question, Mike.
Whoa.
If I'm telling you I smoke crack, why in the world would I lie about snorting? There's plenty of me smoking
Oh my
crack,
God.
doing all kinds of stupid things with all sorts of people rarely closed on, but not snorting cocaine.
Yeah, I believe
only
him.
have
That guy
one word for
breakdancing.
this, and you're not gonna like it.
Uh-oh.
Presidential. Hunter
He might shitpost his way. All right, the left loves retarded people.
Biden 2028, let's smoke the competition. He replied, I know this may sound petty, but I can't stand when people put Photoshop meth pipe in my mouth. A crack pipe doesn't have the little bowl at the end. This is why we can't trust AI. Please make the appropriate edit. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Are you seeing the vision yet? I told you guys. Yeah, let the man cook. Wouldn't be the first time. And a fucking picture he has on Polymarket Democratic primary section. What is this picture? Come on, where's Hunter Biden? And
No.
there he is. It's probably not going to happen in 2028, but I think it will probably happen the time after that. Then he will have built up at that point to full power. I'm going to do a poll. I know you might not want to vote for any of them, but I'm actually really curious what the responses are
Hunter
going to
Biden's
be.
gonna win for sure. Wow.
You see that? That 3 retards versus a crackhead? That's right. And I know this might sound crazy. I legitimately think that Hunter Biden probably will have more bipartisan support than any of the Democrat frontrunners right now. Oh my God, wait, Hunter Biden is sober now?
Very grateful to everybody who has messaged me today on 7 years clean and sober. I'm more proud of that than anything I've ever done in my life. And I just want everybody to know that is still out there sick and suffering. There's a way out.
I told y'all he getting ready to run.
I'm so proud to be a part of this community.
I want y'all to know, like, it's going to happen.
It's scary. Let's go.
So thank
The
you.
left always goes back. But they go like this. Oh my God.
Again.
Presidential election. Are you ready, Patriots? Let's fucking go. I think it's gonna happen. Let the country go down in flames for memes. Well, it's gonna go. It's gonna go up in smoke, actually. But it's a little bit different, right? Yeah, sort of.
Listen, man, you know, a lot of people think that it's just a pipe dream. But like, if you look at the left's other candidates, you have to start shaking. You have to wonder what they're actually going to do. But in the most viral story today in the country, the actual court case for Carmelo Anthony, the guy who, in my opinion, murdered Austin Metcalf right at a track meet like a year ago, is actually going on, and he is getting smoked, obliterated. He's getting absolutely slaughtered in court.
In the track meet murder.
And let's just say the relatively ghetto community in the country is very unhappy about this because they would really like a black guy to stab a white guy and get away with it with complete impunity. But it doesn't seem like that's happening. They're very mad about this because they think that black people should actually be able to stab white people as much as they want.
Trial in Texas. New testimony from teenage teammates of Austin Metcalf revealing more details about what they say
What do we got?
to the deadly stabbing.
Oh,
last year.
boy.
Chandler Painter is here with the details on the trial of the suspect Carmelo Anthony. Hey, Chandler.
Hey, Charlie, good morning. So the jury heard testimony from law enforcement officers, school officials, first responders, and perhaps most importantly, the fellow students who witnessed.
All right,
this
we got
deadly
witnesses and
confrontation. One
everything.
student witness testified that he saw Carmelo Anthony walk under the Memorial High School tent, even though he didn't go to the high school. He said Anthony was asked 15 times to leave the tent, but refused, including Austin Metcalf.
All right, we got George Floyd saying, I can't breathe. And we got Carmelo Anthony. I can't breathe. Yeah.
His witness went on to testify, quote, I remember Carmelo refusing to leave, and Austin saying,
A blue guy? Who the hell are you?
The witness said, no, sir. Who was provoking, the prosecutor asked. Carmelo Anthony, he replied. The witness said, quote, Austin leans in to push him, and Carmelo stabs him.
Wow.
The jurors also saw
That's pretty bad.
body cam footage from first responders and clear yesterday. It shows Austin's twin brother Hunter sobbing and screaming through tears as he attempts to revive his brother, the victim, and they were unsuccessful.
Just because a fucking savage had to stab this guy. And then the savage's brother decided he was going to actually make some sort of GoFundMe and raise $500,000 for this fucking criminal.
It also shows the then 17-year-old Anthony during his arrest, where he told police, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it. He put his hands on me. I told him not to, he put his hands on me." Anthony's defense attorneys argue that Anthony stabbed Metcalf, who was unarmed, in self-defense.
Yeah, sure.
Anthony faces between 5 to 99 years in prison if he is convicted.
Give him the max. Give him more than the max. Hang him in public. This shit's insane. Right. They found 4 black kids to testify against Carmelo Anthony. This is so sad. This is so sad. Black witnesses. We watched a psychopath brutally murder our teammate and friend for no reason. Black Twitter. I can't believe they would do this to the black community. Like, bro, this shit is worse than any Nazi propaganda on the planet. Leftists celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk, or some black people celebrating the murder of Austin Metcalf, that shit is more radicalizing than generations of Nazi propaganda. You have got to stop this. It is insanity, complete insanity.
Well, Anthony's defense is completely falling apart.
All right,
in
the
murder
library.
trial of Austin Metcalf. Witnesses are coming up and confirming Anthony was asked 15 times to leave the tent. The witnesses said Anthony provoked Metcalf after Anthony was on a knife and committed the crime, and then he ran away in self-defense. Yeah, you're gonna have a really hard uphill battle proving that was self-defense. I mean, let's be fucking honest here. I did see actually a post about this.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless.
That's right. It's all tribalism, baby. Obviously, not everyone does this. Obviously, I think base conservative black people are fucking awesome, just in general. But this shit, no, this gotta go.
Stand by theirs.
You are not someone that can actually join our society. All right, our society rejects.
Stand by ours regardless.
Stand by ours regardless. Even if you just went and stabbed an innocent white guy for no reason and murdered him, still stand by ours. That shit sucks. And that is more radical than any Nazi propaganda you could possibly come up with.
Like, okay, what did you do to him or whatever?
Oh, I am not doing well. Look out.
Maybe that's why it happened.
His back was up against the wall. I'm gonna tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who would give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
By the way, this sentiment is disturbingly common.
True.
Get this straight. This dude goes and kills somebody, and now the family's gonna get paid for it? Keep your head up, keep your faith. Free Carmelo. This baby was bullied and defending himself. They want to paint Carmelo as a gangster. He stabbed somebody in the chest with a knife. What are we doing here? This is a big problem. It's a huge problem.
If Carmelo Anthony was the one
Massive
stabbed
problem.
and killed by Austin Metcalf,
Again, this is some low IQ, tribalistic shit. All right, and we see it a lot. A lot. I'm not gonna get involved and get all racist up in here. But it was a Jewish doctor, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Nobody go to a trap meet to murder anybody, okay?
Except for Carmelo Anthony.
Come on, that's an accident, self-defense, that's what it was. First degree.
Was it an accident or was it self-defense? They don't even care. Reality doesn't matter to these people.
Murder?
The amount of this is so common. They did this with O.J. Simpson too.
Justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. It was...
What are you fucking talking about? Like, again, that's also not.
It was self-defense. He was wrestling with 2 guys. I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was 2 people, 2 against 1. That's self-defense.
That's how bad it is. There's no defense to this. They played the body cam. Oh, did they really? Emotional moment in Carmelo Anthony's murder trial. Tears started flowing as prosecutors played the body cam footage of paramedics trying to escape Austin Metcalf from a fatal stab wound.
And also for context, there were multiple witnesses testifying today.
More than 10 of these students and teammates. Students testified that Austin Metcalf repeatedly asked Anthony to leave. Several recalled Anthony responding, "Touch me and find out." Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling Anthony, quote, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. They testified that moments later, Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The witness replied, "I see the hole in his chest and blood." He starts screaming for help.
The thing is that they could literally watch Carmelo Anthony stab this dude to death, and if he said that, you know, he felt nervous or something like that, they would still let him off. They're literally just racist, and they're going to show preferential treatment to people.
They don't even need the excuse. The self-defense thing is just a let him off anyway, because they view. When I say they, I don't mean black people like as a whole. I mean
son of a bitch,
which exists among a scary amount of people in the African American community. I'm not saying all, I'm even saying most, but a lot. They view it as some sort of revenge against the evil white man. All right, that this guy just walked up to a random unarmed kid and stabbed him and murdered him in broad daylight.
That are their race every single time. It's that simple. Like, they literally say it. They just said it there. And obviously, by the way, this isn't, of course, all black people or all white people that do this, but I think that very clearly one type of this is very more accepted to be said out
I would say so too.
loud, and it's a huge problem. The OJ trial was the same thing.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we got people doing this. Now, I would argue that this culture is actually exactly what led to his stabbing. He knew he'd be a hero among his community by killing the evil white guy because the white guy existed. All right? Now, I'm not going to lie. You know, a friend of mine just sent me these clips. And, you know, here's a clip of a child that's going to 0% chance this child grows up to be a normal human being.
Not at all, I'm recording. You got anger issues. We need help.
What am I looking at?
I'm calling the cops.
Man, I wonder why the cops end up getting called on black people so much. It's probably racism. Fatherlessness, I think it's a cultural issue. I don't think it's like genetic or anything, which is how people always like try to twist it. Although these are outbursts that tend to be specifically among people with, you know, let's just say slightly lower IQ.
Oh crap.
And you don't expect anything from this kid, who probably doesn't have a father, by the way, just stereotyping a little bit. And it's just absolutely abominable, because the more of these clips you see, the worse it gets. All right? Like, dude, I saw this clip, I was just losing my mind. All right, so here you have a family, all right, and here you have a kid, and they all know what's going on, and this kid is trying to rob this lady over here. All right? Like, just look at it. They all know what's happening. It's a whole family event. It's a family event, bro. And, like, I don't even know what to say. No dad, of course, in the picture, obviously. They take the purse and they just leave. They all come together. They all leave together. What the fuck, man? This is insanity. And again, I think personally, like, some of the cope is, well, we're just taking back what's rightfully ours for the evil white man.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Toxic. It needs to get burnt out of society.
Oh.
So the Austin Metcalf situation, getting murdered allegedly by Carmelo Anthony, you know, bro's like, hey man, you're in the wrong seat, and his responses are gonna fucking kill you. And then you have like large swaths of this community actually going out there to defend him. All right, so I feel like the only way to appropriately do this is to look at some, to actually cover this properly, is for to look at some black-on-black violence. All right, here we got Officer Tatum. I've seen some clips of this guy. I've never really watched his videos. He seems based as fuck. He seems absolutely awesome, just like a genuinely awesome guy. All right, so he's covering it. So we'll do some black-on-black violence so that I don't get flamed for this one. Like I already didn't say enough.
You had no business with a knife. You had no business doing what you were doing in the first place. So how is it fair that this kid's life is completely gone forever and you get to live because somebody feels sorry for you? Well, I feel sorry for the kid that died.
By the way, look, I'm just like looking at his tattoos. All right, so here we have a man, obviously a Christian man, who preaches Christian values, I assume. But he's just like a well, nice, good, put-together individual, fine, nice, awesome, and badass dude. All right, and then you have the other guy who comes from fucking retard land, and he absolutely sucks, and everyone else in retard land is defending him. Again, this is me saying I'm so anti-racist that I think y'all could do better. But if you want to behave like monkeys with jungle laws, I'm not saying that the prison population is overwhelmingly full of black. Yeah, I wonder why, man. And to be clear, this wasn't me calling black people monkeys or anything. God forbid, of course not. I would never do such a thing. This is me saying that going to stab a random guy just because he looked at you funky in the sports tent, that's monkey behavior.
Tell us more about the surveillance video, because your notes on this were very interesting. What were you able to see? And then I also understand there was a reaction from the victim's family.
The narrative that we've heard from the beginning since April of 2025, that Carmelo Anthony was under that tent for no good reason. He was just there, and then Austin Metcalf and his friends came up to approach him to say, get out from under the tent, to which Carmelo Anthony, the prosecution says, got aggressive, reached in that bag, pulled out a knife, and stabbed Austin Metcalf.
You cannot stab someone in the chest and kill them because they touch you. I think a lot of what this case is going to come down to is going to remind us of what happened in the O.J. Simpson case. The race card is going to be played.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, yeah.
Tickets have a way of coming out. You can bury them.
And it's absolutely insane that this even needs to be said. Look, man, I'm not racist. So when I see a black guy kill a white guy, I want him to go to jail or die. Preferably execution, honestly, but no one asked my opinion. And when I see a white guy murder a black guy for no reason, I want him to die too. That would be a lot less common because it happens to be the other way a lot more, suspiciously and probably by coincidence. But I am tired of making believe that this shit is normal. And just by calling out the tribalism, I'm immediately slandered as some sort of racist. Dude, it's just being honest. What do you want me to do? Lie? Yes. They want you to tell they want me to say that women can be men and men can be women, and tribalism doesn't exist, and that all communities are treated fairly except for white people who have privilege. I'm not going to say it. It's not true. What do you want from me? All right, anyway, back to some black-on-black violence. I ain't getting involved.
This is Carmelo Anthony's updates in the trial, okay? Let's be very quick. Roll it.
A jury has been chosen to decide the closely watched murder trial of Carmelo Anthony.
More than 500 people were on the list of potential jurors, but the jury will not include anyone who is black, despite this case being racially charged.
W, let's go. Let's fucking go. Because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Race is irrelevant, right, guys?
Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now. Alex.
Hey guys, good evening. That's right. And I can tell you that a court spokesperson confirmed that there are indeed no black jurors on this panel. And I can tell you that before this jury panel was seated, the defense objected to 3 black women being struck by the prosecution. Now, the prosecution contended that it was...
That's right. Dude, if I was that judge, I would also use all 3 of my strikes on black people without even a shadow of a doubt. I don't even want to risk the tribalism. Not saying that there would be, but I wouldn't even want to take that chance.
Due to the fact that the women were educators, noting that this incident...
Oh, they were educators. You're giga-fucked if you have one of those on the jury.
...happened at a school function...
Educators is basically equivalent to a minority did a crime. Well, he's probably the victim.
...young students. The defense then pointed out that those were 3 of those, rather, were 100% of the available black jurors in what's called the strike zone, adding that the state struck all 3. The judge went out and reviewed their questionnaires and came back and said that the defense's challenge to the 3 jurors being dismissed was denied. The judge said the court found that the state had non-racial means to strike the juror.
So, you live in Frisco, Texas. This is in Plano, Frisco. The amount of black people living in Plano, Frisco is very small. So when you start to get a jury of your peers, there's not a lot of black people that live there anyway. So you're not going to get a lot of black jurors. The argument that it's a problem because there's no black jurors is an argument of a person who's a racist. Because, to be quite honest, white people sometimes advocate more aggressively for black people than black people do. And these white people that carry this, what we call white guilt. And they want to be a white savior. So sometimes these white people are more radical to support black people when they shouldn't, more so than black people are willing to support black people when they shouldn't. So just because everybody's white don't mean that necessarily it's a bias. Unless you're a racist. And you believe that every white person can't be impartial when it comes to stuff.
That's right.
That's
based as fuck. I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad he did. That's right. Anyone that complains about the jury not having black people is just a racist and think that white people are all bad. He's just completely correct here. I was waiting. I was hoping he was going to say it.
Really to me. But some people are still making an argument. Let's get to Carmelo's defense plan and roll it.
The defense strategy is already clear.
Self-defense is a protection that applies to each and every one of us.
Explain your self-defense.
Self-defense of going in a place where I'm not supposed to be and stabbing an innocent guy just because I felt like it. Yep, self-defense.
His defense attorney, Mike Howard, asked the public to not rush to conclusions before hearing all the evidence surrounding the deadly confrontation between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf.
This is a tragedy all the way around for both families.
Yeah, I guess. It's a tragedy when your son is a murderer, I guess. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Rushing to judgment you know,
lawyer speak.
Trial by
He doesn't believe what he's saying.
public perception and trial by media is not how we ensure justice is done.
Legal expert Keith Harris says the defense has to show why the jury should consider self-defense. According to the arrest affidavit, Metcalf was unarmed, while Anthony brought a knife to a track meet.
I think that that's ultimately going to be something that a jury also considers as to whether or not he even should have had it to be.
Bro went to a place where he's not supposed to be to beef with some random guy who tells him to leave 15 times. And then he says, you know, touch me and see what happens. And he stabs him in the heart. Sorry, actually. No, that guy's a fucking monster. He's a savage. He needs to die. Yeah, we need to execute him in public.
Begin with.
Police say the confrontation...
I told you, man, I'm an Old Testament extremist here, all right? A man that takes a life needs to have his life taken in return. I'm really tired of this, and this was obviously intentional with infinite witnesses, where you can't argue, oh, it's just circumstantial evidence. 15 eyewitnesses all say this happened. Get out of here. He admitted it. He admitted it to the police officer. Yeah, I killed him. Sorry, bro.
The began when it was raining and Anthony sat under the tent where Metcalf and his team were sitting. Police say Metcalf asked Anthony to move from under the tent. Officer Taylor Wetzel wrote in an affidavit that a witness told him Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and warned Metcalf, "Touch me again and see what happens." Witnesses told police Metcalf then touched or grabbed Anthony while trying to move him, and Anthony allegedly...
You know, because he wasn't supposed to be there.
...pulled out a knife, stabbed Metcalf once in the chest. Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter, was standing next to him.
We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack.
Harris says those facts could become critical for jurors.
The prosecution could say that he was kind of asking for it. I think the flip side for the defense, when you think about it, these are 17-year-old boys. And I was 17 at one point in time, and so you think about...
Yeah, I was also 17. I never even had the impulse to stab someone in the heart.
17-year-old boys don't make the best decisions.
Don't make the best decisions. He stabbed an innocent guy in the heart. Hello?
Arrest affidavit. Officer Eduardo Cortez said, as we were walking him, Anthony, to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to."
Yeah, but that's not threatening your life. Self-defense is when your life is at risk. What are we talking about?
Another officer later wrote, Anthony made another spontaneous statement and asked if what happened could be considered self-defense. Harris says those statements are important because they may help Anthony's attorneys get...
Look, man, if it was actually self-defense, you wouldn't need to ask. Could we count this as self-defense?
It's self-defense in front of a jury.
If the officers testify to what he told them as soon as they got there, that's going to be the scintilla of evidence that defense would need to get self-defense in the charge.
As a defense attorney, they're going to try every avenue. That's their job. The truth will come out.
Under Texas law, once self-defense is raised, prosecutors must disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Harris says the defense may argue Anthony reacted emotionally and impulsively in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, that's still murder.
Even the Constitution. We believe in the laws of...
We believe in the Constitution. Which is why my boy, my little man, going to stab a random white kid on the street is actually a good thing. And we're going to raise $500,000 now.
This is the thing that I said before that put an icing on the cake. I don't know how the trial is going to end up going, but I think that once you pull a knife out on a person who does not have a weapon and you say, "Touch me again and see what happens," therefore you have now created premeditation. Because you could just move. But you don't want to move, and you're creating a scenario where you are not trying to.
Because of his ego. Let's be honest here. There's some big fucking egos in like a lot of these ghetto communities. Right, big fucking egos. You talking shit to me? Immediately pull out the fucking gun. You know, like, listen, man. We all know I'm right here. All right, dude had a big ego. Told him to leave. Immediately got all defensive because how dare you? You don't tell me what to do, man. Man, you don't tell me what to do, man. I don't want to do what you asked of me. All right, bro, I'm never gonna do shit. All right, I'm not gonna do what I'm told. All right, and then he told him, no, actually, you have to leave. And he pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the heart. All right, touch me, see what happens. And then he had to, you know, put something behind his words. You're gonna make him look stupid. You're gonna make him look bad. You're gonna make him look lame. Oh no, sir. The punishment to that is death. All right, and then he murdered him, in my opinion, allegedly.
To avoid a situation, you have a deadly weapon, and now you're gonna use it. Somebody grabbing you is not deadly force. somebody pushing you is not deadly force.
Yeah, but it bruised his ego. Like, I'm just being honest here. That's what happened, in my opinion.
So if you're going to use deadly force against somebody, it needs to be comparable. That means that you need to have a threat of deadly force in order for you to use a deadly weapon against somebody. If you have no threat of deadly force and you're welcoming somebody by saying, touch me again and see what happened, and then you go to kill that person, now you're in trouble for premeditation.
That's right.
And I'm sad for both of the boys. You know, I really am sad for Carmelo. If the other boy didn't die, I would think that they would give Carmelo another opportunity to let him do some rehabilitation, maybe see why he's so angry.
Yeah, they shouldn't, though. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Even if he just tries to kill him, they should lock him up forever. Nope.
Why is he carrying a knife?
No, I don't care. I don't care why he was carrying a knife. It's the United States of America. You can carry knives, all right, in most places, all right? Maybe not in practice. It's not that he was carrying a knife. It's that he decided he was going to fucking stab that guy because he bruised his ego. Sorry, that's someone with zero impulse control and someone that should not be out on the streets. All right, if he wouldn't have murdered Austin Metcalf, he would have murdered someone else in a couple of years. All right, I'm sorry, bro. I ain't playing that game.
But since the other kid died, man, it's kind of hard to give you any leeway, man. You killed somebody. And you had no business with a knife. You had no business doing what you were doing in the first place. So how is it fair that this kid's life is completely gone forever and you get to live because somebody feels sorry for you? Well,
yeah, no, it's not about, like, how's it fair, this, that, the other. No, dude's a danger to society around him. He's someone with no impulse control whatsoever. And even if Austin Metcalf would have survived, he should still be locked away forever. But since he died, I think he should be executed. You see, I have a very different take here, I guess.
Feel sorry for the kid that died. And all he was doing until you get him under his tent that belonged to him. And he died as a result.
It's just fucking tragic. It really is. What a horrible situation. And watching all these fucks decide that, oh no, actually, we have to defend him. We have to defend him, actually. How dare you? How dare you call me out? I would defend him even if he didn't do wouldn't self-defense. I would defend him anyway. That's right. Because if it's my boy or if it's your boy, of course I'm going to defend my boy. You are a fucking tribalistic barbarian if you think that way. Deuteronomy 16:19. Do not pervert justice or show partiality. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the innocent. Follow justice and justice alone, so that you may live and possess the land the Lord your God is giving you. I don't care about race. I don't care about socioeconomic backgrounds. I care about justice, and I care that this guy, Carmelo Anthony, murdered an innocent guy, an innocent kid, and now he should be executed in public for it. Race is irrelevant. You are the one who makes it relevant, and you make your entire fucking community look really, really bad right now. Maybe this tribalism shit works in fucking Africa, where you have some fucking warlord whose son commits a crime against some other tribe, and he's like, no, actually, we're not going to punish him because he's the son of the warlord. But in the United States of America, where every man is equal before God, that shit does not apply. Now, in the United Kingdom, they're having some issues as well. It's honestly insane how massive this movement got. Miguel Bosé, the biggest Spanish-language pop star of the last few decades, released a video taking a knee and putting his hand over his heart in honor of Henry Novak. This spread like a wildfire. Europe has never been more united. That's right. Everyone's been crying and screaming about the division, divisiveness, racism, and shit like that. No, dude, nothing has united the West like this situation of Henry Novak. All right, now, for those of you that are aware, this is the case of Henry Novak. I carry this for religious reasons, B2. Yeah, that's basically how all of Europe feels right now. So, essentially, in his final moments, Henry Novak told police officers 9 times, I can't breathe. 4 times, he's been stabbed. In response, the police officer dragged him across the ground, handcuffed him, read him his rights, and said, I don't think you have, mate. And then Henry Novak died after being stabbed 4 times because the police decided, we're going to believe the immigrant instead because he said you were racist, and therefore, we're just going to believe him. So J.D. Vance fucking dropped a nuke, and this is fire. I'm so happy he did. Henry Novak died in the same way civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. He should still be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West, and the people who love it. He's right. Henry was far from the first to so needlessly lose his life, and I fear he won't be the last. Each time a life like his is lost, the proper response, the only response, is righteous anger. One of the most important things the Trump administration has proven to the world is that stopping the flow of mass migration and defending the national sovereignty is a matter of political will and leadership. Anything else is an excuse. He's right about this, by the way, and despite whatever anyone wants to say about Trump, he has absolutely normalized this rhetoric and this ideology. And the next generation is going to be way more right-wing than ever before, thanks to this guy. Right? And I give Trump insane props for that, by the way. Now, a lot of people say not enough deportations. You know, and I'm inclined to agree, don't get me wrong. But for the first time in my lifetime, we have net negative migration. And also, for the first time in my lifetime, do I see a nationalist movement actually valuing our culture based upon biblical values. And we don't want it tainted by infinite migration from the third world. It is because we love the West that we want to preserve it. We love our civilization. We love our country.
There's a lot of lead out there.
Nobody should die in the way that Henry Novak died. May God comfort those who loved him, and may God rest his soul. Just a fantastic tweet. 12 million views, 273,000 likes. All right, people are really resonating with this one. He dropped an absolute nuke. Rupert Lowe says, J.D. Vance speaks for far more British people than Keir Starmer does. True, by the way. And, of course, Keir Starmer was very, very angry about this.
The second context, of course, is that we are in government. The J.D. Vance is in government.
I don't know if I want to go into the wasteland at night.
You're free, frankly, to reflect on anything.
Of course. Now, the context to this is, Keir Starmer says, J.D. Vance was wrong to speak about Henry Novak from a different country. Trevor Phillips, isn't that hypocritical considering Keir Starmer spoke about George Floyd in a different country? David Lammy, he's like the fucking lackwit of Keir Starmer, says, well, Keir was in opposition at the time. J.D. Vance is in government. That's the argument. Really, that's the argument? It's appropriate for Keir Starmer to do this whole George Floyd shit as a campaign, but it's inappropriate for J.D. Vance to say it because he's in the government. Can I just make something clear? I think condemning other nations is appropriate in general. All right? How many fucking times have we had to watch the Keir Starmer British government condemn the United States for violating the sovereignty of Venezuela or whatever the fuck when we we captured Maduro, that complete fucking retard communist dictator? Now, how many times do we have to sit through all of these Euro-cuck nations sitting there and condemning us on their ivory towers of retards and globalism when we bomb terrorist pedophiles in Iran? All right? Dude, how many times have we seen European nations sit there and condemn Israel for killing terrorists or whatever the fuck? Condemning
little buddy.
is totally okay.
What are you doing, little buddy?
If you're a Euro-cuck globalist libtard. But if you are, God forbid, a right-wing nationalist, how dare you criticize us?
The second context, of course.
So his response is, the context is, but J.D. Vance is in government, how dare he?
Is that
fuck you.
We are in government. The J.D. Vance is in government. When you're on the backbenches or in opposition, you're free, frankly, to reflect on anything. But I think there is a distinction.
It's okay for the opposition to be irresponsible.
I think this is complete and utter horseshit, by the way. I would love it if our government fucking shit on these people for the way they've treated their country. I love the British people. I feel so bad that they have been absolutely savagely butchered by left-wing policies, importing infinite migrants and retards into their nation. Libtards really just throw stones from glass houses, and that is what they do best. All right, make this man prime minister already. So Bushra Shaikh, all right, she has papers that says she's British, so obviously she's British. You know nothing about Islam. As a Muslim woman, I'll tell you it is the most pro-woman religion to exist. Sexism exists because some men do not value women, and these men exist in all walks of life. Shitty politics for your shitty, ignorant followers. And Rupert Lowe responds with this image. God, this is fucking cinema. It's so fucking good. He's just cooking! He's just cooking! Yes, exactly this. True. All right, now, news, it has been confirmed that Vikram Digwa, the person that stabbed Henry Novak, filmed Henry Novak for 5 minutes after stabbing him, taunting him on camera as he collapsed to the floor. This guy needs to get publicly executed. We need to publicly execute these people. What are we even doing? And honestly, we should jail his brother also, who knew this was happening too. We should jail his mother too, because she hid the knife, the murder weapon. Bro, we should deport the whole fucking family. There's no reason why these people should be in our nation. Like, let's be honest for a second, right? So, woke policing killed Henry Novak. Just look at the 6 anti-racism commitments. These are literal governmental commitments the police needs to take. 1, take a stand against racism in all forms. What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? How about standing for justice? Proactively identify and tackle racial inequalities. All right, well, let's be real here. There was a racial inequality there because white people bad and Indian people good, so therefore you had to immediately defend that guy. Right? Reform policies that over-police or under-protect certain groups. Just be like, oh, that group commits more crimes, but you can't over-police them because that's racist. Partner with others to fix societal racial gaps. I guess that means be meaner to white people because white people actually want to get jobs and instead of other communities that just want to get infinite welfare. Deliver equality of outcomes by treating people differently based on race, needs, experience. Oh, that's really good, actually. That means that if you're in a community that commits more crimes, we need to arrest a per capita amount of people. Dude, Muslims are 4% of England, and they're 22% of inmates. So we're obviously making big mistakes here. Dick, so show transparency, leadership, measure anti-racism impact. Dude, this is just fucking horseshit. It's insane. How about just treat people based on their actions? Whatever happened to, like, actual anti-racist values? Like, all men are created in the image of God, and therefore treat them for their actions. If you're a brutal psychopath...
Right, hang on, I gotta run to the bathroom.
If your community has a lot more brutal psychopath killers than other communities, well, then we're gonna treat your community a lot worse than other communities. Like, this just makes sense. The racist standpoint is, oh, well, this community is just extra violent, so we're just gonna have to, you know, just let it get away with it. No, that is being racist. That is basically saying, well, I guess they just can't control their actions. They just rape. It's what they do. It's their culture. What an absolute joke. Elon Musk retweeted this. He said, yes. Dude, I'm so glad that people are talking about this. Now, even Germany, the whole world is furious about Henry Novak. Two-tier policing exists. Two-tier tier. This is in Germany this is going on. And obviously the AfD party, which is what they call the far-right party in Germany, experienced an unprecedented surge in the polls this month and are 6 points ahead. You know, obviously Germans want remigration. Europe wants remigration. Europe realizes exactly what's being taken from them. All these years shitting on religious people and saying how Christianity is evil and biblical doctrine is archaic and barbaric, and they're enlightened and they know better. And this is the natural conclusion. Importing infinite retards to rape your culture. Absolutely wild seeing this. So now apparently someone attacked Vikram Digwa, the guy that stabbed Henry Novak. Apparently someone attacked him in prison. But I don't think that happened, mate. I don't think that happened, mate. So anyway, there was a debate on Piers Morgan about this, and dude, like, you don't even believe this. Like, it is shocking to believe that people like this exist, which is why I am super happy that we're going to be publicizing it.
Piers Morgan just had a panel on to debate the death of Henry Novak. This debate exposed a new level of stupidity.
Oh,
you have no police force at all.
All right, let's just understand. Let's just introducing the players. All right, we got Michael Knowles. He's a Catholic guy, very conservative fellow. All right, we got this dude. He's woke and a big BLM guy. All right, we got this guy, Ali Wajahat. I think he's a Pakistani Muslim. We got Dave Smith. He is a libertarian. All right, so let's just understand exactly the players before we get into the fact that we're debating a situation where an Indian migrant stabbed a British guy 5 times, called the cops, said that the British guy was racist, so the cops literally chained and dragged and handcuffed the guy who was stabbed 5 times across the pavement as he bled out and died, screaming, "I can't breathe," with the police saying, "Oh, I don't believe you. I don't think you have been stabbed, mate." All right, this is the most open and closed, obvious situation of all time. You have to be a special level of retarded to have any other opinion about this one.
That is what I'm saying.
This is what is at stake when we're talking about equity, DEI, because we're seeing a clear example of what...
Pete Hegseth went to France, our so-called ally with so-called similar values, even though it's part of the Islamic Caliphate these days, and my boy was dropping bombs.
America will lead.
That's right, that's how it works. Yeah, true.
Capable allies
you guys suck.
must be right there with us.
True.
Shoulder to shoulder. In the breach.
That's right.
When it matters.
That's right.
In the years since these...
I don't actually care about a bunch of Eurocucks sitting there planning their meetings and meeting for their plannings and writing strongly worded letters about their fake morals. I don't care about any of that, actually. Right, I want, when push comes to shove, y'all need to be there. And if you're not going to be there, we're going to leave you behind. All right, we have absolutely zero moral obligation to maintain a relationship with you absolute cucks.
Speeches.
Now, to be clear, I'm talking about the governments. I'm not talking about the people. I pray for the people that they could actually get governments that aren't complete and utter gigantic.
Much of the West, in some places, in some quarters, and in some capitals, grew comfortable. We forgot that freedom is not free.
That's
we
right.
forgot
That's
that
right.
peace is not wished into being. It
That's
is
right.
brought with purpose.
That's right.
And
That's
with
right.
strength.
Peace through strength, infinitely better than wars through weakness. Listen, man.
The men who landed on these beaches knew this.
Oh,
The
shit.
question we ask ourselves is, do we? It's past time we remember what they knew. Their legacy is far more than quiet reflection. It requires our active vigilance. Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous
That's
ideologies.
right. Oh, he's cooking. He's cooking.
In Spain, in Italy, in Greece.
That's right.
And Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Boats.
You have a different type of colonialism going on. The European nations, and ours too to some extent, but not nearly as bad as Europe, are literally getting colonized by foreign barbarians worshiping an alien god. All right? Let's not mince words right now, okay? There's no alternative perspective to have. Ethnic and cultural heritage, relatively homogenous, and you are replacing it demographically and culturally with third world barbarians. It is ethnic colonialism. Literally. There is no other way to possibly phrase it if you want to actually be honest about it. A lot of disingenuous people, oh, migration has nothing to do with, oh, really? Just look at the percentage of the demographics and the way they shift. Schools and institutions and governments taken over. You got streets and neighborhoods and cities that are absolutely and utterly Islamized. How is that not just colonialism, except it's in a gay way? Where the actual power decides to just sit down and let themselves How is this not just colonialism?
And men.
And you know, and they send back their freaking tributes. It's even worse than I thought. And they send back their money to their homeland because they're not actually, they don't have some sort of allegiance to the British, to the UK. They don't care about these people, to the French. They'll send it back to Morocco or Algeria or wherever the fuck they come from. All right, and let's be real, they do. And that's literally sending back the actual colonial tithes to the motherland. It's like so obvious.
Arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Is it too late?
Uh-oh.
I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary.
That's right.
As our great
all those heroes, all those legends putting their lives on the line for their nation, only for their nation to be given away to savages.
President Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You don't pass it to the next generation in the bloodstream. It must be defended by each and every generation. We stand by our allies, and we expect our allies to be ready to stand alongside us.
Which they weren't, all right, for those of you keeping track.
Heroes of 1944 did that, and may we.
Damn. So he actually just went on the stage over there and shredded all of them. And honestly based. All right, now, people are beginning to notice this is Brandon Gilley, the congressman in the United States. Dude, thank God. Thank God for the United States of America. God bless our great country, okay? Because we are the beacon, literally the beacon in Western civilization, fighting for the survival of our culture.
You are going to see more communities like what you see in the DFW area, where Islam as a political movement gains far more viability, and it starts at the local level, where you'll see large Islamic immigration into certain communities.
Of course, you import infinite retards into a certain area, they will vote for king retard. That's just how it, like, are you surprised? But are you surprised that this is how it, of course this is how it happened. And that's how you get just straight up demographic and utter human migration that just replaces you. I'm being careful with my words. I don't say human. You know, like I can't piss off the YouTube overlords too much. Sometimes I feel like if I would state my actual opinions, I would not survive on this platform. But these are people, cultures, and societies that are preying on our weakness and goodwill and forgiveness and virtue and kindness.
You know what?
And
What if I just take out these?
Because a lot of our values right now are just based on cultural epithets instead of actual moral doctrine. And this is what we're left with. We're left with weak men and strong women running countries into an iceberg, importing infinite morons to destroy us.
Certain towns, they'll start to
levitate like that?
donate to local mayors and local city officials. That'll give them the ability to get mosques and Islamic schools zoned properly so they can build them. It goes from there. You just start to build the sort of physical infrastructure needed for an Islamic movement. And we're already getting there. I mean, you see the results in Europe, where you've got no-go zones in certain parts of Paris and London.
What's that about?
And the results have been catastrophic for the people of Paris and London.
Bro, you got two-tier policing, you got rape gangs, all right, you got lots of stuff that are not very pleasant.
And I think we could either ignore that at our own peril, or we can see what's happening other places and stop it.
Yeah, thank God for us that we have places like England and France that we could just look to be like, no, actually, whatever you're doing, I don't want to do that. All the infinite socialism and hedonism and leftism and immigrationism, get it out. No more. Now, Iran radar sites were struck by the U.S. because, of course, our battle against this specific third world empire seems to be happening across the entire planet. All right? U.S. forces struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites, as he says. U.S. Central Command just moments ago, CENTCOM forces shot down 4 Iranian one-way traffic that was launched toward the Strait of Hormuz. The attack drones posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. U.S. forces subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites in Goruk and Keshim Island to defend against further attacks. Now, to be clear, this is just Iran violating the quote-unquote ceasefire and bombing civilian ships. This is an act of terror. Everyone should condemn this. Of course, we will, because the UN has been absolutely and utterly conquered by Islam. All the Eurocucks in the UN, they have to bow down to their new Islamic overlords because they imported 4 bajillion of them. The 25% of the UN is Islamic countries. So the UN, which is supposed to be fighting for world peace and fairness and whatever the fuck bullshit they spew these days, any job is a woman's job. We'll turn a blind eye to child sex slavery in like half of the freaking Middle Eastern countries. I just respect everybody's culture. I respect your culture, and I respect their culture. Okay? Their culture, rape children. And I respect that. Okay? And the UN will never ever say a word about anything like this. No, they'll condemn the United States about everything in Israel and every other Islamic rival. They'll blast all those guys to smithereens, absolutely. Committing generic acts of terrorism, firing missiles at, economic travel, like basic regional maritime traffic. Oh, that's cool. We don't care, actually. Anyway, they'll condemn Donald Trump for attacking Iran. Incredibly classy stuff. CENTCOM footage. This is right. Just absolute cinema. Blew up their radar. They launched shit at us, and this was self-defense. For those of you paying attention, self-defense. It was defensive blowing them up, okay? It was a very defensive blowing them up. We did it for self-defense purposes. If you don't like it, try. So the people of Iran have been releasing these videos constantly. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine was using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Back to the game. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel. So if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Obviously afraid because if they show their face, they would get publicly executed by the regime. Please arm us. We need to be armed. Tons of people have been posting this everywhere throughout Iran. Please, hello, help us fight back against our Islamic oppressors. And it's honestly heartbreaking. It's actually heartbreaking. Look, I don't know what Trump's plan is. That dude, he's a sneaky bitch, that guy. I could see the Donald being like, oh, we would love to make peace. Peace would be lovely. And then all of a sudden, boom, he wipes out the entire regime in like one day and the entire Iranian people gets armed or some shit. But that's the kind of goofs and gaffes he can actually pull off. And I'm not discounting that. I don't know what the plan is. So I'm not going to sit here and make believe that I disagree and condemn Trump for the way he's handling things, because the truth is you never really know it, that guy. And that's something I like about him. He keeps you on your toes. Listen, just a couple of months ago, Venezuela was one of our arch nemesis in our hemisphere, sending drug boats and drug traffickers and narco-terrorists into our country. It was a communist regime oppressing the people. And then I woke up one morning and Venezuela was our greatest ally and giving us tons of oil. Shit. How did that happen? Listen, man. Cheeto Man pulls off off some wild shit sometimes. I'm not going to discount them, but thousands of students taking to the streets in Afghan Iran, renewed unrest shaking. Look at this, dude. And this wasn't a protest from like 10, 11 months ago. This is now. This is yesterday. You know, praying for... look, they're not carrying the regime flags, okay? They're not being like, no, regime, you must fight back against the infidels. You know, they're not doing any of that shit. They are just really tired of this Islamic regime torturing them forever. All right, just in, U.S. plans to use Iranian assets to rebuild Gulf allies. Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Trump is the fucking goat. He is. He's just so good. He's so good. Iran was like, Mr. Trump, we want reparations. If you want to end this war, we want reparations. And Trump would be like, the only way we end this war is if you rebuild all of the Gulf Arab countries that you've been bombing. No. You will be giving them reparations, actually. Listen, I think Trump, to some extent, is playing hard to get. He's making it look like he wants to deal, but still making demands that he knows there's no fucking way that they're actually gonna do. That's why, whenever I see some of these demands, I'm like, you know, they're actually gonna fucking do this. It's almost like Trump doesn't actually want them to agree. He actually just kind of wants them to start shit up and give us an excuse to send them back to the Stone Age. You know, I sometimes feel that way. You know, I'll be real here. I don't know. Now, I have a very interesting stance on warfare in general. Wars are obviously horrible and brutal and innocent people die, etc., you know, yada yada, generic disclaimer that everyone needs to give. But I actually have the weird opinion that if a war starts, we should actually win. I don't believe in just not winning wars that start. No, if the war starts, I think we should win, actually. And winning either by them unconditionally surrendering or by us killing all of them. You know, that's the only two ways to win a war, actually. Otherwise, it's just on pause. I don't think that the Islamic regime, who's built into their doctrine, death to America, you know, I don't think those guys are actually going to start liking us. We're just going to, like, shake hands, you know, and shake hands, spit on our hands, and shake. I don't think all of a sudden they're going to be our friends. I don't know, man. Think of all the goats that have been anally tortured by these people. 40,000 of their own people massacred just because, oopsie poopsie, you had an opinion we don't like. Now, Kuwait is sentencing the TV presenter Zenaid Daishti to 3 years in prison for publicly backing Iran's Islamic Republic. The verdict was upheld. All right, like, listen, man, listen, Kuwait. I love how the Pakistani community, these guys, they came out there, they were like, no, actually, all of the Arab countries that are getting bombed by Iran, they're actually on Iran's side. They are literally imprisoning fucking TV reporters for glazing the regime. If Hassan Piker was in any Muslim country in the Middle East, he'd be in jail right now. Think about it like that. If it was in any Muslim country, he'd be in jail for supporting the Islamic regime. Except for Iran, where he would probably get executed for being gay. Now, the U.S. Central Command says, during a recent trip to the Middle East, Admiral Brad Cooper, Central Command commander, with senior leaders from Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. He also met with deployed U.S. service members recognized exceptional performance and presided leadership transition to the U.S. Army Central. Now, this is insane. All right, remember when we were told, oh, but this is going to make our alliance with all the different Muslim countries so bad. Oh, all the Muslim countries are going to hate us now because... No, all the Muslim countries, they fucking love us, all right? Our issues are actually Europe. The actual Arab countries in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, they fucking love us. They're like, Mr. President, you the fucking gay. They're gay. They're gay, Mr. President. They're also terrorists. But more importantly, homosexuals, please. Anyway, now Iran's Fars news agency reports an explosion in Kard Island, Iran's key oil export in the Persian Gulf. You mean to tell me things are still happening while nothing is happening? Now, we have to see how the UN, who we've already established are obviously friends to the people, how they've been, you know, doing such a good job to promote peace, all right? So this is Palestinian students at the UN schools, all right? Let's see what we have. I'll translate for you in case you're just listening to the audio. We have to make war to prove we are stronger than the Jews. She didn't say Zionists, by the way. She said Jews. I'm just, for those of you keeping track. People love Palestine, and they are ready to die for Palestine. Now, I know this is going to be a total random tangent, but, like, when it comes to fictional worlds that I very much like, I like Middle Earth for Lord of the Rings. I think that the universe and world building in One Piece is incredible, and my favorite fictional country is probably Palestine. I want to fight against the Jews and defeat them in war. At school, they teach us that Al-Aqsa and all of Palestine is ours. The Jews lie. They say that their temple is under the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Yeah, they lie. And literally every single archaeologist in the history of time, they're all lying. Yeah, they literally built Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the temple. could just deny your history and replace it with our own. We have invented Jews. That's right. I hate the Jews. Yes, they teach us that Zionists are the enemy. Man, I wonder why these guys grow up and become terrorists. That's crazy. I must fight them. They teach us the Jews are terrorists. At school, they teach us about Jews. They teach us they are bad people. They killed our young. Have you ever asked why? They teach us in school the Jews are fickle, bad people. I'm sure they mean Zionists. I am ready to stab a Jew and drive a car over them. I will fight. These are like 8-year-old boys, by the way. Like, just to understand what, and this is in a UN school. All right, listen. If this was like in Palestinian schools, I wouldn't even show this to you because, of course, they teach you that the Jews are horrible monsters and stuff. You have to kill them, which is why you have so many terrorism issues coming out of Palestinian areas. And not just in Israel, all right? The Palestinians started a civil war in Jordan. They started a civil war in Lebanon, all right? That's why they're not going to land there. They started coups in Egypt, which is why Egypt expelled all the Palestinians. Obviously, they do tons of terror attacks against Israel. They have incredibly high crime rate and terrorism rates whenever they become immigrants in retard European countries that take them in. I wonder why. I will ram a car into the Jews. We have to constantly stab them, drive over them and shoot the Jews. Stabbing and running over the Jews brings dignity to the Palestinians. Listen, man, this isn't me being Islamophobic. I'm just noticing that the UN might not be teaching them the best of values. I'm just saying. Anyway, this keeps going, obviously. But interestingly enough, this is breaking news from yesterday. A car full of Palestinians were trying to enter Israel illegally and carry out terror attacks against Jews. All right? Like... Okay, right, so he's telling you, wait a minute, here you have, this is a Palestinian wearing like a kippah to fit in. Where are you from? But he doesn't understand because he doesn't speak Hebrew. That's a red flag. He's from Khalil, he says it in an Arabic accent. Where are you going with a keep on your head? Come out. Come out of the car. Oh, there's the trunk too, just traveling nicely. Interesting. What's going on? Wow. I'll tell you why I'm showing this to you. Because I want our border police to be as fucking based as the Israelis, okay? Yes, I want to live in a nation, the United States of America, the American people and the American borders as much as the Israelis do. I know, so much slopaganda telling me to hate this, but no, this is actually awesome, and I wish we did it a lot more too. Dude, we would live in freaking paradise if we had border patrol like the like Israel. I'm not even lying, bro. Dude, just absolute insanity. All right, Palestinian journalists over here. This was a new video just released. This came out. As you can see, these are the journalists in the press vests that are literally with the Palestinians lobbing grenades. The Palestinian terrorists lobbing grenades at cars. Journalists like got hurt. You mean to tell me journalists are getting injured in the war? That's crazy. I'm personally shocked. I can't believe it at all. Faking so that the people will feed it. The world's first Palestinian kangaroo. Listen, man, it's just rough out here. So Ilhan Omar is getting thrashed on the timeline because she was the one Democrat that voted against funding Ukraine. Now, this is hilarious, and she's not doing it for the reasons why I would vote to stop Ukraine. I would vote to stop funding Ukraine because I don't want to fund any foreign countries. I don't want to fund Israel. I don't want to fund Ukraine. I don't want to fund any foreign countries. We have too much shit to deal with on our own borders. I don't want to be funding anybody else. That's my sense in general. Now, Ilhan Omar, obviously, does support funding foreign countries because she has fought for USAID to continue giving whatever underwater backshots, tap dancing, lesbian classes in Afghanistan. All right, and she's been fighting for, giving infinite money to Somalia. She's allegedly committing tons of fraud, sending money to Somalia. So, you gotta wonder what's going on here. So, this is her defending herself. I have always and will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people and unequivocally condemn Putin's illegal and brutal invasion. I vote against the Ukrainian Support Act because of its inclusion of the broad economic sanctions. Time and time again, sanctions like these fail to achieve their stated goals by inflicting real suffering on ordinary people. Opposing Russian aggression does not require us to support policies that punish ordinary civilians who do not ask for this war. So she is voting against funding to Ukraine, not because she's against giving our money to Ukraine. She's against the sanctioning Russia. You can't make this up. Because the innocent Russian people, why should they deserve some form of sanctions? The foreign policy establishment continues to return the same failed playbook and expect different results. Economic sanctions fail to achieve their desired goals. This is literally a lie. But anyway, so this is like her whole thing. All right, she wants to give infinite money away to other countries. Consistency W, let's go. She just doesn't want to punish the poor Russian people with sanctions. Anyway, literal truth nuke community note. Ilan Omar supports boycott, divest, sanction movements to sanction Israel. Interesting. Additionally, claims that sanctions are ineffective are wrong. U.S. sanctions have been very successful against apartheid South Africa and Iran and Libya. Yeah, so again, wrong on every level here. She's like, I don't support sanctions ever. Okay, but she supports sanctions against Israel. And she doesn't think sanctions ever work. Okay, but it did help against multiple places. Look, we're not dealing with the best and brightest. We should not have these people representing us. We shouldn't even have these people in our country. I'm just saying. Listen, man. Some cultures are just kind of shitty, yeah? Like, why do we gain by bringing these people in here? I'm just asking questions. All right, so this guy, this is incredible. This is just insane. So Josh Gottheimer over here says, no foreign government should be influencing what our kids are taught in American classrooms. We need transparency, accountability, and strong safeguards against foreign interference of our education system. American students should be learning facts, not Qatari-funded narratives. Now, the reason for this is because there was a new report that came out of $65 million in Qatari campaigns influencing U.S. elections and billions of dollars going into our school system from Qatar. Now, why does Qatar want to teach our American students shit? What do you think they have to tell them? I have a feeling they're not teaching them about transgenderism or how to invest in the stock market. I have a feeling that their donations are going to a slightly more sinister curriculum. So this is pretty basic. I don't think any foreign government should be influencing what our kids are taught in American classrooms. Obviously, I'm against all foreign lobbying. I'm against all foreign lobbying and all foreign funding.
That was two screams.
Like China
God damn it.
schools. I wonder why. You know, and then everyone comes out a communist. That's so weird. So, anywho, interestingly enough, this guy says something. This is pretty innocuous, right? Like, there's no way you could possibly disagree with this. Like, I don't want foreign governments to influence what our kids teach, right? Like, duh. Ilan Omar, she's back. Weird how you haven't said anything about the other Mid-East countries who influence so much about our politics and policy and found the time to say something about the one country who leads the charge to oppose the Abraham Accords and normalize relations with Israel. What? She's mad that this dude is like, I don't want foreign funding influencing our kids. That makes sense. And then she's like, weird how you're not mentioning... Why are you roasting Qatar? Because Qatar wants to destroy the Abraham Accords, which, by the way, is like just a good peace deal. Like, the Abraham Accords are just a fantastic peace deal in the Middle East. Why on earth would you be against that? All right. What does this have to do with Israel at all? Like, what are we even doing here? It's like, my God, this bitch have the syndrome. She has the syndrome. It's rough, buddy. You know, yes, Israel, the problem. Yes, yes. As you can see over here, this is per capita foreign lobbying spent in America. Yes. Look at the graph. $20 per citizen in Israel, $781 per citizen in Qatar. And Qatar is way bigger. All right? Interesting how that works. Now, to be clear, I want both of these to be at 0, all right? Just to make my stance known. I don't want any foreign lobbying. I don't want any foreign funding. I'm a very simple man. I like America. I want America to be awesome. I think alliances are good, and we should definitely make, good deals with other nations to benefit our own. I do not believe in being the guinea pig or test subject or recipient of foreign power in any way at all, ever. I'm a simple man. And actually, I think we have to start recognizing the actual issues in the country for where they actually come from.
Messaging that an average person wouldn't be able to appreciate or like. I think that's really the problem. It's a huge thing. And it's like, I don't see how you can, like, you have all of these points and they're making this perfect line, but you won't draw the line. You won't say, wow, what do all of these games have in common? People are more pissed about Batman? Yeah, sure.
AAA titles from 500-strong studios, 2024 show a revitalized hunger for a smaller, more independent spirit. Arcade machine throwback UFO 50, the Metroidvania-esque Animal Well, poker roguelite Balatro, and text-based pixel art adventure The Crimson Diamond are just some of the games you'll see appearing again and again on these lists. Despite their numerous differences, they share one thing in common: a smaller, more refined experience that recalls earlier eras of gaming where marriages of mechanics and storytelling were key through technological craftiness, rather than literal...
I think this is actually true too, where a lot of games, the scope of them becomes so large that they just collapse under their own weight, basically. Well, what you would have been able to do is you'd be able to kill it. The thing is that a lot of these games don't want to. They don't want to tell stories that have shades of gray because they're afraid of you rooting for the villain. That's the issue.
Country-sized game worlds. The nostalgia they create for older video game generations are central to the heart of their creation. They just want you to pick them up and have a good time. The slow but increasingly clear pivot of video game audiences to a potential indie renaissance is a clear message to publishers that if everything is bigger and bolder, who possibly has the time and energy to play more than 1 or 2 games each year?
And that's also the big issue too, especially with live service games, is that the amount of time that you need to invest to maintain relevance in a live service game is like a small job. It's like you have to spend maybe 5 to 10 hours a day to maintain relevance and keep up with live service games. And because of that, guess what? A lot of people don't want to do it. Because like you're already invested, like this is one of the big problems that I think a lot of gacha games have now, is that basically every gacha game is designed the exact same. And they all require a certain amount of time in order to do dailies and stuff like that. You can't play at your own pace. Yeah, exactly, right? You're basically on a conveyor belt whenever you play live service games, where you can't get too far behind and you can't get too far ahead. So it's not like, because a lot of people, the fact isn't that like, in a normal person's life, they generally don't have exactly 45 minutes to play a video game every day. They have 4 to 5 minutes to play a video game, and then they have 4 to 5 hours on the weekend, maybe. So you have, it's not like people are going to want to log in to dedicate the same 15 minutes a day every single day in, right? Like, for example, like even I'm like this. There'll be days where I don't play any games, and there'll be other days where I play video games for 8 hours. And that's real life, right? And so when you have these live service games that are built around these like retention mechanisms that keep you logging in every day, what you do is the actual casual players that play them, they can't get ahead on the days that they have off, and they fall behind on the days that they can't play. And so you're losing people from both sides. And I think also like there's so many of them now competing for your same attention and money that it's kind of like streaming services, where it's like, well, I don't want to deal with streaming services anymore because there's so many of them.
Or tell you the definition of insanity.
That's not to undercut the difficulty in getting those independent titles made, mind you. UFO 50's Mossmouth LLC team consisted of 6 developers working over many years, while both Animal Well and The Crimson Diamond share similar stories of being crafted by solo developers, Billy Basso and Julia Minamata respectively, over several years. Even a smash hit like Lethal Company started life as a one-man band developer Zeekers learning to develop games on Roblox before expanding his knowledge. All of these developers put everything they had over several years of their lives into creating these games, not in pursuit of money, but because of a passion. And this is why they don't need humongous worlds or 300+ side quests to tick off. These games all feel like lean enjoyment machines.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of games that are like that. And I feel like that mouth-washing game is another really great example for it, is that graphics don't matter, style matters. Like the style of mouth-washing, the graphical style of it, like especially when you were pointing the gun at that guy at the end of it, absolute fucking cinema. Or like him dancing in front of that thing, or like there were a couple of other moments where it was just like the style of the game was incredible. So why is it a problem? Like why do we keep focusing on having like real known actors play characters in video games? Like, is this really, like, outside of a Kojima game, like, is this really anything that people care about? No, nobody gives a shit about this. Metaphor graphics are really bad, but style is overbearing. Yeah, well, Metaphor has like a weird dichotomy because all of it's like hand-drawn art is, in my opinion, some of the best art that there is. It's fucking phenomenal. I love it. But the actual in-game graphics are fucking terrible. Yeah, like in terms of like the fidelity. It's a lot like Elden Ring. It's like From Software. Yeah, exactly, right?
It feels like the top end of the video game industry is currently faced with two paths to choose from. The first is the status quo. It can continue to move forward with bigger budgets with impossibly open yet incredibly empty worlds filled with 80+ hours of content, about 10 of which having meaning to its players, or hopelessly pursue the live service train which left the station over 5 years ago with late passengers wondering why the money isn't rolling in anymore. These billion-dollar gambles could pay off, but it's seeming less and less likely every day. Conversely, companies could opt for a second path and take a page out of Julie Minamata, Billy Basso, and Zeeker's books. Wider breadth of projects, smaller in scope and scale, with a refined focus on gameplay mechanics and perhaps a return to older styles of video games long dormant. Projects were developed.
What it is either, because like Dragon's Dogma 2 and Elden Ring and like a lot of games, like it's not like the new style of games are bad. It's just that the new games are bad. Because all of these issues, like think about what this guy's saying. Is Nintendo having this problem with Legend of Zelda? No, they're not. I mean, these are all problems that are coming from people that are like just Western studios. These are all Western studio problems. Nintendo will always make money? Yeah.
Developers aren't afraid to make weirder choices and take some unexpected left turns, lest they crash their $400 million ship into a mixed to decent reception and lackluster sales. Maybe studios, and more importantly publishers and shareholders, can remember that we used to play video games because they were fun, not because of their bigger than last year maps, carpeted by denser and higher resolution grass that you walk across to finish another piece of side content that pushes you just one digit closer to that 100% completion.
This wasn't.
Yeah, I think that's a huge issue. A lot of people are tired of, completionism mechanics being put in. Concord was Sony. Yeah, Concord was a big mistake. But I also think that Concord was Sony making a game for Western audiences. I think that's what happened. And also, Sony owned the studio, but the studio that made it was a Western studio.
Plan.
No, it just wasn't the one we started with.
Speaking of which, congratulations, you've almost 100% of this video. What do you think needs changing in the games industry? You want bigger games or more games? Sound off in the comments below, and for everything gaming, you are already in the right place. IGN.
I think that another really big toxic thing that gamers have done is they've correlated the quality of a game to the amount of hours that they spend in the game, and the value of the game to the amount of hours they spend in the game. And I don't think that's a good way to look at it. There are a lot of games that I've spent very few hours in, and it was some of the best time that I've ever had. But there are other games that I've spent a lot of hours in, and it wasn't really that great. And so it's because of COVID? Well, maybe, right? But like, I think that this has always been the way that people have seen things. So there's been games that I've played a lot. I put a lot of hours in, but the game was pretty much dog shit. And so does that really mean that, like, did I have more of a good time with Starfield, or did I have a better time with Undertale? I had a better time with Undertale, even though I only played it for 6 hours. So that's what I think. And I feel like also, again, this problem is manifest in Western game studios way more than Eastern game studios. Shadow of the Colossus is a 4 to 6 hour game. It's amazing. Yeah, I haven't played it myself, but I'm not surprised. You're telling me $300 million mediocre games devoid of risk and bloated with microtransactions aren't a sustainable business model? Madness. Yeah, crazy. Imagine that. And it's not AAA bubble, it has to burst. It's a live service bubble. No, it's the AAA bubble. It's the games have too much money. This is also the issue, is that games are, the cost of games is going up like this. And then the amount of money that players will spend on games is like this.
It'll be a good morning.
So as the costs go up,
get the fuck out of here.
Players still don't even want to spend $70 for a video game. Think about it. Think about how many things in 2005, because this is 2005, 2006, whenever the 360 came out and they moved up to $30 games or $60 games, excuse me. How many things that you bought in 2006 or 7 are the same price now? Basically fucking nothing. Nothing is. And it's because
Well, come
gamers
to
just
think
don't
of it,
have
I
that
do
much
have a
disposable
good
income,
movement
and they don't want to
jackass.
spend that
Just
much
don't
money,
pay by
right?
the hour.
So what's happened is that these developers have to find other ways to make money, and the way they do that is by selling early access to the game. They do it by having microtransactions in the game. And this would have happened as a natural
Selling
outcome
to
of a publicly
even a
traded company.
dumbass like you.
But at the same time, the fact that gamers are unwilling to spend more money accelerated it. I'm spending $80, $90 on a new game before taxes? Well, I don't know. I mean, you're buying the deluxe edition then, right? Because, like, I've bought video games recently, and they're $60, mainly. Like, most video games are $60. But I do think this is a very good video, and I also think that, again, a lot of companies, and, like, I think IGN and a lot of other platforms, they don't really want to address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that a lot of the messaging of this games are very overt, and they alienate
Man,
gamers.
I treat you
but
that good, and you don't
I don't
even
think that they want to
fucking
acknowledge
tip
that. And
me.
until they are willing to
My
acknowledge it
shop,
and
my rules. You
say,
follow,
like, listen, like,
or
these
you
are games
fuck
made
off.
for guys, we have to make them appeal to guys, you're just going to keep losing.
Donald Trump just got out of a meeting. He's announcing the end
All
of the
that
war.
gawking at
And
goods,
for
and
much
that's all
greater
you
news,
buy?
in regards to this entire situation, F-53, yes, count them 3.
All right,
His
I'm
latest
gonna log
attack
out,
took
get
place
some
on
lunch.
US soil
I'll be
yesterday.
back on later.
Perhaps that's 5 in a week,
You guys have a
3 in
wonderful
day.
afternoon.
Good. Essentially, Congress, at least the base part of Congress, is actually pushing towards mass denatural